Chapter 862. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are available here. Madame Jianghu did not expect that she would give birth prematurely. When she packed her luggage, she did not bring the baby's clothes. Gu Jiao had no choice but to find a clean set of clothes to wrap him up. Then she used the cloth to wrap the child in front of her chest. Tang Yueshan wanted to share her burden, but he didn't dare to touch the newborn baby. He was afraid that his hands and feet were too clumsy, and he would accidentally break his thin little arm. He carried his big bow on his back, dozens of arrows in the quiver, and a long sword at his waist. Gu Jiao's weapon was the silver spear that Black Impermanence threw to her. Although it was not as good as her red tasseled spear, it felt good. The failure and success of this operation were 50-50. If the newborn baby followed them, he might be killed by the Jin army. But they had to do it for the lives of the 1,000 people underground. "Are you sure you don't need to bring more people?" Sheng Wanqing asked. Gu Jiao said, "No, old Tang and I are enough. More people are not good for hiding." Tang Yueshan agreed, "Yes, and you don't have many people. You'd better stay to deal with the Jin army." Sheng Wanqing didn't insist. Before leaving, Mrs. Zhang woke up. Gu Jiao gave the baby to her and asked her to feed him. After feeding the baby, Mrs. Zhang gave the baby to Gu Jiao with tears in her eyes. Sheng Wanqing led the way and 2 ghost soldiers covered the back. They walked in the winding passage. The deeper they went, the more Tang Yueshan was amazed by the magic of these underground passages. If there was such a siege in Yueqing city of the Zhao kingdom, the Chen kingdom's army would have been wiped out. There are few ghost soldiers, but the passage is like an underground maze. It's narrow and difficult to pass through. 20,000 soldiers can't come in at once. If they come in one by one, they will be easily defeated one by one. He muttered to himself. He was more confident about the survival of Sheng Wanqing and the villagers. Of course, the Jin army was not weak. Every time a group of people died, they could figure out the rule of a passage. The longer it took, the more unfavorable it was for the ghost soldiers. "We have to let the imperial army of the Yan kingdom come as soon as possible." Fuck. I didn't even worry this much when I was fighting in Zhao country. Forget it. Everything was for his godson. "We're here." Shang Guanqing stopped at the end of the tunnel. He held the oil lamp in his hand and shone it on the wall. "Behind this wall is the tunnel that leads to the entrance of Ghost Mountain. After you leave, this tunnel will be destroyed and no one will be able to enter. Let me ask you one last time. Have you thought it through? Even if you were killed at the entrance of Ghost Mountain, I wouldn't be able to save you." "I know," Gu Jiao said. Sheng Wanqing carried the oil lamp, and the dim light fell on Gu Jiao's young and calm face. The red birthmark bloomed like a beautiful flower in the dark night. Sheng Guanqing said, "Although we haven't known each other for long, you have a familiar aura. Because we are family, little Days Qing." Gu Jiao said seriously, "Open the passage. I will get you out of here and take you to see your father, your mother, and your brother. You are everyone's savior, so please hold on, Shao Qing." Gu Jiao and Tang Yueshan went out of the passage. There was a very slight sound of sand flowing from underground. It was the passage being filled up by the mechanism. Tang Yueshan and Gu Jiao came behind a big tree. They were dozens of steps away from Ghost Mountain. But the tricky thing was that there were hundreds of soldiers of Jin guarding there. They couldn't force their way in. They didn't ride the Black Wind cavalry and would be easily caught up by the cavalry of Jin army. Tang Yueshan made a gesture and said silently, "Let's go around them from behind." It was not yet dawn and it was dark all around. If they were careful, they could avoid it. The premise was that the little fellow didn't cry. Gu Jiao looked at the sleeping little fellow and nodded slightly. "Who is it?" A Jin army soldier turned his head and shouted, "It's a wild rabbit." His companions smiled and caught the wild rabbit. "We'll roast it later." Gu Jiao and Tang Yueshan quietly walked behind the two. Ghost Mountain was high and it was very cold at night. More than half of the Jin army had gone to rest. Only a dozen soldiers were around the campfire, warming themselves while guarding the entrance. No one noticed that not far away, there were 2 silhouettes quietly passing by. Just as the 2 of them were about to walk out of the forest, Gu Jiao stopped in her tracks. "What's wrong?" Tang Yueshan asked her with his eyes. Gu Jiao said, "I think I stepped on something." Tang Yueshan was about to speak, but the next second he also froze. He swallowed and continued to make eye contact. "I think I stepped on something too." The 2 of them raised their heads at the same time, only to see several rows of sharp knives hanging from the lush branches above their heads. The shiny tips of the knives were aimed at them. If they let go of their feet, it would rain knives from the sky. This was not an ordinary knife rain. It was made of silk and moved faster than arrows. Even an Hun would not be able to dodge it. It's over. It's over. This is what it means to die before the battle begins. Tang Yueshan said, Is the Jin army that powerful? Gu Jiao said, I think it's Shangguan Qing. This was supposed to be a way to deal with the Jin army. Unfortunately, she and Tang Yueshan were the ones who stepped on it. Tang Yueshan said, What do we do now? Wait. Gu Jiao said, Wait for the children to cry and we'll be exposed. Or wait for the Jin army to patrol and we'll still be exposed. Tang Yueshan was speechless. Okay, I'm going to relieve myself. One of the Jin army soldiers stood up and stretched. He rubbed his hands and sighed. It's so cold on the mountain. His companion teased him, Lazy people poop a lot. Who else is going? Why? Are you afraid of ghosts? Aren't you? Okay, let's go together. This time it was completely over. With more than a dozen people coming together, there was no way they could hide anymore. Gu Jiao gripped her silver spear tightly. Then let's fight our way out. Tang Yueshan said, Grab someone to block the knives. Gu Jiao said, Got it. More than 10 Jin army soldiers came into the forest. The two of them were ready to be exposed. They hoped that the Jin army would not shoot them. Instead, it would be better if they got closer. One of the Jin army soldiers who was a little drunk unbuckled his belt. He glanced at them and asked uncertainly, Huh? Is there someone over there? They did not even care about their pants. They quickly took out the bows on their backs. Shoot. Fuck. They were really coming to kill them. Tang Yueshan's scalp went numb. How could they dodge? If they let go, they would be stabbed to death. If they did not, they would be shot into a sieve. In the nick of time, a ghostly shadow flashed over. It grabbed Gu Jiao with one hand and Tang Yueshan with the other. With a swoosh, it took them away from the spot. A rain of knives fell from the sky and cut the arrows in half. Let's go and take a look, said one of the Jin army soldiers. They fastened their belts and came to the scene. When they looked carefully, they were all dumbfounded. There was no one on the ground. There was only a prey that had been stabbed. What? It's just a stupid roe deer. One of the Jin army soldiers muttered. It seems that it triggered the trap here. Another Jin army soldier said, I told you that the forest is not safe. We should be careful in the future. Don't step on any traps. Gu Jiao and Tang Yueshan were taken into an underground tunnel by the shadow that suddenly appeared. Gu Jiao had guessed who it was. But she still took out a torch and shone it. When she saw the old face, she felt a long-lost feeling in her heart. It was as if the person she had been waiting for finally appeared. It's you, she said. Who is he? Tang Yueshan asked. Gu Jiao looked at the man in armor and said, General of the Yan Kingdom, Xinyuan Qi. Xinyuan Qi. As a general, Tang Yueshan had naturally heard of the generals of the Xinyuan family. But the one he heard most was the head of the Xinyuan family, the war god of the Yan Kingdom, Xinyuan Li, and Xinyuan Li's eldest son, Xinyuan Cheng, who was known as the Little War God. He had not heard much about Xinyuan Qi. Ah, I remember now. He is Xinyuan Li's younger brother. Didn't he die more than 30 years ago? Tang Yueshan asked. He faked his death, Gu Jiao said. Xinyuan Qi's eyes fell on Gu Jiao's face. He said slowly, You know about me? Gu Jiao thought for a while and said, Well, how should I tell you? Do you know about Shangguan Qing's background? Xinyuan Qi looked confused. It seemed that he did not know. Then he must not know about Xiao Heng's existence. It was better to use the identity of Duke Angua. Gu Jiao said, Duke Angua is my adoptive father. My name is Xiao Lulang. Xinyuan Qi corrected her and said, You are a girl. This was not a woman's name. I almost forgot. When I fought with him, I revealed that I was a girl. Gu Jiao spread her hands helplessly and said, Okay, my original name is Gu Jiao. Xiao Lulang is my identity in the Yan Kingdom. This is the token of Duke Angua and this is the token of the Crown Princess. Gu Jiao took out 2 tokens and handed them to him. Xinyuan Qi did not take the tokens. He just murmured the name in a daze, Gu Jiao. Tang Yueshan could understand a little, but it was not comprehensive. He looked at the two of them in confusion. He did not understand why Xinyuan Qi faked his death and why he was in the Ghost Mountain. Also, this girl knew him. Could it be that Xinyuan Qi was the Ghost King in the back mountain? Tang Yueshan thought, Oh my god, this is too exciting. I want to leave the city, Gu Jiao said to Xinyuan Qi. Wait for an hour, Xinyuan Qi said. Then he turned and walked away. Gu Jiao followed him. Tang Yueshan stroked the big bow on his back and quickly caught up with him. Gu Jiao did not expect that Xin Yuanqi would be brought back to the cave in the back mountain, which was commonly known as the Ghost King's lair. Tang Yueshan saw the Black Wind King in the lair, as well as the Black Wind Cavalry that he brought back from the forest. The Black Wind Cavalry was very happy to see Gu Jiao and rubbed its head against her. Gu Jiao also touched it. "Boss." Then the Black Wind King found a strange smell and sniffed in Gu Jiao's arms. "It's a newborn baby. I want to take him out of the city," Gu Jiao said to the Black Wind King. The Black Wind King sniffed and accepted the little guy's smell. After Xin Yuanqi returned to the cave, he went to the stone steps at the entrance of the cave and looked up at the endless night sky. His rusty armor reflected a cold light under the moonlight. Gu Jiao came to his side and sat down. She looked at him and said, "Have you remembered?" Since she had fallen off the horse, Gu Jiao decided to use her own voice. "Yes," Xin Yuanqi replied. "Not much." Gu Jiao nodded and asked, "Do you remember why you came to the Ghost Mountain?" "Waiting for someone," Xin Yuanqi said. "Is it the person who built the Ghost Mountain tunnel?" Gu Jiao asked. "Yes," Xin Yuanqi said. "Who could be so powerful? Who could build such a sophisticated and huge project?" Gu Jiao could not help but think of the First Lord of Shadows. But soon she shook her head. If that person was the Lord of Shadows, why didn't he come to see Xin Yuanqi for so many years? Gu Jiao felt that the First Lord of Shadows was probably no longer in this world. The little guy in her arms twitched. Gu Jiao patted him gently and said to Xin Yuanqi, "By the way, I saw your son, Xin Yuanzheng. He is now a monk and his Buddhist name is Liaochen." Xin Yuanqi's empty eyes flickered. He's still alive. He did not doubt Gu Jiao's words. So both father and son thought the other was dead. Gu Jiao nodded and gave him an affirmative answer. "I met him in Zhao country. At that time he was already Master Liaochen in the temple at the back of the mountain. Xin Yuanqi was already half a living dead. It was difficult for him to have any complicated emotions. But Gu Jiao still felt a little different from him. He said word by word, "It's good that he became a monk." He was not really a monk. It was just a disguise. "When you and your father meet each other, he will tell you about it personally." Gu Jiao said, "He should be coming to the border soon." Liaochen secretly escorted little Jing Kong. When little Jing Kong safely entered Zhao country, he would leave for the west. He always thought that you died in the hands of Shirtian. If he knew that you were still alive, he would be very happy. Gu Jiao said, paused, turned to look at him and asked, "Do you remember what happened with Shirtian back then?" Chapter 863. He hadn't heard this name for many years, but the memory of it didn't fade. Just a slight mention of it was like a piece of driftwood that had been pressed to the bottom of the water, finally breaking free from the big palm and rising to the surface. "I once fought with him. That battle was the most thrilling battle in Xin Yuanqi's life. Shirtian was clearly only a 13 or 14-year-old boy, but he showed more terrifying strength than Xin Yuanli. Xin Yuanqi only found out later that it was because he had been poisoned by purple grass poison. The poison stimulated his potential, but even so, his talent was unique in the world. Other than the First Lord of Shadows, Xin Yuanqi couldn't think of anyone else in the world who could defeat that boy. "I lost," Xin Yuanqi said. "So, you two still fought. Since you lost, how did you escape?" Gu Jiao remembered that Shirtian's mission was to kill the Lord of Shadows, and the Lord of Shadows at that time was Xin Yuanqi. Combined with the information she got from the border, Gu Jiao speculated that the goal of the Sword Hut back then should be to destroy the entire Shadow organization, including the State Preceptor Hall and Xin Yuan family that were under the protection of the Shadow organization. Shirtian had no reason to let Xin Yuanqi go, unless he was also heavily injured. He stopped. Xin Yuanqi said. Gu Jiao was slightly surprised. "Why?" Xin Yuanqi mechanically and slowly shook his head. "I don't know." He fell to the ground with serious injuries. Shirtian's sword was at his throat, but the sword suddenly stopped moving forward. He looked at Shirtian in surprise. His vision was already blurred by blood, and he couldn't see Shirtian's expression. But he could feel that Shirtian was looking at him, and Shirtian's murderous aura faded little by little. In the end, Shirtian didn't say a word, turned around and left. He left. This didn't conform to Shirtian's style. In fact, whether it was Shirtian in the past or Longyi now, once he received an order, he would complete it at all costs. Gu Jiao rubbed his chin. "It's so strange you said that Shirtian was looking at you. Did he see something on you that made him stop killing you?" Xin Yuanqi, "I don't know." Gu Jiao, "Do you have any special items on you?" "No. The only special item on Shen Yuanqi's body was the shadow token, but before the sky splitter made his move, he had already secretly handed the shadow token to Shen Yuanzheng. Gu Jiao really couldn't figure out why Shi Tian stopped for no reason. Gu Jiao originally thought that it was because both sides were injured that led to the situation later. Not long after Shi Tian fought with you, he lost his memories. He mistakenly entered the Xinyang princess residence and became a dragon shadow guard. I once wondered if it was you who beat Shi Tian until he lost his memories? I don't think so. Shen Yuanqi said, now you can. In other words, he didn't have this ability at that time, but Shen Yuanqi, who had become half a living dead in Ghost Mountain, had reached a realm that ordinary people couldn't reach. Gu Jiao, then what happened? After Shi Tian left, did you come to Ghost Mountain immediately? Shen Yuanqi, no. After that he was chased by the Sword Hut for several years. After he finally faked his death as the second Lord of Shadows, he finally returned to the Yen Kingdom. However, what greeted him was the bad news that the Xinyuan family had rebelled and was destroyed. Everyone was dead. His eldest brother was dead, his sister-in-law was dead, Qing'er, his brothers and Azi were also dead. The crown princess was deposed and his sister, Empress Xinyuan, was banished to the cold palace. He couldn't even contact any of the old subordinates of the shadow guards. He thought that they and Qing'er had all been killed. Gu Jiao said, Shen Yuanzheng didn't return to the Yen Kingdom after you parted ways, but stayed in the Zhao Kingdom. The old subordinates of the shadow guards you mentioned might have gone to the Zhao Kingdom to look for him. Shen Yuanqi suddenly realized, no wonder I couldn't find them. Continue, Gu Jiao said. Shen Yuanqi didn't continue. After he returned to the Yen Kingdom, he saw that the Shenyuan family had been severely damaged. He was greatly affected and his old injuries hadn't healed yet, so he fell ill. He lost the will to live. When he was about to die, he heard that person's voice. Shen Yuanqi, I need your help. Wait for me at Ghost Mountain. Help me do something. What is it? When the time is right, you will know. How do I know when the time is right? You will know. I mean, if the time isn't right, it will be a regret for all of us. At that time he was having a high fever and was in a daze. He could only see a blurry shadow. If he hadn't found the token beside him on the ground when he woke up completely the next day, he would have thought that he was dreaming the night before. The person who had been missing for many years really reappeared. However, he disappeared again after giving him a task that he didn't have any clue about. Even so, he still pulled himself together and went to Ghost Mountain without hesitation. At first, Ghost Mountain wasn't the burial ground of the Xinyuan army. Instead, it was the place where they threw the corpses. He buried one corpse after another with his bare hands. At first, he thought that this was the task given to him by that person. Gradually, with the invasion of countless Liang and Jin armies and even some bandits, the graveyard was severely damaged. He felt that protecting this graveyard was his task. He looked at the endless graveyard all day long. He didn't know when, but he didn't remember that he was still alive. However, the longer he stayed, the more confused he became. What was his task? His life was coming to an end, but that person still hadn't come. His task still hadn't come. This was a secret between him and that person. He couldn't tell a third person. Therefore, Shen Yuanqi didn't say this part. Gu Jiao saw that he was silent and didn't force him. Everyone had their own secrets. Besides, they had gained a lot tonight. Other than the mystery of Long Yi's amnesia, the rest of the truth had surfaced. Girl, how much longer do we have to wait? Tang Yueshan urged her at the entrance of the cave. Soon. Gu Jiao answered and turned to ask Shen Yuanqi, what did you mean by asking us to wait for an hour? Shen Yuanqi said, after an hour, the passage will open. It will lead directly to the outside of Ghost Mountain. Horses can go. Gu Jiao suddenly understood. I see. If they went directly out of Ghost Mountain, they could perfectly avoid the Jin army in the forest. It was indeed the best choice at the moment. Besides, horses could also go. With the speed of the Black Wind King, she could reach Ziyang faster. Gu Jiao paused and asked him, are you coming with us? Or do you want to stay in Ghost Mountain and wait for that person? Shen Yuanqi didn't answer. Gu Jiao understood his choice. He lived for more than 10 years in the latter half of his life to wait for that person. He wouldn't leave easily. Gu Jiao said, take care. Girl. My knife holder is broken. Tang Yueshan walked over and handed the two halves of the leather knife holder to Gu Jiao. How did it break? Gu Jiao asked. Tang Yueshan's eyes flashed. I don't know. Just suddenly broke. He would never admit that he wanted to ride the Black Wind King secretly, but it was bitten by the Black Wind King. Gu Jiao took the knife holder over. She had a needle and thread in her first aid kit, but it was inconvenient for her to move with a child in her arms. She knocked the purse away and the small notebook in the purse fell out. Shen Yuanqi went to help her pick it up. He didn't mean to peek, but the small notebook was open. He inadvertently caught a glimpse of a few lines of words. I hate writing about policy in the month since I came to the Yen Kingdom. The runner-up of the archery competition will get 1,000 taels of gold. The monarch is so generous. I will work hard to get the second place. I really want to beat Muchuan to death. Put Han Yi in a sack. Give me the mysterious energy. These little notes after coming to the Yen Kingdom were all written in the language of the Yen Kingdom. Shen Yuanqi paused in picking up the small notebook. Gu Jiao only thought that he was stuck in the armor and couldn't bend down. She didn't take it to heart. I'll do it myself. Gu Jiao picked up the small notebook and put it back in the purse. Then she sewed Tang Yueshan's knife holder stitch by stitch. Here. Tang Yueshan looked at the knife holder in his palm and the corner of his mouth twitched. Girl, did you sew it wrong? Gu Jiao, oh. Yao taught her to sew the thread inside, but she hadn't done it for a long time after coming to the Yen Kingdom, so she forgot. Just use it. If you don't want to use it, just throw it away. It was impossible for her to sew it again. Tang Yueshan took the knife holder with a dark face. Gu Jiao stood up and said to Shen Yuanqi, it's almost time, right? We should go. She then walked into the cave and asked, where's the passage? Tang Yueshan caught up and asked in a low voice, that ghost king, won't he go with us? Gu Jiao came to the Black Wind King and patted his horse's back. She answered, he wants to stay in the Ghost Mountain. As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Jiao felt a terrible murderous aura coming from behind. She couldn't avoid it or the Black Wind King would be hurt. She frowned and looked at the silver spear standing beside her. She grabbed it and blocked the opponent's attack. Shen Yuanqi? Gu Jiao looked at him in disbelief. Tang Yueshan was also confused. He looked at the two of them and asked, what's going on? Why are you two fighting? Aren't you on the same side? Shen Yuanqi's long sword pressed on Gu Jiao's silver spear. Gu Jiao felt an extremely strong pressure. Her arm began to ache and she couldn't hold it anymore. She took off the cloth bag in her arms and threw it to Tang Yueshan. Get. Tang Yueshan caught the baby in the swaddling clothes steadily. Gu Jiao added her other hand in time, but she was still trembling under Shen Yuanqi's pressure. Her right knee bent and she almost knelt to Shen Yuanqi. I won't kneel to you. Gu Jiao gritted her teeth and forced herself to pull back her knees that were almost on the ground. Shen Yuanqi put away his sword. In the next second he attacked Gu Jiao with an even fiercer killing move. Gu Jiao's face was serious. What happened to Shen Yuanqi? Why did he suddenly want to kill me? Chapter 864. Gu Jiao was not the only one who was confused. Tang Yueshan was also completely surprised. This old ghost king named Shen Yuanqi was obviously on the same side as Gu Jiao. They got along well. One was the general of the Shenyuan family, and the other was the new commander of the Shenyuan cavalry. I almost forgot that Xiao Heng is the son of the crown princess. Then this girl is actually a relative of Shen Yuanqi. Hey, stop fighting. Tang Yueshan rushed over to stop them. However, Shen Yuanqi's second attack was too fierce. He was one step too late and the power of that attack had already fallen on Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao raised her silver spear again to block it. The moment the weapons collided, even sparks were created from the friction. Tang Yueshan didn't know whether to worry about Gu Jiao's safety or whether the Jin army outside would hear them. Girl, hold on for a while. I'll go and take a look. Tang Yueshan held the child in his arms in a very clumsy posture and ran all the way to the crack outside the cave. He carefully listened to the movements behind the mountain. The patrolling Jin army had already left. They were probably transferred to the village to dig a tunnel. He took a deep breath. Okay, you two continue to fight. Oh no. Why fight? They were all on the same side. Tang Yueshan continued to go back to the cave to persuade them. In such a short time, Gu Jiao and Shen Yuanqi had already exchanged 7 or 8 moves. Except for the first 2 moves, she was beaten down by Shen Yuanqi in every move. When Tang Yueshan came in, she had just been hit by Shen Yuanqi. Her whole body hit the rock wall behind her and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Tang Yueshan's body shook. No way, this girl didn't even suffer such a serious injury when she was fighting at the border of Zhao country. Was Shen Yuanqi serious? Did he want to kill this girl? Was he crazy? Tang Yueshan's eyes darkened. He flew up and raised his palm to attack Shen Yuanqi. Shen Yuanqi glanced at him from the corner of his eye and turned around with a swoosh. His palm met Shen Yuanqi's palm wind. The terrifying force was like gunpowder, exploding wildly within Tang Yu's body. The child in his arms cried out. His eyes trembled, and he hurriedly used half of his inner energy to protect the baby in his arms. As a result, Shen Yuanqi's inner strength invaded his dantian unstoppably. When he landed on the ground, he also felt pain in his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. Don't come over. Gu Jiao used her silver spear to support her body and stood up. There was no fear in her eyes. She casually wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and pointed her silver spear at Shen Yuanqi. I will defeat him myself. This was probably the most arrogant thing Tang Yueshan had ever heard in his life. Defeating a freak like Shen Yuanqi? Girl, are you sure your brain isn't damaged? Tang Yueshan's strength was archery. In terms of archery, even 10 Shen Yuanqis were no match for him. However, in terms of one-on-one combat, Tang Yueshan was inferior to Shen Yuanqi. This was not because Tang Yueshan's martial arts were weak, but because Shen Yuanqi's martial arts were too terrifying. During these years in Ghost Mountain, he had already entered an unbelievable realm. Even if Long Yi came, it would be impossible for him to hurt him easily. Gu Jiao panted and looked at Shen Yuanqi with an unyielding gaze like a wolf. In any case, I managed to withstand 2 moves from you. Earlier in the graveyard, I couldn't even take 1 move. Next, I'm going to be serious. You better not. Pah. Before she could finish speaking, she was sent flying by Shen Yuanqi's sword. Gu Jiao, seeing that she was about to hit the stone wall again, Gu Jiao turned around and stepped on the stone wall. Borrowing the force, she jumped and attacked Shen Yuanqi with her spear. From this moment on, she did not need to defend. Attacking was the strongest defense. Gu Jiao attacked again and again, displaying the 7 styles of Shen Yuan to the extreme. Tang Yueshan was dumbfounded. This little girl's martial arts were much more powerful than when she was in Zhao country. Speaking of which, what kind of spear technique was this? It was so powerful. Even Shen Yuanqi was forced to retreat. Shen Yuanqi only retreated for a short while, and in the next moment he launched an even more violent attack on Gu Jiao. All her escape routes were blocked. If Gu Jiao could not take this move, she could only die under his Qingfeng sword. But she had already used up the 7 styles of Shen Yuan. She had no more moves. Did Shen Yuanqi really want to kill her? Or was he just trying to scare her? If it was the latter, then he should have seen that she had reached her limit. She would definitely not be able to take this move. Shen Yuanqi did not have the slightest intention to stop. His sword was like a rainbow, and he suddenly slashed towards Gu Jiao's head. Gu Jiao smelled the scent of death. She could already see her blood splattering 3 feet away, and her head flying out and rolling on the ground. Gu Jiao, when you come back, let's get married. Jiao, are you going to war again? But war is very tiring. I don't want Jiao to be so tiring. You can only eat 3 pills a day. You can't eat more. When you finish eating all of them, I will be back. She wanted to go back. She could not die here. A cold glint appeared in Gu Jiao's eyes. Heat waves rolled across her chest and her mind exploded. It was as if it was driven by instinct, or as if she had practiced it countless times. She suddenly held the silver spear in her hand and spun it above her head. Then she slashed down at Shen Yuanqi's long sword with a force that could split mountains and seas. Tang Yueshan's breathing stopped. With a crisp sound, the weapons collided and sparks flew everywhere. Gu Jiao's spear slashed across Shen Yuanqi's Qingfeng sword. She stepped on the stone wall behind her, flipped in the air, and went straight for Shen Yuanqi's glabella. Her speed suddenly became unbelievably fast. Even Tang Yueshan could only catch a glimpse of her afterimage. Clang! Shen Yuanqi blocked her spear and grabbed her neck with his bare hands. You lost. Gu Jiao said, no. Shen Yuanqi frowned and looked down. He saw that Gu Jiao's other hand was holding a dagger, and it was pressed against his dantian. Shen Yuanqi's murderous aura faded and he said calmly, it's already good that you can reach this step. Gu Jiao was exhausted. She used the silver spear to support her body. In fact, she still lost. Her dagger pierced his dantian, which would only cause him serious injuries. If he broke her neck, she would die on the spot. Tang Yueshan came back to his senses. He held the child and looked at Shen Yuanqi with an ugly expression. After all this time, you were just testing her martial arts? You were too cruel, weren't you? If she couldn't use the last 2 moves, she would have died under your blade. Shen Yuanqi didn't say anything. He just turned around and walked into the depths of the cave. All the mechanisms in the passage have been activated. We can go now. The Black Wind King came over and rubbed his head against Gu Jiao to comfort her. Gu Jiao took a deep breath. She looked at Xin Yuanqi's back without looking back. An indescribable sense of strangeness surged in her heart. Xin Yuanqi didn't hold back at all just now. It was as if he was sure that she could use the last 2 moves. However, the Xinyuan family spear technique only had 7 moves. The last 2 moves were forced out by her in a hurry. Was this guy trying to stimulate my potential? Other than that, I can't think of any other possibility. After Gu Jiao recovered a little bit of strength, she turned around to pick up the things that had fallen on the ground during the fight. Why is it missing? She looked around. What's missing? Tang Yueshan asked. A small booklet, Gu Jiao said. It was the information that she had memorized from Gong Sun Yu's study. She was afraid that she would forget it, so when Xin Yuanqi woke up, she drew out all the pictures in her mind. It was very important. It was related to the victory of the entire battle and the lives of hundreds of thousands of people in Pu City. Found it? It's here. Gu Jiao bent down and picked up the booklet from a crack in a stone. She opened it and checked it. After making sure that she didn't miss any page, she and Tang Yueshan led their horses and caught up with Xin Yuanqi. They entered a relatively tall passage through a stone door. However, it was still very narrow and couldn't accommodate 2 people walking side by side. In addition, the Black Wind King and the Black Wind Rider had to lower their heads. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to move forward. The 2 horses had never been trained to go through tunnels. After entering, the 8-year-old Black Wind Rider started to feel uneasy. The Black Wind King also felt uncomfortable. Gu Jiao turned around and stroked the horse's mane to comfort it. It's okay, boss. The Black Wind King forced himself to calm down. Tang Yueshan also comforted his horse in a low voice. He didn't even comfort his own son like this. After walking for a long time, they finally arrived at the exit. Xin Yuanqi pressed the switch. The cold moonlight shone in and the cool night wind blew. Everyone breathed in the fresh air that they hadn't had in a long time. There was a vent in the tunnel that was connected to the ground. It was covered by bushes and thorns. However, the ventilation was poor. They were all sweating. The 3 people and 2 horses came out of the tunnel. This was an abandoned village. It was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. The official road was in the north. They came out of a cowshed less than 100 meters away from the official road. Then goodbye. Gu Jiao said goodbye to Xin Yuanqi. Xin Yuanqi didn't say anything. He came to the Black Wind King's side, stepped on it with 1 foot and sat on it. Gu Jiao blinked. Xin Yuanqi reached out to Gu Jiao expressionlessly. Gu Jiao was stunned. She stretched out her little paw arrogantly. Didn't you say that you don't want to go with us? What? Aren't you going to stay in Ghost Mountain? I changed my mind. Xin Yuanqi said lightly. He pulled Gu Jiao onto the horse. Gu Jiao sat behind him. It was quite sudden. Chapter 865. Gu Jiao and Xin Yuanqi were riding on the same horse, so it was inconvenient for her to hold the child. She was afraid that the child would be squashed into a meat patty if she suddenly braked. Old Tang, here you go. Gu Jiao handed the child to Tang Yueshan. Tang Yueshan stretched out his arms, wishing he could take the child as far away as possible. Can I refuse? Gu Jiao raised her chin and said proudly, no. Tang Yueshan looked at Xin Yuanqi, who was like a ghost king guarding the mountain, and held the child in his arms. It's okay, I'm going to have a godson soon. Although my godson doesn't practice martial arts, he's smart. After I save him, I'll let him deal with you big and small devils. Tang Yueshan was full of confidence, feeling that life was wonderful. They thought of 2 plans to get out of the city. One was to disguise themselves as merchants or commoners, but this plan was abandoned when they arrived in the city. The reason was that the city was under martial law. The number of patrolling Jin soldiers had doubled, and they could see the Jin soldiers on every street. Gu Jiao thought, did the news of Ghost Mountain spread to the Castellan mansion? They thought we escaped from Ghost Mountain, so they suddenly increased the security in order to prevent us from leaving the city? In any case, if the situation was so tense, it was basically impossible to get out of the city gate. Then they could only implement the second plan. You guys wait here, Xin Yuanqi said. Gu Jiao and Tang Yueshan nodded. Xin Yuanqi jumped and disappeared into the night. About an hour later he came back with a big bag which contained 3 sets of warm Jin soldiers' armor, as well as their talismans and identity iron plates. I don't know the Jin language. What's the name written on it? Gu Jiao muttered. Don't look at me, I don't know it either, Tang Yueshan said. Gu Jiao sat on the horse and tilted her head to look at Xin Yuanqi. Her eyes seemed to be saying, "You should know it, right? The knowledgeable and talented second Lord of Shadows?" Shen Yuanqi took the iron plate and let go of it exaggeratedly, letting the iron plate fall into the ground. It's gone. Gu Jiao was speechless. Really? Don't. No. Bah. Bah. This kind of iron plate was usually used to identify corpses after death in battle. Normally it wasn't checked, so it didn't matter if it was dropped. In addition, Shen Yuanqi had gotten a small basket from somewhere, and it just so happened to fit the baby inside. However, it was clear that the small basket was not enough. The cries of the newborn came as they wished. Gu Jiao had just put the child into the basket cushioned with cotton wool when the child began to cry. This shout caused the three of them to tremble. It was so loud that the top of her head was about to be overturned by the child's cries. Tang Yueshan's face paled. "Don't cry, little ancestor. In a while you'll make Jin Jun come crying." Wah 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 wah. He clenched his little fists and cried loudly. "Benefactor." Suddenly, a woman holding a lantern appeared at the entrance of the alley. She walked towards Tang Yueshan with small steps. "It's really you." Tang Yueshan was dumbfounded. Gu Jiao recognized her. She was one of the people who were bullied by Jin Jun in the alley yesterday. Gu Jiao didn't show up at that time, so she only knew Tang Yueshan. "Benefactor, you saved our young lady. Have you forgotten?" she said, looking at the baby in Tang Yueshan's arms and asked, "Is he just born?" Gu Jiao said, "His father was killed by Jin Jun. His mother is hiding from Jin Jun's pursuit. We want to take him away." "Let me do it." The woman handed the lantern to Tang Yueshan and reached out to take the child from Gu Jiao. "He must be hungry. My little miss was just born not long ago. We have a wet nurse at home. I'll carry him to feed him." Gu Jiao said, "Thank you." The woman hurriedly said, "If you don't mind, please come with me." They followed her into the house. This was a wealthy family. It was a pity that all the men in the family had been taken away. Only the women and a few maids and servants lived in fear and trepidation. The woman took the baby to the upper room. The baby stopped crying in a moment. It seemed that he was drinking milk. About half a quarter of an hour later, the woman came out of the upper room. She came to the parlor and bowed to Gu Jiao and the other two. Then she said to Tang Yueshan, "My lady is still in confinement. It is inconvenient for her to come out and thank you for saving her life. But my lady said that if you don't mind, you can leave the baby here first. When you are done with your work, you can come to pick him up." The woman was not stupid. Her lady was not stupid either. They were wearing the armor of Jin Jun. It was obvious that they were going to cause trouble. Gu Jiao asked, "Will it bring you danger?" The woman said pleasantly, "No, the wet nurse's children are also in the house. The two little guys cry all day long. It doesn't matter if there is one more. No one will notice. Besides, the Jin army is just robbing. They are not interested in a few babies." Gu Jiao thought about it carefully and felt that it was feasible. "What did she say?" Tang Yueshan asked. Gu Jiao said, "She asked us to leave the baby here first and come to pick him up in a few days." "Will it be exposed?" Tang Yueshan asked. Gu Jiao said, "It is very unlikely. There is a wet nurse's child and a newborn baby in the house." Tang Yueshan was relieved. After the problem of the baby was solved, the three continued on their way. In the meantime, Shen Yuanqi took away, robbed, a warhorse from the Jin Nation army and forced the Jin Nation soldier to teach him a few words of the Jin Nation language. Then he killed the soldier and took Gu Jiao and Tang Yueshan to the city gate. He put down the mask of his helmet and showed his token. His aura was fully released. The guards trembled in fear and hurriedly saluted, "General Liu." Gu Jiao was speechless. "You actually made yourself a general. It is not dawn yet. Is General Liu going out of the city?" the guard asked. Shen Yuanqi put on airs and glanced at Gu Jiao ostentatiously. Gu Jiao said in the Jin language that she had just learned, "General's secret order. Open the city gate." Yes, yes. Getting out of the city was smoother than expected. Gu Jiao wondered what kind of powerful person he had robbed. Could it be that he had robbed the city lord's mansion? No. After Gu Jiao expressed her doubts, Shen Yuanqi denied it seriously. He had left the city lord's mansion. He had robbed them at the gate. It was dawn soon after they left the city. They didn't dare to delay for even a moment. So they rushed in the direction of Chuyang City. The Black Wind King was an excellent lead horse. Under its leadership, the Black Wind Cavalry and the Jin Army horses ran at the maximum speed. Gu Jiao pulled the reins tightly. "Boss, we have to get to Chuyang City before dark." The Black Wind King faced the strong west wind and galloped on the official road. They took the shortcut that they came from. After getting off the official road, they entered the shady forest. They bypassed the winding paths and steep mountain streams and went all the way to the east gate of Jianghu City. The last time they rushed like this was during the last round of the selection of the Black Wind Cavalry's commander. The distance from Puching to Jianghu City was less than 300 miles, but the road was not easy to travel. When they came out of another forest, the 3 horses were all injured. The Black Wind King did not dare to stop. Shen Yuanqi chased after it and looked at it from afar. He did not expect little Ayu to be like this. Little Ayu almost died when it was just born. He once thought that it would not grow up. However, not only did it grow up, but it also became the new Black Wind King who defeated the male horse. It was the most powerful Black Wind King. It was even more powerful than his big brother's Black Wind King. It had only participated in its first battle at the age of 16, and it was likely to be the last battle of its career. After this battle it should be retired. Due to the high training intensity of the Black Wind Cavalry, its lifespan was shorter than that of ordinary warhorses. In order to ensure the maximum combat power, there were no warhorses older than 12 years old in the Black Wind Cavalry. Normally they would stop serving at 13 years old. However, it was almost 17 years old and was still serving. Shen Yuanqi looked at it and also looked at the valiant little figure on its back. They were the most suitable companions in the world. The sun gradually set in the west. The Black Wind King took the lead. The 2 warhorses followed from afar. The distance between them was getting bigger and bigger. When Gu Jiao turned around, she could not see them anymore. It's okay, Jianghu City is just in front. It's the same if I send the message first. Boss. After we finish this official road, we'll see the city tower. As soon as she finished speaking, the Black Wind King suddenly slowed down. Gu Jiao frowned and pulled the reins to stop. The sound of hurried horse hooves came from the official road, and the sand on the ground shook. This sound of horse hooves. Could it be that a cavalry is coming? As they got closer and closer, Gu Jiao saw the flags they were raising high. It was the Jin army. They had avoided the Jin army in Puching, but they encountered another Jin army here. What was going on? Gu Jiao first ruled out the possibility that the Jin army from Puching overtook them on the main road and then turned around. The main road was much farther than the small road, and their horses could not outrun the Black Wind King. The Jin army seemed to be coming from the direction of the new city. The new city was the territory of the Nangong family. The Jin army had hidden in the new city a long time ago. Now that the imperial court's 120,000-strong army was coming to take back the new city, they did not have enough soldiers to defend it, so they abandoned the city and fled. They were going to the main camp in Puching, so they met Gu Jiao, who came from Puching. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Gu Jiao looked at the Jin army and roughly estimated that there were at least 10,000 soldiers. Their movements were so big and they were so close to Jianghu City, but they were not stopped by Jianghu City soldiers. There was only one possibility: Jianghu City soldiers had split into 2, and almost all of them were mobilized. The only ones left in the city were the Black Wind Cavalry, who could not fight, and a portion of the garrison that was just enough to defend the city. This arrangement was correct. They could obtain the greatest victory with the least casualties and leave enough soldiers to deal with the 200,000-strong Jin army in Puching. No one expected Gu Jiao to encounter the Jin army. After all, if not for the urgent situation at Ghost Mountain, Gu Jiao would not have chosen to travel in the day. Gu Jiao did not have time to hide because the Jin army had already discovered her. "Who's there?" a Jin cavalry shouted. Chapter 866. Gu Jiao was wearing the Jin army armor, so the other party should just be asking a normal question. Gu Jiao gently patted the back of the Black Wind King's horse. The Black Wind King retracted his king's chi and lowered his head, looking very tired. In terms of acting skills, no one could be more eye-catching than Gu Jiao. Except Shen Yuanqi. The cavalryman sped up and ran towards Gu Jiao. He stopped about 6 feet away from Gu Jiao. He looked at Gu Jiao from head to toe and asked, "Which battalion are you from? Who's your subordinate?" Coincidentally, there were a few sentences in the Jin language that she had just learned. Gu Jiao answered his second question without changing her expression. "I'm under General Lu." She didn't know which battalion she was from, but she was afraid that he would mention which General Lu. The cavalryman looked at Gu Jiao suspiciously. "Are you under General Lu Wei's command? I've never seen you before." Gu Jiao said, "I was just transferred from General Min Hongyi's army. General Min was killed." The key was the last sentence. As expected, the cavalryman's expression changed immediately after hearing the news. What? General Min was killed? Min Hongyi was killed the night before yesterday. It seemed that the news hadn't spread to the new city yet. Gu Jiao said, yes. The cavalryman asked, how did he get killed? Gu Jiao said coldly, I can't say much. It was mainly because she didn't know enough Jin language that she had learned at the last minute. Otherwise she would be exposed. This was an experienced cavalryman and obviously wouldn't be fooled so easily. He frowned again and looked at Gu Jiao. Then what are you doing here? Are you here to catch the murderer? If I say that I'm here to catch the murderer, won't all of you follow me? Then how can I go back to Jianghu City? Gu Jiao was a woman of few words. It's a secret order. I can't say much. Once the word secret was involved, it would have a sacred and inviolable color. In addition, Gu Jiao looked magnanimous. She didn't look guilty at all, so the cavalry believed her. Just as he was about to tell him to leave, another cavalryman came over. Judging from the red tassels on his armor, he was a small leader. What has happened? He asked. The cavalryman saluted him and said, Vice General Zhang. He was a soldier under General Min. After General Min was killed, he was transferred to General Lu. He is now out of the city to carry out a secret order. Vice General Zhang's eyes turned cold. Secret orders are executed by at least 2 people. Was there such a thing? Since when did your Jin army become so advanced? Coincidentally, Xin Yuanqi and Tang Yueshan arrived at the same time. Xin Yuanqi's aura made people feel like strangers were not allowed to get close to him. He coldly glanced at the 2 Jin soldiers, and the 2 instantly felt like Mount Tai was pressing down on them. General Lu. Gu Jiao saluted Xin Yuanqi. The mask on Xin Yuanqi's helmet was down, so people couldn't see his face clearly. However, with their status, they didn't dare to look directly at General Lu's appearance. The 2 also saluted. Xin Yuanqi simply said, let's go. Gu Jiao quickly replied, yes. Then the 3 went back the way they came. The 2 cavalrymen were confused, but they didn't dare to make them stay. The 2 rode their horses back to meet up with the rest of the army. They also reported the situation to General D, who was leading the army this time. General D noticed 2 important points. Min Hongyi was in trouble, and his subordinates were taken away by General Lu Wei. That's impossible, General D said. The 2 were stunned. General D frowned and said, Lu Wei is in the scout camp. He is in charge of collecting intelligence. He is General Gongsuan's spy. Why would he want Min Hongyi's men? Min Hongyi's soldiers were used for war. They weren't professional scouts. Lu Wei had no use for them. Most importantly, why would Lu Wei come to Jianghu City in person? Was he carrying out some secret order? He came here, but he turned around and left after encountering his cavalrymen. He felt that something was wrong. Are you sure that person is General Lu Wei? General D asked. Well? The 2 exchanged a look. Vice General Zhang thought carefully and said, he was wearing a helmet and had his mask down. We didn't see his face clearly, but his figure did seem to be bigger than General Lu Wei. Subordinates didn't dare to question their superiors. However, General D and General Lu Wei were of the same rank. He was the one who questioned General Zhang, so Vice General Zhang dared to say something strange. General D said, something is wrong? Zhang Ren, you lead the cavalrymen and chase after him. Yes. Vice General Zhang immediately led 500 cavalrymen to lead the way and outflanked them from the main road and the small roads. When they heard the sound of horse hooves behind them, the 3 of them knew that their identities had been exposed. Unfortunately, there was no forest on this road that they could hide in. There was only a sparse little village. Gu Jiao held the reins tightly and said, we can't go to the village. The Jin army was not easy to deal with. They would do anything. Tang Yueshan said, we can't keep going forward. If we keep going, we will go back to Puqing. We will be attacked from the front and back. We will be finished. Gu Jiao also understood this. The current situation was too unfavorable for the 3 of them. There were nearly 1,000 lives waiting for reinforcements in the tunnel. Every second they were delayed, they would be in more danger. It wasn't easy for them to get here. Would they be forced back by the 10,000 Jin soldiers? Gu Jiao held the reins tightly and said, we can't go forward. They couldn't go any further. Their horses had been through a long journey for a whole day. They were already exhausted. It was only a matter of time before the cavalrymen of the Jin army caught up. The 3 of them stopped their horses. The sound of galloping horse hooves came from the front and the side. The Jin army had split into 2 and blocked their escape route. They only had one choice left. Break out of the encirclement. The situation on the battlefield was ever-changing. Any perfect plan would encounter unexpected situations. This was exactly the case. The Imperial Army was out in full force. There were no extra soldiers in the city. They could only rely on themselves. But could the three of them really kill their way out of 10,000 soldiers? Tang Yueshan joined the army at the age of 12. He had fought countless battles in his life, but he had never fought such a difficult battle. It was not 2,000 against 20,000, but 3 against 10,000. Gu Jiao held the red-tasseled spear and said, "We don't have to kill them. We just need to rush out. As long as we enter the city, they can't do anything to us." Although that was the case, it would definitely be a fierce battle. The sound of horse hooves was approaching. The murderous aura was endless. The sun was hidden in the clouds and only the gray sky could be seen. Shen Yuanqi looked at the incoming cavalrymen of the Jin state and the black mass of infantrymen behind them. He urged his horse to take a few steps forward and stood in front of Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was used to rushing at the front. She was slightly stunned when someone suddenly took over this dangerous position. Shen Yuanqi pulled out the long sword at his waist. The 3-foot sword reflected a cold light in the twilight. It was like a dragon out of the sea, eager to eat the bones and blood of the enemy. "Who is in front? Get down from your horse and follow me." Before the cavalryman could finish his sentence, Shen Yuanqi rode forward and cut off his head with his sword. This scene happened so suddenly that the cavalrymen behind did not have time to change their route. The horse hooves crushed the head that rolled down, and the brain matter fell out. Shen Yuanqi raised his sword and slashed down fiercely. He opened a path for Gu Jiao with the power of thunder. "Count me in." Tang Yueshan raised his hand and took the big bow on his back. He took out the arrows from the quiver and shot 3 arrows at the same time. Gu Jiao took advantage of the situation and rushed all the way with the Black Wind King. The cavalrymen of the Jin state were in a mess. If all 500 cavalrymen were here, they might not have succeeded so easily. However, they divided half of their forces and went to the official road on the side. The 3 of them did not continue to fight. After rushing out of the encirclement of the cavalrymen, they continued to rush in the direction of Ziyang city. Compared with more than 200 cavalrymen, the more than 9,000 soldiers in front of them were the real difficulties they had to face. Shen Yuanqi took the lead and opened a path in front. Tang Yueshan and Gu Jiao each formed the left and right wings respectively, and they rushed into the dense army of the Jin state. As Gu Jiao said, their goal was not to defeat them. They would win if they rushed over. "Get into formation," General D shouted. The well-trained Jin nation army held shields and quickly formed an impenetrable iron wall. "Shoot the arrows." Along with General D's stern shout, the archers behind the shield stood up and shot a rain of deadly arrows towards the 3 of them. Shen Yuanqi pulled the reins and changed his direction. He ran diagonally in front of Gu Jiao and directly in front of her. He used his long sword to cut down all the arrows that were flying towards Gu Jiao, building a wall that no weapon could penetrate. Tang Yueshan also pulled out his long sword and quickly brandished it. Shen Yuanqi's murderous intent was like thunder. He came to the front of the first formation and used his fierce killing move together with his powerful internal energy. He broke the shields of the Jin state army with one sword and the soldiers fell to the ground. Shen Yuanqi jumped on his horse and flew over the heads of the Jin state army. A powerful warhorse could make its master even more powerful. Similarly, a powerful master could also make the warhorse perform incredible combat power. It stood proudly among the heroes like a beast in the abyss. Under Shen Yuanqi's control, it suddenly stepped into the Jin state army. The Jin state army was terrified as if they had seen the ancient god of death. However, this god of death was not enough. There was also a little god of death behind him. They cut through all obstacles and wherever they went, the Jin state army was defeated and blood splattered. Tang Yueshan also killed to his heart's content. "Awesome. Ah. Come and kill me. Come on. Come on." He shouted to attract more soldiers to attack him so that Gu Jiao and Shen Yuanqi could be relieved. "I'll take you on." General D drew out his saber and urged his horse to charge at Tang Yueshan. Tang Yueshan and General D of the Jin state fought fiercely. General D was also a powerful general of the Jin state and was skilled in martial arts. Tang Yueshan looked down on him at first, but after a few moves he realized that General D was a tough opponent. Tang Yueshan was forced to take him seriously. On the other side, Shen Yuanqi and Gu Jiao were also surrounded by the Jin state army. They learned from their previous failure and gave up the defensive formation to attack. The situation suddenly became more serious. Everyone was losing their strength. The difference was that the Jin State Army always had a constant supply of fresh blood, while Gu Jiao and Shen Yuanqi were losing less strength. Gu Jiao was in a killing frenzy. They were about to rush out. Fuck you. Tang Yueshan was almost stabbed in the back. He thrust his sword backward and pierced General D's abdomen. He leaned back on the horse, curled his stomach and raised his legs. He wrapped his legs around General D's head and twisted him hard. With a cracking sound, General D screamed miserably and fell down. One of the Jin soldiers was shocked. General D. General D. Tang Yueshan gritted his teeth and sat back on the horse. Who attacked him just now? He got a dart in his thigh. He pulled out the dart and threw it away. He killed his way and caught up with Gu Jiao and Shen Yuanqi. The three of them rode side by side. Gu Jiao noticed the blood on his thigh. You're injured. Tang Yueshan said, It's just a small injury. It's okay. General D's fall made the Jin State Army's morale drop for a moment. It was a great opportunity for them to rush out of the encirclement. However, at this moment, a terrifying murderous aura came from behind. Gu Jiao's heart skipped a beat. Clang. It was Shen Yuanqi who cut off the arrow. It was not an ordinary arrow. The moment it broke, countless poisonous needles burst out. Shen Yuanqi waved his sword and used it as a shield to block all the poisonous needles. A woman's bell-like laughter came from behind. Ha ha ha. Amazing. Really amazing. This voice, she was the only female general under Gong Sunyu. She was good at using hidden weapons and setting up formations. She was the same age as Gu Jiao. She was 16 this year. He did not expect her to submit to Gong Sunyu so early. She was a Turkic. She had a pair of beautiful light brown eyes. Her appearance was bright and beautiful, but she did not lose the innocence of a young girl. She wore a graceful pink dress. Her waist was slender and her body was light. She reminded people of the butterfly spirits among the flowers in the misty forest. She was riding a beautiful white horse. The horse was beautiful and pleasing to the eye. It did not fit in with the bloody battlefield. Miss Yu. A Jin soldier recognized her. At this moment, Yu Liui was not a general of the imperial court. She was just a master recruited by Gong Sunyu. However, she was not a general, but it did not mean that the other person was not a general. A burly man riding a tall steed caught up to them and said in a rough voice, Little Lu, this is a place where men fight. It's better for you to move aside so that you don't get hurt. If the Lord blames me, I won't be able to bear it. Yu Liui said carelessly, Oh, the Lord blames you, not me. I don't care. A Jin soldier said excitedly, General Zhu. General Zhu is here. That was right. This person was none other than another fierce general under Gong Sunyu, Zhu Zhangquang, known as the Iron Palm. His position in the army was much higher than General D's. His arrival undoubtedly boosted the morale of the Jin soldiers. Yu Liui looked at one of the three with a smile and said, That fatty. Yes, it's you? You were hit by my poisonous dart. Without the antidote, you will die in less than an hour. Tang Yueshan was furious. Fuck you, fatty. He was Zhuang. He was as strong as a yak. Zhu Zhangquang and Yu Liui's arrival reignited the Jin soldiers' blood. They rushed forward and surrounded Gu Jiao and the other two. If this continued, the three of them would be exhausted to death. Shen Yuanqi looked ahead. At the end of the official road was a pass. After passing through the pass, they could see the tower of Ziyang City. Don't fight. Run at full speed, he said. Yes. Gu Jiao nodded. Boss. The Black Wind King ran at a speed that he had never run in his life. He did not know how many swords and sabers had cut him, but he did not hesitate at all. He rushed all the way to the pass with Gu Jiao. Zhu Zhangquang led the soldiers to chase after them, and Yu Liui assisted with hidden weapons. Shen Yuanqi's warhorse was hit by a poisonous dart. The poison had invaded its internal organs and it could not run anymore. Gu Jiao reached out to Shen Yuanqi. Get on the horse. Shen Yuanqi reached out to Gu Jiao, but he did not want to hold her hand. Instead, he slapped the Black Wind King with his palm. The huge internal force sent the Black Wind King and Gu Jiao forward. Gu Jiao frowned and looked back at him. Shen Yuanqi. Shen Yuanqi sent Tang Yueshan and his warhorse out with another palm. He did not do this because he had lost his mount. From the moment he gave the order to rush to the pass, he had already made this decision in his heart. His life was about to come to an end, but he did not know what his mission was. He often thought that he might not be able to wait any longer. Yu Liui said disdainfully, Humph? You want to stop my Jin country's 10,000-strong army by yourself? Dream on. She flew up and slashed at Shen Yuanqi with the folding fan in her hand. Silver needles shot towards Shen Yuanqi like flying flowers. Shen Yuanqi's figure flashed and disappeared in front of Yu Liuyi. So fast. Yu Liuyi's expression changed and a chill ran down her spine. She hurriedly turned around to defend, but she was a step too late. Shen Yuanqi stabbed her right wrist. Ah! A sharp pain came from her wrist and blood spurted out. Her folding fan fell to the ground, and her beautiful face turned pale. What's the point of bullying a little girl? If you have the ability, fight with me. Zhu Zhangquang slammed his palm towards Shen Yuanqi. His palm actually forced Shen Yuanqi to take a few steps back. Zhu Zhangquang snorted proudly. I don't kill nameless people. Who are you? Tell me your name. Shen Yuanqi's eyes were cold. You scoundrels are not worthy. He looked like he was forced to retreat, but it was actually a feint. This distance was more suitable for him to use the Ghost Mountain Sword Qi. Zhu Zhangquang was sent flying by his sword and fell to the ground heavily. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Yu Liuyi said fiercely, attack together. Zhu Zhangquang ordered, don't just stand there. Kill them. Who can charge through today? The reward is 1,000 taels. Brave men were bound to appear when there was a great reward. The Jin country's army madly rushed towards the mountain pass. Shen Yuanqi held a 3-foot-long sword in his hand, and domineeringly guarded the mountain pass. One man could hold back 10,000 men. Tang Yueshan's poison spread in his body, and he vomited blood while lying on the horse's back, losing the ability to fight. The sound of fighting came from behind. The Black Wind King did not turn back. It exhausted all its strength and rushed forward without caring about its life. Gu Jiao held the reins tightly. Shen Yuanqi, hang in there. The Black Wind Cavalry is coming. The Jin country's army is coming. On the observation tower, a guard noticed the figure rushing towards the city gate. Wait, it doesn't seem like it. Open the gate. Gu Jiao shouted. The one guarding the east gate today was General Ji. He recognized Gu Jiao's voice. Commander Shao. Commander Shao is back. Open the gate. Black Wind Cavalry. Gu Jiao shouted again. What's wrong? Why did they suddenly call for the Black Wind Cavalry? Could it be General Ji? A guard pointed at the mountain pass in the distance. The mountain pass was not directly facing the tower, and it had to be turned right. The mountain blocked most of the Jin country's army, and it also blocked Shen Yuanqi's figure. However, the Jin country's army behind the mountain was decreasing. They rushed into the mountain pass, but none of them came out. It was as if they were all swallowed by the mountain pass. General Ji said, inform the Black Wind Cavalry to fight. The guard said awkwardly, only the reserve camp can fight. General Ji said, go to the reserve camp not because they are weak, but because there are some things that must be done. Don't underestimate any soldier. Yes. 200 meters. 150 meters. 100 meters. I am about to enter the city. The capstan on the city gate tower turned with a rumbling sound. The 2 gates in the city gate hole were pulled open one by one, and the last city gate rose up slowly. Bang! Tang Yueshan's Black Wind Cavalry fell. A man and a horse fell heavily to the ground. Gu Jiao gritted her teeth and did not stop at all. She quickly ran towards the city gate. Shen Yuanqi, hang in there, you have to hang in there. Shen Yuanqi was covered in blood as he stood in the middle of the mountain pass. His Qingfeng sword was dripping with blood. His stamina and life were also rapidly depleting. Yu Liuyi said, their city gate is open. There are less than 10,000 soldiers in Xiuyang City that can fight. Why don't we take the chance to kill our way in? Zhu Zhangquang held his chest and said, but this guy is not dead yet. Yu Liuyi wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and looked at Shen Yuanqi, whose arm was cut by a Jin country soldier. She said, I think he is almost out of stamina. When we enter the city we will first kill that kid and then kill their city guard. This is a good opportunity to take down Xiuyang City. The heavens are on our side. Zhu Zhangquang also felt that this idea was feasible. He attacked Shen Yuanqi again, but he never expected that Shen Yuanqi could still send him flying with one strike after being exhausted like this. He gritted his teeth and said, damn it. Yu Liuyi panted and said, I calculated that we must kill him within 10 moves, or we won't be able to make it in time. Zhu Zhangquang said with lingering fear, but with our strength, not to mention 10 moves, we can't do anything to him in 20 moves. Yu Liuyi was so angry that she vomited blood. What a monster. It was no wonder that Yu Liuyi said that. That guy was not afraid of death or pain. He was like a living dead that crawled out from the ground. He could not be beaten down or killed. Yu Liuyi clenched her fists and coldly glanced at Zhu Zhangquang, who was about to retreat. She snorted and said, "If you want to hide, then hide." "I won't hide. Today only one of us can live." After saying that, she pulled out the soft sword at her waist and used her qinggong to stab at Shen Yuanqi. Her soft sword entangled with Shen Yuanqi's qingfeng sword. She curled her lips and a poisonous needle flew out from between her fingers, stabbing straight at Shen Yuanqi's vital point. Shen Yuanqi pulled back his long sword, and the sword qi sent Yu Liuyi flying, shattering her silver needle. Yu Liuyi crashed into the stone wall behind her and was bounced back by the huge force. She fell beside Shen Yuanqi's feet in a sorry state. Shen Yuanqi's sword stabbed towards Yu Liuyi's forehead. Ah! Yu Liuyi was so scared that she closed her eyes and turned her face away. She heard the sound of a sharp blade entering her body, but the pain that she imagined did not come. A drop of hot blood dripped onto her face. She opened her eyes and saw that Shen Yuanqi's long sword had stopped in front of her forehead. It was only half an inch away from stabbing her. She looked up. Shen Yuanqi's chest was pierced by a long spear that was shining with cold light. That long spear looked a little familiar. She turned around and saw a man in a white brocade robe riding a majestic dark brown warhorse under the drooping curtain of the night. The man had an unparalleled aura in the world, and his eyes were calm and steady. Yu Liuyi's eyes lit up. "Master." Zhu Zhangquang also hurriedly bowed. "Master." Gong Sun Yu calmly raised his hand. Yu Liuyi kicked Shen Yuanqi. "Who asked you to be so arrogant? You dare to be arrogant again." Blood dripped from Shen Yuanqi's chest. He gripped his long sword tightly, supported himself and slowly stood up. The well-trained archers behind him drew their longbows and aimed at Shen Yuanqi in unison. There was a long spear in Shen Yuanqi's body. He did not spend any effort to pull the spear out. Instead, he dragged his long sword and walked towards Gong Sun Yu step by step. The long sword made an ear-piercing sound on the cold hard stone ground. The Black Wind King leaped into the city gate. Gu Jiao did not turn around. Her heart was beating uncontrollably, and her hand that was holding the reins began to tremble. "Commander Xiao." Zhao Dengfeng called her from the back of the horse. She did not seem to hear him. She let go of her stiff hand and dismounted from the horse. She calmly walked up the city gate tower. Only Wenren Chong noticed that her entire body was trembling slightly. Some of the soldiers wanted to attack Shen Yuanqi, but Gong Sun Yu raised his hand and stopped them. Shen Yuanqi's vision was blurred by the blood. He had overexerted himself, and his dantian had already exploded. All the bones in his body were broken and blood flowed out of his orifices. Intense pain gnawed at his body. He walked towards Gong Sun Yu with great difficulty, but his will was firm. Yu Liuyi stood beside Gong Sun Yu's horse and looked up at him in confusion. "Master, let him come over," Gong Sun Yu said. Shen Yuanqi seemed to have walked his entire life in just a few short steps. Shen Yuanqi used all his remaining strength to raise the qingfeng sword in his hand and launch a final attack at Gong Sun Yu. Puchi, the long sword pierced through his body. It was Gong Sun Yu's sword. Bang! The city gate closed. Gu Jiao stood on the towering city gate tower. She gripped the city wall tightly with both hands and scratched a large patch of blood. "Show the flag." Show what flag?" General Ji was stunned. Wenren Chong rushed up. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and jumped onto the city gate tower. He unfurled the eagle flag in his hand. The Great Yin flag and the Shenyuan commander's flag fluttered in the west wind. Shenyuan Qi knelt on the ground powerlessly and looked in the direction of the city gate tower. Was that the commander's flag of the Shenyuan family? He could still see it before he died. How nice. He had no regrets. Jing'e, forgive your father. I can't wait until the day I reunite with you. The Lord of Shadows, Shenyuan Qi, had completed his mission. See you in the next life. Father, a heart-wrenching cry came from the official road behind him. Shenyuan Qi closed his eyes and lowered his arms. Chapter 867. He's dead. Yuli looked at the lifeless Shenyuan Qi and pulled out her sword. She snorted, "He hurt me. I'm going to cut off his hand." "Liuyi," Gong Sun Yu calmly called out to her. Yuliui's dagger-wielding hand paused in midair. "What's wrong, my lord?" Gong Sun Yu listened to the approaching sound of horse hooves and said, "Let's go." Yuliui looked at the man galloping towards them from the end of the road. Behind him was a large army. She frowned unwillingly and put away her dagger. This guy got lucky. She quickly mounted her horse. Gong Sun Yu didn't bring a large number of troops, only 20 archers. They didn't have the advantage in numbers. However, this man looked very powerful. Killing him would undoubtedly be a heavy blow to the Yen kingdom. Yuli followed Gong Sunyu. My lord, who's that big guy? Gong Sunyu looked at the rolling dark clouds in the sky. Yen kingdom's general? Xinyuan Qi. Xinyuan Qi? Didn't the Xinyuan family all die? Yuli muttered to herself. She looked up and saw that Gong Sunyu and the 20 archers were already in front of her. She quickly whipped her horse and caught up. She said to Gong Sunyu, My lord, your horses are very powerful. I've never seen them before. Gong Sunyu said calmly, The Yen kingdom's Han family sent the Black Valiant Cavalry. Yuli said mischievously, Black Valiant Cavalry? The Xinyuan family has the Black Wind Cavalry. The Han family has the Black Valiant Cavalry. Interesting. My lord, I want one too. Gong Sunyu said, There are more in the city lord's residence. Go back and pick one. Yuli smiled brightly. Okay. The group of people left. The last ray of light dimmed. Dark clouds swallowed the entire night sky. Thunder rumbled in the sky. Suddenly lightning flashed and thunder roared. The biting cold west wind instantly turned into a storm. The grass and trees at the pass swayed, as if tens of thousands of heroic souls at the border were sobbing silently. Yuli was drenched and snorted disdainfully, Today is not a good day to attack the city. We'll fight them another day. Gong Sunyu didn't say anything as he rode on his horse. His expression was cold and solemn, like a god from the 9 heavens. In the end, the last great general of the Xinyuan family had fallen in his hands. The legend of the Xinyuan family came to an end. Sooner or later, Great Yen would fall into Great Jin's hands. By the time Liao Chen's horse reached the mountain pass, Gong Sunyu had already left with the Jin army. He almost jumped off the horse and fell heavily into the mud that was soaked by the rain. Braving the cold rain, he rushed over on his knees and arrived in front of Xinyuan Qi. He looked at the man who was covered in blood and had his chest pierced by a spear. Tears immediately flowed out of his eyes. Why? The wound that he had taken 20 years to heal was once again cruelly torn open, and his heart felt as if it had been torn in half. He raised his hand and wanted to hug his father, but he was worried that he would hurt him. Such a serious injury, so painful. He knelt in front of his father and his entire body was trembling uncontrollably. He suppressed the pain in his heart, and his tears fell onto the ground. Why can't I see you after so long? Why can't you wait for me? Why must you leave me behind every time? Open your eyes, look at me, look at Jinger. Jinger has grown up. Liao Chen knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. His fingers dug into the mud, and blood spread from his fingertips and flowed all over the ground. The heavy rain broke a big tree that had been cut by the sword energy at the mountain pass. Without the cover of the big tree, everyone on the city tower saw this scene. They had all thought that there was a small army at the mountain pass, and that was why they didn't let the Jin army charge over. Who knew? It was just one person. That person used his own flesh and blood to guard the mountain pass, and stop the 9,000 soldiers of the Jin army. His body was full of arrows and knives, and there was even a spear that pierced through his chest. What kind of tenacious and unyielding willpower was this? What kind of willpower could make a person forget life and death, or even surpass life and death? Everyone had tears in their eyes. They didn't know who that person was, but they all felt the powerful willpower coming from him. That was the undying war spirit of the great Yen. Yi Qing stood on the city tower, and stared at the father and son kneeling in the rain without even saying goodbye. His heart was filled with countless complex emotions. Master, your divination has come true. Everything is exactly the same as what you said. The soul of Xinyuan has fallen under Gong Sunyu's sword. But master, since you already know the result, why did you still send me to the border? So that I can witness this tragedy with my own eyes? With my ability I can't change anything. I didn't even have time to take precautions. The soul of Xinyuan shouldn't have fallen. The state teacher's disappointed voice flashed through his mind. Yi Qing's eyes turned cold as if he had made some kind of decision. He clenched his fists, flew up and jumped down from the city tower. Master Yi. General Ji's expression changed. He reached out to grab him but he was too late. He didn't even touch a corner of Yi Qing's clothes. The blue robe of the state teacher's palace fluttered in the wind and rain, like an ink-stained green lotus blooming. Yi Qing jumped down from the city tower. General Ji's face was solemn. Master Yi, what do you want to do? Yi Qing used Qinggong to rush through the wind and rain. Master, since the soul of Xinyuan shouldn't have fallen, then please forgive me, for making this decision without permission. I'm very sorry for going against your will. When I return to the state teacher's palace, I'm willing to accept any punishment. I don't know if this can save him. Maybe I can't save him and I'll waste the most precious thing you gave me. But no matter what, I want to try my best. If I'm wrong, please let me use the rest of my life to make up for today's mistake. Wenren Chong jumped down and came to Gu Jiao's side. Commander Xiao, that person is? Gu Jiao looked at Yi Qing's figure flying in the rain, and her eyes moved. General Xinyuan Qi. Wenren Chong was stunned. General? General. He's not. Could it be? No, it's him. Gu Jiao concisely answered his question. Prepare the stretcher. Finished speaking, she turned around and quickly went down the city tower. The rain was getting heavier. When Yi Qing came to the father and son's side, the three of them were all soaked. Yi Qing knelt down on one knee and took out a small porcelain bottle from his arms. Xianyuan Zheng, help me support your father's head. Liaochen was slightly stunned. He hadn't heard anyone call his name for many years, so he didn't react for a moment. My name is Yi Qing, the eldest disciple of the state teacher's palace. Yi Qing said, and his eyes were cold. If you don't hurry up when your father is completely dead, even the Luo Jinxian won't be able to save him. Tears rolled down Liaochen's face as he held his father's head that was gradually losing its temperature. He could no longer feel his father's pulse and breathing. Like this. Can he really be saved? Yi Qing pulled out the cork. In the state teacher's palace, there are many patients who have stopped breathing and pulse. Not everyone can be saved, but as long as they aren't completely dead, there is still a glimmer of hope. Liaochen choked and asked, what is considered completely dead? Yi Qing poured out the only pill left in the bottle, pried open Xinyuan Qi's mouth and fed it to him. If your breath and pulse stop for half an hour, then you're basically completely dead. An expert like your father may be able to delay it a bit. This kind of pill didn't seem to melt in the mouth. Yi Qing then slapped Xinyuan Qi's abdomen, and used his internal energy to slide the pill into his stomach. Liaochen carefully avoided the weapons on his father's body, and let his father lean on his chest. In the past, his father was his support. In the future, he hoped that he could become his father's support. There are 2 points. Yi Qing glanced at him and said, first, I'm not sure if your father is dead or not. If he's dead, then it's useless for him to take this pill. Second. Saying this, Yi Qing paused. Even if your father isn't completely dead, this pill may not have any effect. Liaochen looked at him with a complicated expression. The pill you gave my father is purple grass poison. Yi Qing met his gaze and honestly said, you should have heard of this poison. It has a 99% chance of directly killing your father, making him completely dead. Liaochen squeezed his fingers and murmured, in other words, the chance of survival is only 1 out of 100. Not that much. Yi Qing pondered for a moment, then said, with your father's situation, 1 out of 10,000 is the most. Gu Jiao arrived at the scene and found that Xinyuan Qi's situation couldn't be carried on a stretcher. That is, if Xinyuan Qi had any hope of being saved. Gu Jiao began to deal with the weapons on his body, starting with the spear. Yi Qing, as the state teacher's direct disciple, was also not weak in medical skills, so he cooperated very well. Wenren Chong and the others held up their raincoats, blocking the pouring rain from the sky. What did you give him? Gu Jiao asked Yi Qing. Purple grass poison. Yi Qing said. Gu Jiao understood. Since coming to the Yin Kingdom, she had heard of this poison more than once. Last time, Gu Changqing was stabbed by an Hun and was sent to the intensive care unit, almost becoming a cripple. The state teacher also intended to give him this poison. It's just that the poison had expired. Gu Changqing used his own willpower and psychological suggestion to pull himself through. This was a miracle in the history of medicine, but Xinyuan Qi's situation was very different from Gu Changqing's. Gu Changqing had already woken up, and his life was no longer in danger. He just didn't want to become a cripple. But Xinyuan Qi, he really breathed his last. Gu Jiao put on the silver silk gloves and cut the spear in Xinyuan Qi's chest with the golden silk. This won't expire again, right? It won't. The state teacher had told him about last time before he left. He hurriedly explained, the medicine master gave Gu Changqing was left many years ago. This medicine was found in the Han family's mansion a few days ago. Han family? Gu Jiao cut the spear in her back with the snow sky silk. Yi Qing said, yes, master said that the Han family is likely to control a large purple grass garden. They have a lot of purple grass in their hands. The Han family's black valiant cavalry and 5th Master Han's black demon horse were all fed with purple grass poison. Black Valiant Cavalry. Gu Jiao frowned slightly when she heard the name, but this also explained why 5th Master Han's horse was so powerful. Then didn't a lot of horses die? She asked. Yi Qing nodded. Animals are much more resistant to purple grass poison than humans, but there is still a 70% failure rate. A large number of young horses are poisoned to death, and only those who survive are qualified to become Black Valiant Cavalry. Gu Jiao didn't speak anymore. In order to strengthen themselves, the Han family was really willing to do anything. If it wasn't for Yi Qing's master mentioning it before he left, he wouldn't have known that the Han family had so many crazy secrets. He coldly said, "They're worse than animals." Gu Jiao glanced at him and disagreed, "Don't insult animals." Yi Qing was stunned. Oh. Gu Jiao's hand that was treating Shen Yuanqi's wounds suddenly stopped, and solemnly asked, "Yi Qing, will the purple grass poison lessen his pain?" Yi Qing quickly realized that she was referring to Shen Yuanqi. Liaochen supported his father in his arms and also carefully looked at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao didn't hide anything from him. As a son, he had the right to know his father's real situation. He has very serious internal injuries and suffers great pain every day. Living is a kind of torture for him, but death is a kind of relief for him. Liaochen clenched his fists and his body slightly trembled. He didn't expect his father to be like this all these years. He will. Yi Qing firmly said. Either he will be poisoned to death and the pain will end, or he will endure the poison and be reborn. Thinking of something, Yi Qing added, after being poisoned by the purple grass poison, he will enter a state of suspended animation, and will look no different from a dead person. It will last for different hours. Some people will last for 6 hours, some for 14 hours. If he still can't wake up after 24 hours, then he is really dead. Gu Jiao's eyes fell on the man's face. Shen Yuanqi, you have to survive. No matter who you've been waiting for all these years and what kind of agreement you have with him, I think he doesn't want you to die here. Your mission is not complete. Go through all the pain in the world, live on as the spirit of Shen Yuanqi, live on as Liaochen's father, live on as Jing Kong's uncle, and witness the new dynasty in peace. That is your true mission. Shen Yuanqi was brought back to the wounded barracks, and Yi Qing personally guarded him. Liaochen pulled himself together. Whether or not his father could be saved, he couldn't wallow in the pain for too long. Is it Gong Sunyu? Liaochen asked faintly under the awning outside the tent. Other than him there was only Gu Jiao in the tent looking at the map. Gu Jiao grunted, "Yes, it's him, the main general of Jin's expedition to the east, General Shen Wei." Liaochen said coldly, "I will kill him with my own hands." Gu Jiao looked at him. Liaochen had changed out of his monk robes and put on the black robes of the Shadow Division, which made him look a bit murderous. "Okay." Gu Jiao said, "He is yours." The lights under the awning reflected in Liaochen's eyes, like two burning flames of vengeance. "What are the other two called?" Gu Jiao flipped through the map and said, "Zhu Zhangquang and Yu Liui. They are both Gong Sun Yu's confidants." Liaochen said, "If they are here I will kill them as well. No one will take your head but—" Gu Jiao said, handing him the map with the key points. "We may have to split our forces. They may not all gather in one place. You have to think carefully about who to deal with." Liaochen said without hesitation, "Gong Sun Yu." A medical officer came out from another camp. Gu Jiao called out to him, "How is old Tang?" The medical officer hurriedly said, "Commander Shao, he has taken the antidote pill you gave him. He is fine now. He will recover after a few days of sleep." Yu Liui was a master of concealed weapons, but she didn't use poison. The antidote pill given by Madame Nan could cure all poisons. Except for Sheng Guanqing's poison. Thinking of Sheng Guanqing, Gu Jiao closed the map and said to Liaochen, "Sheng Guanqing is still trapped in Ghost Mountain. We must attack Puqing as soon as possible and draw the Jin army away. How many soldiers do you have in your Shadow Division?" 20,000, Liaochen said. "Not all of them are from the Shadow Division. There are also some old subordinates of the Shenyuan family." Gu Jiao said, "The Black Wind Cavalry can fight for 10,000 soldiers. Altogether there are 30,000 soldiers. The Imperial Army is attacking the Liang Army. I sent one Rinchong to send a message. I don't know how many soldiers they can send." The Imperial Army had 120,000 soldiers. 80,000 of them were soldiers, while the rest were supplies and logistics. The Jin Army claimed to have 200,000 soldiers. It was unknown whether that was true or how many soldiers they had. Gu Jiao called for Teacher Hu. "How many of the translations have you done?" Teacher Hu hurriedly said, "Half." I will go and urge them. Gu Jiao reminded him, remember, not a single word is wrong. Teacher, who patted his chest, yes, sir. Don't worry, I have found 4 true descendants of the Jin army. I have checked them carefully. There will be no mistakes. Gu Jiao said, that's good. I need accurate information about the Jin army. On the other side, Sheng Guanyin was in charge of the rear. Marquis Xianping led his troops to kill the Jin army. Wang Man led his troops to besiege the Nangong family and recapture the new city. Marquis Xianping drove the Liang army out of the border. But that was not enough. He directly killed his way to the border of the Liang country and planted the flag of the Great Yan on the territory of the Liang country. In the rear tent, spies constantly sent in reports of victory from both sides. Sheng Guanyin was very satisfied. At this rate, it will be over in 3 to 5 days. Outside the tent, a man's voice came, Your Highness. Wenren Chong of the Black Wind Battalion requests an audience. Sheng Guanyin sternly said, Come in. Wenren Chong hurried into the tent, cupped his hands and bowed. He presented the letter in his hands. Huan took the letter and opened it and handed it to Sheng Guanyin. After Sheng Guanyin looked at it, she stood up with a swish sound. Her crown princess aura was fully released. Someone come. Go and inform General Xiao and General Wang Man. They must end the battle tonight. Tomorrow we will set out to attack Pu City. Chapter 868. Marquis Xianping was planning to order the soldiers to rest and continue the siege tomorrow morning, but he received an order from the rear. He frowned. Why are you in such a hurry to finish tonight? The best way to deal a heavy blow to the Liang army's vitality was to attack all the way into Bian City. Of course, this was impossible. Neither the military strength nor the provisions would allow it. But at least he had to seize a few border cities to hurt the Liang army. Tonight he would reorganize. Tomorrow he would attack Li County and harvest more heads of Liang dogs. The guard presented a letter with both hands and said, This is a letter from Her Highness the Crown Princess, please take a look. Marquis Xianping casually took it. A message is a message, why write a letter? There were no superfluous words in the letter, only 6 words, Qing'er was trapped in Pu City. Marquis Xianping's expression instantly turned cold. In order to make it easier for him to lead the troops to war, Sheng Guanyin fabricated an identity for him as an old subordinate of the Xian Yuan family. He had been working secretly for years and temporarily conferred him the position of Dingyuan general. Although everyone was unfamiliar with this person, it was an indisputable fact that he killed Chu Feipeng. In addition, the 4 of them defeated the Liang army's thousands of soldiers and horses. There was no doubt about their prestige and strength. In addition, everyone only thought that the crown princess wanted to take the opportunity to support her henchmen. They were not too surprised by his sudden appearance. This time he was with the great Yan Imperial Court's General Zhao Guoping. Did General Zhao also get the letter? Marquis Xianping asked. It seems, no. The guard braced himself and said. Marquis Xianping's expression was as calm as ever, but there was a bit of chilling murderous aura around him. I know. You go and reply to the crown princess. Not tomorrow morning at midnight I will take Li County. The guard opened his mouth wide. At midnight? There were only 2 hours left, right? Can they really take it? Sheng Guanyin paced back and forth in the tent. She vaguely felt that she had missed something, but she couldn't remember it at once. Her mind was full of the news that her son was besieged in Ghost Mountain. She couldn't believe it was true. Why did her son come to the border all of a sudden? He even fell into the Jin army's territory? What the hell is going on? There was limited space in the letter. Gu Jiao only picked out the main points. Everything would have to be discussed in detail when they met. Huana wanted to remind her, but seeing how anxious she was, she silently swallowed her words. When something happened to His Highness Zhang's son, the first person you thought of was Marquis Xianping. Have you forgotten about General Zhao? It didn't matter if she forgot, Marquis Xianping would deal with it clearly. At midnight, Marquis Xianping flattened the Li County camp and killed 6 Liang country generals. The Liang army was forced to retreat. They wanted to escape but were surrounded by the Yan country army. In the end, King Pingyang stepped forward and submitted a humiliating letter of surrender. With the letter of surrender in hand, King Pingyang was taken away by Marquis Xianping as a hostage. On the other hand, Wang Man's task was much easier. The new city was not as sturdy as Ziyang City. Furthermore, the Nangong family's army had been left behind in Ziyang City by Tsun Takashi. There were less than 10,000 local soldiers left in the city. When Wang Man's army of tens of thousands charged over, the Nangong family was destined to lose. When the sun was about to rise, Nangong Sitsi died in battle, and the others were captured alive. In the commander's tent of the Black Wind camp in Jianghu City. Advisor who walked over with the translated booklet in his arms. "My lord, please take a look." Gu Jiao looked away from the sand table and raised her hand to take the book. Liao Chen was also in her tent. The two of them carefully read the intelligence of the Jin army. Gu Jiao said, "There are more than 200,000 soldiers. Excluding the supplies, there are more than 160,000 soldiers who can fight. Given the conditions of war in this dynasty, the supplies usually accounted for about a third of the total military strength. The Jin army was no exception." Gu Jiao continued, "We can mobilize about this number of soldiers. However, the Jin army still has to include the 30,000 soldiers of the Han family. The main reason for this situation was that the Yan country was besieged by 5 countries. Many of its soldiers were scattered. The only country that could be confirmed to have retreated was the Zhao country at Chishui Pass. However, Chishui Pass was mainly made up of Navy soldiers. It was not suitable for fighting on land. Even if they rushed over, it would be useless. The Qin country and the Zhao country were far away, so there was no definite news. Liao Chen read all the information in the book and said, "Gong Sun, you deployed a large number of soldiers at the north and east gates. These 2 gates are the closest to us. The south gate is guarded by the Han family. There are 30,000 cavalrymen and 20,000 infantrymen. I don't know which gate they will be transferred to. The west gate is the weakest, but it is too far from us." Gu Jiao said, "It's almost time. Let's go to the pass and meet with the crown princess." Due to the urgency of time, Shang Guanyin and the imperial army did not enter Jianghu City to rest. After they finished fighting the Liang army, they rested for a few hours and then began to march to Puqing. Gu Jiao changed into red battle clothes and black armor. She also went out to put on helmets and armor for the Black Wind cavalry. When she turned around, Liao Chen had also put on his battle armor. Gu Jiao was slightly stunned. This general in helmet and armor? Was he still the handsome monk in her memory who loved to eat meat and drink? The laziness and demonic charm of the past had faded away, and his entire body was emitting a murderous aura of a powerful army. "What are you looking at?" Liao Chen asked indifferently. Gu Jiao curled her lips. "I'm not used to you suddenly being serious." Liao Chen was speechless. Liao Chen mounted his horse and led the troops out of the city. Gu Jiao also took 10,000 Black Wind cavalry. Most of them were soldiers of the garrison camp. They had been longing for this battle for a long time. After the destruction of the Shenyuan family, Wen Renchong, Li Shun, and Zhao Dengfeng finally had another chance to fight side by side. The 3 of them rode on horseback. They no longer looked high-spirited in their early 20s. Their faces were stained with the vicissitudes of life. But the conviction in their bones had never diminished or wavered. Zhao Dengfeng sneered. "Old Shi is not here. This time we will fight back together with his share." Wen Renchong, Li Xin, Zhao Dengfeng, and Shi Zhongkue were the 4 fierce generals of the Black Wind Battalion. Shi Zhongkue died in battle more than 10 years ago. Thinking of Old Shi, Wen Renchong and Li Xin's eyes turned cold. Old Shi's death had nothing to do with Jin. This time they were going to settle the old and new accounts together. For Old Shi. For the general. For the 7th young master. The 3 of them looked determined and chased after him without hesitation. Gu Jiao waited for Shang Guanyan's carriage on the official road outside the pass. She patted the Black Wind King and stepped into the carriage. Shang Guanyan's eyes were red. It seemed that she had cried because she was worried about Shang Guanqing. But she had calmed down and was able to talk to Gu Jiao calmly. She took Gu Jiao's hand and let Gu Jiao sit down beside her. "Jiao Jiao, what happened?" Gu Jiao looked back. Shang Guanyin said without changing her expression, "General Xiao, you also get on the horse. I have something to discuss with you and Commander Xiao." Marquis Shenping also got on the carriage. Gu Jiao told them about the Ghost Mountain. There were 3 main points: Shangguanqing, Shenyuanqi, and the 1,000 lives in the tunnel. Gu Jiao only mentioned Shangguanqing's situation in the letter. Shang Guanyin never expected that Shenyuanqi was involved. "Second uncle is still alive. He is still alive. He has a son." Shang Guanyin didn't know about the Shadow Division. She thought that Shenyuanqi really died that year. "He is the master of Jingkong," Gu Jiao said. "So in Jingkong he is also a child of the Shenyuan family." Although Shang Guanyin had doubts for a long time, she was not sure. "Where is Zheng'er?" Gu Jiao said, He first set off with 20,000 troops and some of the city's supplies. Shang Guanyin whispered, "Second uncle is still in danger, right?" Gu Jiao nodded regretfully, "Yes." Gong Sunyu. Shang Guanyin coldly clenched her fists. Marquis Xianping, who had been silent, suddenly opened his mouth. "I have two doubts. First, where did old Gu go? Second, why did Qing go to Ghost Mountain? Shang Guanyin, didn't you say that he is staying in the village outside Qingdu?" Shang Guanyin opened her mouth. Marquis Xianping raised his hand and made a stop gesture. "Okay, no need to say any more, this Marquis knows." The two looked at him with a dumbfounded face. "What do you know?" Marquis Xianping couldn't hide his emotions and said, "Father and son are connected by heart. He must have come to find this Marquis. What a filial son he is to look for his father for thousands of miles." Gu Jiao, Shang Guanyin, Wang Man beat the gong to withdraw his troops at dawn and was on his way. Mu Qingchen was also under his command. While waiting for the two of them, Marquis Xianping and Shang Guanyin quickly understood the deployment of the Jin army and drew up a preliminary battle plan. Gu Jiao's Black Wind Cavalry and Liao Chen's Shadow Division went to attack the 30,000 Black Wind Cavalry of the Han family. The battle location was at the South Gate. Marquis Xianping led 50,000 infantry and archers to attack the 80,000 Jin army at the North Gate. Wang Man led 30,000 troops to the East Gate to fight the 40,000 Jin army. Finally, Chang Wei led 30,000 troops to the West Gate of Puqing to fight the 20,000 Jin army. The rest of the troops stayed in Xuyang City to prevent the Liang army from counterattacking and the Jin army from being defeated. Chapter 869. In October the border was cold and bleak. After making all the battle plans, Shang Guanyin stayed in place to wait for Wang Man's army. Gu Jiao and Marquis Xianping led the troops first. Just as the two of them got on their respective war horses, a mighty and majestic figure galloped towards them, full of vigor and vigor. "Hey, you two are not loyal. Go out to fight. You left me alone in the wounded barracks. You're not kind." It was Tang Yueshan. "You're injured," Gu Jiao said. Tang Yueshan angrily retorted, "Is that an injury? It's just a mosquito bite." Gu Jiao looked at him with a dark face. "Little henchman, pay attention to your tone, or I'll give you an injection." Tang Yueshan coughed softly and said, "It's fine now that the poison is detoxified. I don't care, I want to go." He was born to be a warlike person. He wouldn't stay idle in the wounded barracks. "Then you follow me," Marquis Xianping said. Tang Yueshan was a little hesitant and disdainful. "You already have Changjing, why do you need me? I can't use my full strength as the Grand Marshal if I'm with you." "Aya?" His reins were pulled away by Marquis Xianping. Pu City, City Lord's Mansion. Yulioi went to the yard early in the morning to play with her new black brave mount. The black brave mount was not all black. For example, the Lord's was dark brown and hers was chestnut. She rode on her new mount and happily circled around the City Lord's mansion. Seeing Gong Sunyu returning from the barracks with Zhu Zhangquang and several generals, she jumped off the horse with a smile. "Lord." Gong Sunyu nodded slightly. She was a little girl, so Gong Sunyu treated her more leniently than those rough men. He said, "It's still early, don't you want to sleep a little longer?" "No. I want to ride a horse." She said mischievously, "I heard that the Lord caught a few more prisoners, I wonder, can you give them to me?" Gong Sunyu generously said, "After the interrogation I'll give them to you." Yu Lui smiled and said, "That's great. Another newbie is testing the mechanism." Zhu Zhangquang secretly shuddered. Looking at this girl's innocent smile, he thought that she was an innocent and harmless little girl, but he had seen her use mechanisms to torture people to death. She was a little devil. Thinking of something, Yu Lui stomped her feet and snorted, "Why isn't Jie Xingzhou back yet?" A mere 300 ghostly soldiers had been tormented for so long. How useless. "My lord, I'll go help him." "Okay." Gong Sunyu agreed. Yu Lui laughed heartily and mounted her horse. Just as she was about to gallop out of the estate, a guard suddenly rushed in with a hurried expression. He saluted Gong Sunyu and said, "Reporting to the Grand General. Our spies have discovered the movements of the Yen army on the official road. A large number of cavalries are heading towards Puqing City." Without waiting for Gong Sunyu to speak, Yu Lui chuckled, "Yen army? Were they really that bold?" He had just killed their great general Xinyuan yesterday, and now he dared to come to their doorstep for revenge. "You're really not afraid of death?" Gong Sunyu calmly asked, "How many soldiers do you have?" "About 30,000. The guard replied. Yu Lui scoffed, "It's just 30,000 cavalries, my lord. Give me 20,000 men and I'll go out of the city and kill them all." Gong Sun Yu was not in a hurry to agree. Instead he asked the guard, "Are they the Black Wind Cavalry of the Xianyuan family?" "Seems so." The guard said, "They're carrying the Flying Eagle flag of the Xianyuan family." Yu Lui excitedly said, "My lord, I'll go cut down their Flying Eagle flag." Gong Sun Yu calmly said, "There's no need for the Jin army to do such a thing. The Han family has always wanted to compete with the Black Wind Cavalry. Then let the Han family prove it to me." Gu Jiao and Liao Chen's 30,000 men took a day to reach the small forest near Puqing City. Gu Jiao said, "We'll rest here for a night and attack the city at dawn." Okay. Liao Chen felt that it was feasible. Gu Jiao was not worried that their whereabouts would be exposed and they would be attacked by the Jin army. Based on her understanding of Gong Sun Yu probably did not care about these 30,000 men. He wanted to keep the Jin army to deal with the main force of the Yan kingdom. Gong Sun Yu would probably let the Han family deal with them. In order to maintain the strongest force, the Han family would not choose to attack at night. Gu Jiao sat on the ground with her back against a tree. She hugged the red-tasseled spear and closed her eyes. She said, "They'll wait for us in the city." The tree was wide enough for two people to sit together without feeling crowded. Liao Chen sat beside her. He glanced at her and said, "I've always had a question in my mind." "What question?" Gu Jiao asked. Liao Chen whispered, "Do you have any relationship with the Xianyuan family?" Gu Jiao said, "Why do you ask?" Liao Chen looked at the branches above his head and said, "My uncle's red-tasseled spear is in your hands. I know it's a coincidence, but I feel like it's destined to be yours." Gu Jiao was silent. Liao Chen said, "The armor you're wearing belongs to the First Lord of Shadows. The armor was recast from my uncle's armor, but that set of armor was originally given to him by the First Lord of Shadows. So my profound armor has such a history." There was something else Liao Chen didn't say. The armor and armor were inseparable. Now that they were finally combined, it was as if they had found their true master. A gentle breeze blew past. Liao Chen turned to look at her again. He found that she had fallen asleep with the red-tasseled spear in her arms. The Black Wind King quietly came over. He bit off a warm cloak from the carriage and gently placed it on Gu Jiao. Liao Chen closed his eyes in envy. In a flash he felt something extra on his body. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the Black Wind King had also covered him with something with his mouth. It was a broken sack. Liao Chen was speechless. The next day at 7 in the morning the sky was overcast. There was an invisible chill in the haze. The Black Wind Cavalry and the Shadow Division were at the city gates. Pu City was not as easy to defend and difficult to attack as Chuyang City. There were two reasons for this. First, it had been in disrepair for a long time. The original city lord had embezzled the money allocated to him, causing it to be unable to be repaired. Second, when the Jin army attacked Pu City not long ago, they had damaged the city gates once. After the Jin army entered the city, they enslaved many strong men to repair the city gates. Unfortunately, the south gate had not been repaired. Gu Jiao and Liao Chen rode at the front of the 30,000 soldiers. They looked up at the familiar figures on the city gates. It really is the Han family. She had guessed correctly. She introduced them to Liao Chen. That silver-haired man is Han Fifth Master. Beside him is Han Lei, Han Ye's father. Liao Chen looked at them. They also looked at Liao Chen. Han Lei said thoughtfully, "I know that youth. He's the one who took Xiao Liulong's identity. He was adopted by Duke Anghua and became the commander of the Black Wind Cavalry. But who is the person beside him? I don't think I've seen him before." Han Xi did not speak. He looked at Liao Chen without blinking. Liao Chen also looked at him without dodging. Han Lei looked at Han Xi and asked, "Fifth brother, do you know him?" Han Xi said, "I don't know him. But I think I've seen those eyes somewhere before." Gu Jiao raised the red-tasseled spear in her hand and pointed it in the direction of the city gates. She said arrogantly, "Bastard of the Han family, do you dare to come out of the city and fight with your grandfather?" Han Lei was so angry that his mouth twitched. In the next moment, the city gates opened. A young man in silver armor rushed out with a long sword in his hand. Gu Jiao looked at him. "Anye." Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. She put the red-tasseled spear on her shoulder and looked at him calmly. "Your hamstring is fixed? You can't only fight on horseback?" Han Yi was angry at the mention of this. He had suffered so much and endured so much pain before he could stand up again. It was all Xiao Liulong's fault. He wanted to kill him and avenge himself. and also avenge second uncle. Han Lei frowned. Why did you open the gates? Fifth grandfather Han said calmly, we can't defend it anyway. Why don't we go out and fight? The valiant dark cavalry's strength was offense. Only under the city gates could they unleash their full power. Moreover, he had been waiting for this day for a long time. He always wanted to know if the valiant dark cavalry he trained could defeat the Xinyuan family's dark wind cavalry. An endless stream of valiant dark cavalry rushed out of the city gates and fought with the dark wind cavalry and the shadow tribe. The battle came faster and fiercer than expected. In the blink of an eye, dozens of cavalry fell. Some were on their own side and some were on the other side. Han Ye's target was Gu Jiao. Why didn't that Gu Changqing come with you? You don't deserve to fight with him. Nonsense. Watch out for my sword. Han Yi swung his sword at Gu Jiao's head. Gu Jiao raised her red-tasseled spear to block the attack. The spear and sword clashed, and Han Ye's murderous aura filled the air. Han Yi was shocked. The last time they fought, this kid was clearly no match for him. Why was it that after a dozen moves, this kid's face was not red, nor was he panting? It seemed like he was very relaxed. Whoosh! Gu Jiao killed the cavalry with a single stab. Then she stabbed her spear at Han Ye's waist. The angle was very tricky. It could not be blocked or deflected. Han Yi gritted his teeth and used his qinggong to leap up, perfectly dodging the attack. Then he swooped down from above Gu Jiao's head and stabbed his sword at Gu Jiao's Baihui acupoint. Are you trying to make me jump up? Dream on. Gu Jiao stared at him. Then she suddenly leaned back. Han Ye's spear stabbed Gu Jiao's armor. However, it did not pierce through. Han Ye's eyes flashed. Gu Jiao's spear slashed at his thigh. Han Ye did not understand why this kid's armor was so hard. It was too late for him to retreat. Seeing that one of Han Ye's thighs was about to be cut off by Gu Jiao, fifth grandfather Han suddenly rode his black demon horse and quickly arrived behind the two. He used his sword to deflect Gu Jiao's spear. 2 against 1, Gu Jiao was pincered. Han Ye said, "You attack her arms. I'll kill her horse." As soon as he finished speaking, Liao Chen flew over and forced fifth grandfather Han off his black demon horse. Fifth grandfather Han stabilized himself with a flip. He turned around and looked in disbelief at the man who forced him off his horse. "Who are you? Tell me your name." Liao Chen's killing intent was like a knife. Xinyuan Zheng of the 7 Xinyuan sons. Chapter 870. As soon as he said that, everyone seemed to feel the powerful spirit of Xinyuan. The morale of the soldiers on the battlefield was split in half. The morale of the Black Wind Cavalry and the Dark Shadow Division was rising. The Black Wind Cavalry of the Han clan seemed to feel the suppression from the spirit of Xinyuan. Puqing was the burial ground of the Xinyuan army. Many years ago, countless Xinyuan soldiers were buried here. Some died in battle while others died in vain. Now that the 7 Xinyuan sons had returned, the souls of the heroes in the world seemed to have been summoned. A gust of wind blew past, and the house of Han's cavalry felt a chill run down their spines. Most of them forgot to think about how many sons the Xinyuan family had. Only fifth grandfather reacted. He said coldly, "The Xinyuan family has 6 sons. Since when did they have 7? You're obviously pretending to be one of them. Don't try to persuade a stubborn person because they won't listen." Liao Chen didn't waste time with fifth grandfather Han. He sheathed his sword and pulled out the spear on his back. The action of holding the gun and the domineering move that was completed in one go shocked fifth master Han once again. Fifth grandfather Han looked at him solemnly. "This is, traitor?" Liao Chen's spear came down. Fifth grandfather Han blocked it with his sword, but half his body went numb. His feet sank into the ground with a bang. It was obvious how powerful the spear was. "Black Demon Horse!" Fifth Master Han shouted, and the Black Demon Horse charged towards Liao Chen. Liao Chen's target was not the Black Demon Horse, but he could not allow himself to be knocked away. Just as he was about to hit the Black Demon Horse with his palm, the Black Wind King came galloping over and mercilessly collided with the Black Demon Horse. The young and healthy Dark Demon Horse was actually knocked aside by a 16-year-old horse. Fifth grandfather Han couldn't believe it. Even more incredulous was Han Yi, who was fighting Gu Jiao not far away. This beast, he had raised it for so many years, but it turned around and sought refuge with someone else. What an ingrate. If he had known earlier, he would not have listened to Chu Nan and left it to fend for itself. He should have caught it back. Han Yi was kicked violently and fell heavily to the ground. Gu Jiao held the red-tasseled spear and stood in front of him. She looked down at him and said, "Don't get distracted. You might die." Han Yi clutched his aching chest and stood up. His eyes were like torches as he looked at Gu Jiao. Did you use some kind of evil method to increase your power? If you can't beat me, just say so. Gu Jiao carried the long spear on her shoulder. This action was exactly the same as Marquis Xianping carrying his broadsword. She even shot off a Han family cavalryman's helmet and stepped on it with one foot. Didn't your fifth uncle just use drugs? But look, did he win? Han Yi turned to look at his fifth uncle. He saw the Han family's once-in-a-century expert being defeated by someone who called himself one of the 7 sons of Xian Yuan. After being sent flying again, fifth grandfather Han fell heavily to the ground and spat out a mouthful of black blood. How can this be? This was his fifth uncle. The survivors who survived the purple grass poison possessed terrifying inner strength and an immortal body that could be said to be immune to pain. Immortal body was an exaggeration, but he was more resistant to injury than normal people. No matter how serious the injury was, it could be healed the next day. This time it must be the same. Just as the thought flashed through his mind, Liao Chen's palm shattered his dantian. Liao Chen had countless chances to kill him, but he did not. Instead, Liao Chen took him down one move at a time. Yes, the purple grass poison could heal a person's body, but could it restore a warrior's fighting spirit? When fifth grandfather Han's last shred of fighting spirit collapsed, he spat out blood and lay on the blood-stained ground. It wasn't that he'd run out of energy, but that he could feel the huge gap between him and Liao Chen. He was not a martial arts genius to begin with. It was only because he had been poisoned by the purple grass poison that he had such astonishing strength. Liao Chen was different. He was really strong. Fifth grandfather Han finally accepted his fate. He closed his eyes and accepted his fate. Liao Chen's spear pressed against his forehead, but did not stab him. You let my sixth brother go. Consider this life of mine repaying you in his stead. With that, Liao Chen put away his spear and turned to leave. Fifth grandfather Han suddenly opened his eyes and looked weakly at Liao Chen's departing figure. He asked in a hoarse voice, "Is sixth grandfather still alive?" Liao Chen did not answer. He mounted his horse and said to Gu Jiao, who was fighting Han Yi, "I'm going to kill Gong Sun Yu. I'll leave this to you." Gu Jiao shot Han Yi and knocked him down. Go. Liao Chen led dozens of Dark Shadow Division fighters into the city gates. He rode his horse while the others used their lightness techniques. After entering the city, they split up and disappeared with a whoosh. A large group attracted attention and could easily be surrounded by the Jin army. It was much more secretive when they split up. They would meet up at the governor's mansion later. Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered the city, a child's scream came from the top of the city gate tower. He looked up. A 5-year-old boy was falling from the top of the city gate tower. His face was full of fear. He flew up and caught the boy in midair. Now is the time. Murderous hidden weapons rained down from the top of the city gate tower. The boy was just bait. If he didn't fall for it, the boy would fall to his death for nothing. If he fell for it, he would be shot to death with the boy. What a vicious plan. Liao Chen flicked his sleeves and pulled out his sword, stabbing it into the tower. He stepped on the blade of the sword, and under the great force, his body flew forward like an arrow released from a bow. The rain of hidden weapons clanged against the sword and also hit the hard bluestone floor. His horse was also injured and couldn't continue to fight. He landed on one knee at the corner of the street with the boy in his arms. Are you okay? The boy was so scared that he didn't even know how to cry. He turned to look at the towering city gate tower with a cold face. On the city gate tower, a graceful girl in pink was looking at him with a smile. You're the 7 sons of Xianyuan? Xianyuan Qi, who was killed by the Lord, is your father? How interesting. You actually dodged my flying flower hidden weapons. Interesting? Throwing an innocent child down from the city gate tower was left out of her mouth so casually. Liao Chen turned his head and put the boy in a safe place. He looked at the top of the city gate tower with a murderous look. It was impossible to climb such a high distance with lightness techniques. However, he had just stabbed his sword so he could borrow some strength. Let's try. Liao Chen pulled out the long spear behind his back and stabbed it into the long sword. With 2 points to borrow strength, he shouldn't miss. Liao Chen flew up. No way. Climbing the city gate tower with your bare hands. How confident are you in your lightness techniques? Yu Liuyi didn't attack. She just looked at Liao Chen and waited for him to fall. Unexpectedly, Liao Chen really came up. Yu Liuyi widened her eyes in disbelief. Looking at the man who flew in front of her, she was so shocked that she forgot to attack. Bang! A powerful sword energy came from behind Yu Liuyi. Liao Chen's eyes flashed. He slapped the wall of the city gate tower with his palm and supported his body upside down to avoid the attack. The next moment, 4 or 5 more powerful sword energies came at Liao Chen. This was a blatant sneak attack. Liao Chen's expression changed. He couldn't dodge, he was blasted off the city gate tower by the sharp sword energy. His whole body was numb for a moment. He couldn't use his internal energy and lightness techniques. Was he going to fall to his death? He looked at the grayish-blue sky. White clouds had appeared at some point. He saw his father's gentle and kind smile. He hadn't avenged his father. Was he going to die in vain? At the critical moment, a figure in a dark blue Taoist robe soared into the air from behind. The figure grabbed his waist, which was clad in armor, and brought him down slowly. His toes touched the ground and his whole body sank. Then he turned his head to look at the man who had appeared out of thin air. His eyes flashed fiercely. Ox nose? Taoist Qingfeng ignored him. He only raised his head and looked at the 5 swordsmen on the city gate tower with cold eyes. He said lightly, "His life is mine." The aces of the sword hut all frowned. That boy was already difficult to deal with. Why was there another one? Yu Liuyi's almond eyes widened. This stinking Taoist seems very strong. Capture him. I want both of them. I want to use them to test medicine. The 5 aces of the sword hut flew down from the city gate tower. Taoist Qingfeng looked at the pale Liao Chen and said, "You're injured." Liao Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "It's nothing. Why are you here?" Taoist Qingfeng said, "I should be the one asking you this. But before you answer me, I have another question." Liao Chen didn't argue with Liao Chen on account of Liao Chen's kindness. "Go on." Taoist Qingfeng held a bag of dried buns in his hand. He asked seriously, "Is this Zhangxue Pass?" Liao Chen was speechless. Zhangxue Pass was in the northeast. This was the northwest. Chapter 871. The newest chapter of the book is not finished yet. Liao Chen's expression was indescribable. Did this guy get lost again? How did he get lost from the northeast to the northwest? Liao Chen suppressed the urge to twitch his mouth and said calmly, "This isn't Zhangxue Pass. Speaking of which, did the Feng family swap missions with Wang Su to escort the emperor's grandson to the Qin kingdom for peace?" Taoist Qingfeng said, "Feng Wuxia wanted to eat lamb buns, so I went to buy them for him. I told him not to run around and to follow Prince Changsun. I think he got lost with Prince Changsun and the others." Liao Chen looked at the 3 buns that had dried to stone in the bamboo bag and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. "You're the one who got lost, right? How long have you been lost? Can't you ask for directions?" Well, this guy never asked for directions. He didn't think he was lost at all. As long as I don't ask, I'm not lost. Having a bad sense of direction isn't scary, but it's scary to think you're a road hog. Liao Chen shook his head and sighed. "How can anyone be like you? Are you living in heaven?" Taoist Qingfeng didn't hear clearly and looked at him strangely. "What did you say?" Liao Chen's peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly. His murderous aura faded and he smiled evilly like a demonic monk. "I said you're a natural-born immortal. It must be hard for you to come down." Taoist Qingfeng didn't understand, but he didn't care. He looked at the people across from him and asked, "Why do these people want to kill you? And why are you dressed like this?" Liao Chen said lightly, "When 2 countries are at war, I'll fight. They're the Jin army." "Jin army?" Taoist Qingfeng paused and said seriously, "Okay, I'll kill them first. Then I'll take your life myself." Liao Chen smiled. The 2 seemed to have talked a lot, but in reality not much time had passed. The 5 swordsmen of the sword hut had been observing their breath and internal energy to determine their martial arts and weaknesses. Unfortunately, they didn't find anything. "Attack together," the leading swordsman said. The 5 of them wielded long swords and charged at Taoist Qingfeng and Liao Chen. Taoist Qingfeng put the dried buns on the stone lion beside him. He was not used to using weapons, so he started to fight with them with his bare hands. Liao Chen didn't use any weapons either. The swordsman thought that Liao Chen had lost his weapon and suffered internal injuries, so his strength would be greatly reduced. Who would have thought that when Liao Chen attacked, the swordsman would feel great pressure? Liao Chen said coldly, "That was just a sneak attack. Do you really think you can beat me fair and square?" As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed his palm down and sent the 2 swordsmen flying. Taoist Qingfeng frowned. "Is this guy's kung fu so powerful?" The other three saw that Liao Chen was not easy to deal with, so they targeted Taoist Qing Feng, thinking that it would be easier. Taoist Master Qing Feng leaped into the air and landed on the ground. He slammed his palm on the ground and shouted, "Leave! Get! Break!" With him as the center, a powerful internal force attacked the two swordsmen on his left and right. Li was the east and Ken was the west. The two swordsmen had unknowingly walked into his formation. It was almost the same situation as 5th Master Han and Gu Changqing. The difference was that the selection of the Black Wind Cavalry's commander was a competition, so he didn't kill them. This time he was using his true strength. The two swordsmen were sent crashing into the pillars on both sides. The pillars collapsed, and the two swordsmen fell heavily to the ground. Even their weapons flew to the side. Cultivators did not kill. But he was a citizen of the Yan Kingdom first, and then a Taoist of Baiyun Temple. Everyone was responsible for the rise and fall of the country. Close. Open. Break. Taoist Master Qing Feng slammed his palm down again. Liao Chen's expression changed and he leaped onto the roof. The other two swordsmen were not so lucky. They were hit by Taoist Master Qing Feng again, and their dantians were destroyed. They died on the spot. Liao Chen jumped lightly and landed steadily in front of Taoist Master Qing Feng. He said with a faint smile, "Taoist Master Qing Feng, your strength is very surprising." Taoist Master Qing Feng said expressionlessly, "When I kill you, I'll be even more surprised." Then he slammed his palm in Liao Chen's direction. Liao Chen's eyes flashed. He raised his fist and punched in Taoist Master Qing Feng's direction. Their fists and palms passed each other in the air, hitting the sneak attackers behind each other at the same time. They were the two swordsmen who had been sent flying by Liao Chen. Now that they were hit again, no matter how strong they were, they couldn't take it anymore. Their legs gave way and they died. Taoist Master Qing Feng looked coldly at Liao Chen. Next Before he could finish, Liao Chen suddenly stepped forward. His left arm touched Taoist Master Qing Feng's waist, and he pushed Taoist Master Qing Feng behind him. His other palm slammed into the last swordsman's chest. Now 5 swordsmen were dead. On the tower, Yu Liui stomped her feet in exasperation. "Useless. You can't even defeat a Taoist and Shen Yuan Zi. What's the use of having you? I told you to send your sword hut's protectors over. What are these disciples trying to do?" These people weren't ordinary disciples. They were the most talented swordsmen in the sword hut. Otherwise they wouldn't have been called to Puqing by Elder Lu. They could only blame Liao Chen and Taoist Master Qing Feng for being too strong. After Liao Chen killed the last person, he immediately let go of someone's waist and used his Qinggong to leap onto the roof. Taoist Master Qing Feng frowned. "You want to escape?" Liao Chen curled his lips and said lightly, "I'll go kill someone first. After I'm done, I'll deal with you and me. By the way, I'll leave that child to you." With that, he pointed at the alley and disappeared in a flash. Taoist Master Qing Feng looked at the child in the alley who was too scared to cry. He frowned, but in the end he didn't chase after Liao Chen. He walked over and took the child's small hand. Outside the city gate, the Black Wind Cavalry and Shadow Division were fighting fiercely with the House of Han's Black Storm Cavalry. 5th Grandfather Han was helped to the side by his servants. He sat on the cold ground with his back against the city wall. He watched the House of Han's Black Storm Cavalry fall one by one. Suddenly he felt powerless. Had all his years of perseverance been a mistake? Had all his efforts been wasted? Why couldn't they defeat the Black Wind Cavalry even though they were stronger? The House of Han's war horses were stronger than the Black Wind Cavalry. Their tolerance for pain was also much higher. However, the Black Wind Cavalry had an unyielding will in their bones. They could suffer, they could die, but they would never retreat. He thought that with the strongest warhorse he could train an unparalleled cavalry. Only now did he realize that being strong didn't equate to being powerful. The House of Han's Black Storm Cavalry might really lose. No, there was still the Black Demon Horse. There was still a chance. The Black Demon Horse was one of the few Black Storm Cavalry on the battlefield that wasn't affected. It was in the prime of its life and was young and strong. It wouldn't allow itself to lose to an old horse. It wanted to take back its position as the king of the horses. It launched its most powerful attack at the Black Wind King. With its speed and explosive power, the Black Wind King would definitely lose half of its life. The people around all broke out in cold sweat. Unfortunately, they were in the middle of a battle and couldn't rush over to save the Black Wind King. The Black Wind King panted slightly. It looked at the warhorse that was galloping towards it. It didn't seem to have any extra strength left to take the hit. Its body trembled and fell down weakly. Li Shen's expression changed. Black Wind King. The Black Demon Horse stepped over the Black Wind King and returned to its original position proudly and excitedly. It had defeated the old horse. It was the true king of war horses. It raised its front hooves and declared its absolute dominance. At that moment, the Black Wind King, who had fallen to the ground, suddenly jumped up and bit the Black Demon Horse's neck. The Black Demon Horse howled in pain. It began to struggle with all its might, trying to shake off the Black Wind King. Unfortunately, the Black Wind King didn't let it go. It could only surrender or die. The Black Demon Horse finally used up its last bit of strength. It whimpered and knelt before the Black Wind King. Fifth Master Han closed his eyes in pain. The House of Han. They had lost. Han Yi was no match for Gu Jiao, so he called the Han family's death warriors to besiege her. Gu Jiao didn't hesitate at all, killing one person with a single spear strike. Han Yi was injured, so the Han family's guards escorted him away. Gu Jiao chuckled. You want to leave? Not so easy. Fifth Master Han allowed you to take him away because he wanted to spare Shinchen's life. But who did Han Yi think he was? He was the Black Wind King who wanted to kill her. Gu Jiao raised her red-tasseled spear and mounted her horse. Boss, chase after it. At that moment, Yu Liui flew down and shot a round of hidden weapons at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao chuckled. You think I don't have hidden weapons? She took out a mechanism box and threw it at the densely packed hidden weapons. Master Lu had made a mechanism box for Gu Yen and Gu Shaoshan, and they both gave it to her. She hadn't tested the power of the two mechanism boxes yet. She first heard a light crisp sound as if a silver needle had hit the mechanism box, followed by the sound of a wheel turning. In the next second, the mechanism box suddenly scattered, and the hidden weapons shot out like a fairy scattering flowers. Not only did they block all of Yu Liui's silver needles and darts, but they also shot down the Han family soldiers around her. Even Yu Liui herself was hit by an almost invisible silver needle. Ah! Yu Liui cried out in pain. The silver needle was poisonous, and Yu Liui's left shoulder and entire left arm instantly lost feeling. She held her left arm and fiercely looked at Gu Jiao. You dare hurt me? Gu Jiao arrogantly said, so what if I hurt you? I still want to kill you. Gu Jiao said. Of the 4 generals under Gong Sun Yu, Yu Liui was the most ruthless. 9 years later she would be a very troublesome enemy. Gu Jiao wouldn't give her a chance to grow stronger. Gu Jiao stabbed her spear towards Yu Liui. This was one of the last 2 moves forced out by Xin Yuanqi at Ghost Mountain. Even Xin Yuanqi was forced to retreat, let alone Yu Liui. Yu Liui's stomach was cut. She was furious. Who are you? Gu Jiao said indifferently, why do you care who I am? Yu Liui didn't want to die on the battlefield of the Han family. She gritted her teeth and threw out a black fire pearl, which exploded into a cloud of smoke. She took advantage of the chaos to escape. Gu Jiao looked at her back and didn't chase after her. You don't know that Puqing is surrounded on all sides, right? You're just a turtle in a jar if you escape into the city. The Han family's morale was already gone. Gu Jiao took the opportunity to lead the Shadow Division to the city wall. She cut down the Jin Kingdom's flag with her spear and put the Yen Kingdom's flag back on the towering city wall. Chapter 872. In October, the first snow fell in Sangshui Pass. At night, Feng Wuxia wore a thick cloak and held a hand warmer in both hands as he paced back and forth in the snow outside the tent. He glanced at the entrance of the camp from time to time. The attendant walked up worriedly and said, Master, it's windy outside. You should go into the tent and warm yourself. Sangshui Pass was cold. When he spoke, his breath was white and the wind hurt when it blew on his face. Feng Wuxia sighed. I'm not going in. I want to wait for my brother. The attendant quickly said, Eldest young master will be fine. Feng Wuxia blamed himself. If I had known, I wouldn't have craved the mutton buns. His brother took 3 years to get home from the mountain and 3 months to get out of the forest. This time he got lost halfway. He did not know when he would reunite with them again. The attendant laughed dryly. Well, you just said it casually. Who would have thought that eldest young master would not sleep in the middle of the night and run off to buy you buns? It was a long story. On the way they met a famous bun shop. Because the business was so good, the bun would be sold out the moment it opened. Taoist Qing Feng waited in front of the bun shop in the middle of the night so that his brother could eat the buns. Then, there was no then. Feng Wuxia had a mission to negotiate and could not wait for his brother. He could only leave a few guards to search the area while he followed Prince Changsun to Sangshui Pass. Feng Wuxiu continued, also I shouldn't have swapped missions with Wang Su. If I went to Chishui Pass I wouldn't have bumped into that bun shop. If I hadn't bumped into it I wouldn't have craved it. The attendant said, Chishui Pass has crispy duck. It's crispy and fried with honey and sesame. It's delicious. Feng Wuxiu swallowed his saliva. What flavor? The attendant was speechless. In another tent, a handsome man wearing a silver fox cloak sat in front of a small table. He picked up a pen with his slender fingers and dipped it in ink to write a letter. Two muffled groans came from outside, and the air was filled with the warm smell of blood. Not long after, Long Yi carried his long sword which was wiped clean with ice and snow and entered the tent. It's the 13th wave, right? Xiao Heng said calmly, Jin's state is really persistent. As soon as the news of the Emperor's son Dong negotiating for peace spread, the Jin nation attached great importance to it. Along the way, Jin nation continuously sent experts to assassinate him for three purposes. First, destroy the peace talks with the Qin nation. Secondly, he could use the death of the emperor's grandson to suppress the morale of the Yan army. Third, cut off the possibility of using the state of Qin to deal with the state of Zhao. Long Yi sat cross-legged beside him. Xiao Heng turned his head and brushed the snowflakes off his shoulders. Long Yi was very quiet. He didn't make any noise and allowed his little master to approach him. There were not many people who could get so close to the sky splitter. The memory related to Heaven Splitter seemed to be gradually awakening, and the expression of Long Yi and his aura were also undergoing subtle changes. Xiao Heng felt as if he was losing Long Yi, but he didn't stop Long Yi from recovering his memories. He asked, Long Yi, the letter I asked you to deliver to the Qin nation's military camp, did you deliver it to that person? Long Yi nodded. Although he still couldn't speak, Long Yi was no longer unable to communicate with others like before. Xiao Heng smiled with relief. Long Yi, it's time to learn how to read. The sky was just beginning to brighten. Outside the blue snow pass, the Yan army had set up a temporary tent in an open space at the border. To express his sincerity, Xiao Heng had been waiting in the tent for a long time. The time written on the letter he asked Long Yi to deliver was 7:15 in the morning. However, the appointed person didn't arrive until 7:15 in the morning. The other party was wearing a purple mink cloak. He had a strong figure, wheat-colored skin, resolute facial features, and a pair of smiling eyes. He was the former hostage of the Zhao nation Yuan Tang. Now he was the crown prince of the Qin nation. Yuan Tang entered the tent with a smile. He took off his cloak and threw it to the accompanying eunuch. Looking at Xiao Lulang he said, Oh, I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be Lord Xiao. Long time no see. I trust you have been well since we last met. Xiao Heng had already stated his identity on the letter. Xiao Heng raised his hand and motioned for him to sit down. Yuan Tang sat down opposite Xiao Heng and calmly narrowed his eyes. Xiao Lulang, what's going on? Aren't you from the Zhao nation? Why did you go to the Yan nation as an envoy? I heard that the eldest grandson of the Yan nation wants to negotiate with the Qin nation. Why don't I see him? In the tent, other than the two of them, there were also Long Yi, a eunuch, and two men of sacrifice from the Qin nation. Xiao Heng calmly said, I am the eldest grandson of the great Yan nation. Yuan Tang was stunned. The eunuch beside Xiao Heng poured tea for Yuan Tang. Yuan Tang raised his hand and motioned for him to withdraw. The eunuch bowed and retreated behind Xiao Heng. Yuan Tang stared at Xiao Heng without blinking and sized him up from top to bottom for a long time. Xiao Lulang, are you playing with me? You are clearly, Xiao Heng calmly said, my name is Xiao Heng. Xiao Lulang is my temporary identity. My father is the Marquis Xianping of the Zhao nation. My mother is the Princess of Xinyang. My birth mother is the Crown Princess of Great Yan. Yuan Tang opened his mouth wide. The amount of information was too much for him to digest. Horizontal was a knife, vertical was also a knife. Either way he would be shocked. It was better to shock him all at once. Xiao Heng didn't hesitate and continued, Jiao Jiao has already been adopted by the Duke of Angua of Great Yan. She is the future successor of the Duke of Angua. She is also the newly appointed commander of Black Wind Cavalry. This time she will follow the Crown Princess to battle. If you must fight, then fight with us. Jiao Jiao said that you once owed her a favor. She wrote you a personal letter. As Xiao Heng spoke, he took out a letter from his wide sleeve and placed it on the small table in front of the two. Yuan Tang was about to reach out to take it, but Xiao Heng pressed his hand down on the letter. Yuan Tang looked at Xiao Heng in confusion. Xiao Heng said seriously, I came to talk to you not because I have this letter. You can still owe Jiao Jiao a favor. I came to make a deal with you. Yuan Tang smiled and slowly withdrew his hand. What kind of deal do you want to make with this prince? This prince will say the ugly words in advance. This prince doesn't believe a single word you said just now. You are Xiao Lulang, not the grandson of Great Yan's emperor. Xiao Hing nodded. Very well. I'm not making a deal with you as the grandson of Great Yan's emperor. Yuan Tang had been shocked again and again today. He had no idea what Xiao Lulang was planning. He sneered and said, "Don't tell me you want your loyalists to capture me and use me as a hostage to blackmail the Qin kingdom?" Xiao Hing said, "There are too many people in the Qin kingdom's imperial court who want you dead. If I really capture you, they would be more than happy to see you die in my hands. Why would they be blackmailed by me?" Yuan Tang's smile froze. Your position as the crown prince is not stable. When your uncle Rong Yao helped Prince Bo plot a rebellion, it was you who personally brought an imperial edict to arrest him. Although he died at the hands of Prince Bo, didn't he also die at your hands? The Rong clan has long been in harmony with you. Forgive me for being blunt, but the one who is truly suffering from internal and external troubles is you. Yuan Tang said, "That's why I have to win this war and get enough wealth from the Yan kingdom." Xiao Hing asked, "Do you really think you have extra energy to deal with the Yan kingdom?" Yuan Tang looked at him strangely. "What do you mean?" Xiao Heng sighed regretfully. "The army of Zhao Kingdom has arrived at the western border of the Qin Kingdom. If we and Zhao Kingdom start a war against the Qin Kingdom at the same time, I don't know if the Qin Kingdom can withstand it." When I say we, I mean Zhao Kingdom, Yan Kingdom, and Zhao Kingdom. Yuan Tang frowned. "You?" Xiao Heng said calmly, "If you don't believe me, you can go back and wait. I promise you, in less than 3 days, the news of the Zhao Kingdom's army arriving at the city will be delivered to you by your spies." Yuan Tang clenched his fingers and said coldly, "Zhao Kingdom won't help you. Besides, Zhao Kingdom didn't have the guts to do so." Xiao Heng smiled faintly. "It's a long journey for Zhao Kingdom to attack the Yan Kingdom. The loss outweighs the gain. How can it be faster than directly dividing your neighboring kingdom? Besides, Zhao Kingdom already believes that Zhao Kingdom and the Yan Kingdom will send troops to attack the Qin Kingdom. So, you don't have to worry that they don't have the guts to take a share of the loot." Yuan Tang said sarcastically, "How can they believe that?" Xiao Heng said calmly, "Young Master Gu family army of Zhao Kingdom and Mr. Meng, the chess saint of 6 kingdoms, have already sneaked into Zhao Kingdom. I think these 2 people are enough to gain the trust of Zhao Kingdom." When Yuan Tang heard this, he couldn't keep calm anymore. You, don't go too far. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Xiao Heng sighed. "Actually, it doesn't matter whether I'm the eldest grandson of the emperor or not. What matters is that I can prevent the Qin Kingdom from being attacked by the other 3 kingdoms. Make your choice, Prince of Qin Kingdom." Yuan Tang slapped the table. "Xiao Lulang, you're looting a burning house. Does Jiao Jiao know that you're so despicable?" Xiao Heng didn't even lift his eyelids. "You'd better think about how to deal with the attack of the other 3 kingdoms." As he spoke, he stood up slowly and walked out of the tent. When he was at the door, he stopped as if he suddenly thought of something and said pleasantly, "But if you're willing to cooperate with me, I can guarantee that I'll share the Jin Kingdom with you." Jin Kingdom? Yuan Tang was stunned again. Let Yuan Tang fall into a desperate situation first, and then draw a big picture for Yuan Tang. No one could withstand it. And as long as Yuan Tang agreed to join the Yan Kingdom, it would be much easier to deal with the Zhao Kingdom. "Your Majesty of the Zhao Kingdom, if you're not willing to accept the negotiation, then the Yan Kingdom, the Zhao Kingdom, and the Qin Kingdom can only declare war on you. The Qin Kingdom won't help you. The Yan Kingdom can't even take care of itself. How can they fight us? This is a letter from the Prince of the Qin Kingdom. He has agreed to form an alliance with the Yan Kingdom. As for the Yan Kingdom, Xiang City has sent news of victory, and the Liang Kingdom has surrendered, taking down the Zhao Kingdom and the Qin Kingdom without losing a single soldier. This is called subduing the enemy's troops without fighting." Chapter 873. The key to this peace talk was Yuan Tang. The premise of taking down the 2 countries was based on Yuan Tang's agreement to the peace talk. If Yuan Tang refused, then things would not go well in Zhao State. Will Yuan Tang's crown prince of Qin State agree? After Yuan Tang left, an old general accompanying him in the tent asked. Xiao Heng flipped through the report on the table. "Find a way to send the report of Xiang City's victory to Qin State. If there was no news of Liang State's defeat, it might be a little tricky. But now it was foolproof. Yuan Tang was an ambitious crown prince. He was not willing to be a puppet crown prince, so he urgently needed to make military achievements and establish his reputation in the imperial court, the army, and the people. But if he was destined to lose, then Yuan Tang's risk would be the last hurdle to destroy Yuan Tang. Prince Chang's son. A guard's voice came from outside the door. His tone was obviously a little strange. Xiaoheng understood and said, "Come in." The guard led a man dressed as a cook into the tent. The man had been here once before, so Xiaoheng and the old general were not unfamiliar with him. The two looked at him. He cupped his hands and bowed, saying in standard Yen state language, "Prince Chang, son of the great Yen state, my master wants to ask you, what do you think? My master can give what the crown prince can give, and what the crown prince can't give, my master can give." Xiaoheng said without hesitation, "I'm not interested in the internal strife of Qin state. If you have the ability, let your crown prince be the crown prince of Qin state first." The cook smiled. "Your Highness, do you really think that Yuan Tang's crown prince will agree? Even if he agrees, he won't be able to achieve anything. I'm afraid he will drag Yen state down." Xiaoheng said casually, "I only know that he became the crown prince, but your crown prince didn't." His words caused the cook's face to turn red. Naturally, he was not a real cook. Instead, he was a subordinate of the Qin state's second prince. He rushed up angrily and said sarcastically, "I think your Yen kingdom has been too arrogant for too long. Do you really think that you can defeat Jin and Liang by joining forces with a few inferior countries? What an idiotic dream. Your country of Yen has been besieged on all sides. My Highness is willing to cooperate with you, which is giving you face. A wise man submits to circumstances. Don't think too highly of yourself in the Yen kingdom." The old general unsheathed his sword and stood up with a murderous aura. "You bastards! How dare you disrespect the eldest grandson of the great Yen emperor?" The cook trembled in fear. Xiaoheng said faintly, "Forget it, General Fu. After all, he is not from the Yen kingdom. It's not up to us to punish him. I'll have to trouble General Fu to make a trip personally and send this person to the Qin nation's crown prince." It just so happened that he brought the news of Ziyang City's victory to them. Two birds with one stone. Xiaoheng was a person who did good deeds without leaving his name behind. However, he could not do that in the political arena. He could not hide his kindness to his allies. He must let Yuan Tang know everything that was beneficial to Yuan Tang. The man was shocked. "How dare you?" The old general chopped him to the ground with a hand knife and tied him up with a rope. Xiaoheng said faintly, "You all think that the Yen kingdom is going to fall. You can't wait to ride on our heads. Go back and tell your masters that the Yen kingdom will win this war." Pu City. After a fierce battle, the Black Wind Cavalry and the Dark Shadow Division successfully broke through the South City Gate. The Yen kingdom's flag once again fluttered above their own land. The soldiers of the garrison battalion were very excited. Who said that the garrison battalion could not fight? Didn't they break through the South City Gate? Zhao Dengfeng fell on his butt and sat on the ground. He said breathlessly, "Those bastards from the Han family are so damn tough." It was an indisputable fact that the Han family's warhorses were strong. They and the Dark Shadow Division had fought with all their strength and lives. They had used their unyielding belief and fighting spirit to kill those troublesome fellows. "I'm so tired," Zhao Dengfeng said breathlessly. Li Shun supported his body with a knife and glanced at him coldly. He said while panting, "Who told you to indulge in debauchery and waste your energy?" Zhao Dengfeng was not happy. Hey, you're accusing me wrongly. When did I indulge in debauchery? Didn't I just do it for others to see? You're such a stubborn person. So what if you agree with the Han family? You spend the Han family's money to do your own thing and then stab the Han family in the back. This is so fucking annoying. When he and Li Shun left the military camp around the same time, the Han family wanted them to go underground and secretly contact the old subordinates of the Shenyuan family for them. Li Shun did not agree and said that he would not let the Shenyuan family down in this life. Then he left without taking a single copper coin. Zhao Dengfeng was much more tactful. Wenren Chong glanced at the two and said seriously, "You two stop arguing. Han Yi has escaped. Besides, there are 20,000 Han family soldiers in the city. They should be under the command of the fourth Master Han. Our mission is not finished yet." "I know." Zhao Dengfeng smiled. He quickly recovered his strength and mounted his horse in high spirits. "Bastards of the Han family, your grandpa Zhao is here." Li Shun frowned. "Can you not talk like the young commander?" Zhao Dengfeng said, "I just want to learn. You sound so arrogant." Wenren Chong looked around. "Wait, where is the young commander?" Li Shun said, "He was on the gate tower." They looked up at the same time, but Gu Jiao's figure was long gone. The three of them looked at each other, and an ominous premonition surged in their hearts at the same time. Wen Renchang's eyes turned cold. "Not good. It's a trap. Go to the gate tower." "Ah, we've been tricked." Yu Liui's bell-like laughter came from the gate tower. She didn't run away at all. Instead, she hid in the dark room of the gate tower through a special mechanism. Now there was another guest in the dark room. Yu Liui looked up with a smile and looked at Gu Jiao, who was standing on a wooden cross. She said with an innocent face, "You are the Black Wind Cavalry's commander? You look very young, but you dared to hurt me. I have to ask you for a little compensation." It all started when Gu Jiao went up the gate tower. After she put the Yen Kingdom's flag on the roof, she inadvertently heard an unusual noise under the roof. She went into the house and released the kidnapped civilian, but it ended up like this. The floorboards suddenly retreated, leaving only 2 floating planks that crossed under her feet, barely supporting her. She couldn't jump out, climb up, or walk down because she was surrounded by a cage made of the snow domain's heavenly silkworm silk. There were hundreds of heavenly silks. Even if she had the silver silk gloves, she couldn't destroy so many heavenly silks in an instant. If she tried to break in, the most likely result would be her body being cut up, leaving only her hands intact. Yu Liui said with a smile, "What's the point of saving a cheap civilian's life? Yu Yen Kingdom's generals are too soft-hearted." Gu Jiao said, "This is not soft-hearted. Unfortunately, people like you will never understand." She wasn't a normal person either. Every day she endured the torture of slaughter chi. But her godfather said that sometimes people don't bully the weak because they are soft-hearted, but a strong person must have their own pride. Strong people don't live to bully, they live to protect. Yu Liui said with a smile, "I don't understand, but I won't be as stupid as your Yen Kingdom's generals. You, the 7 sons of Shenyuan and that Shenyuan Qi, you are all people who shed blood for a group of lowly civilians. I am only loyal to my lord. Exchanging a civilian for the life of the Black Wind Cavalry's commander, it's worth it." Yu Liui sat in a hanging basket. After she finished speaking, she waved at Gu Jiao, "Goodbye, Black Wind Cavalry's commander." She snapped her fingers and the person at the bottom activated the mechanism. Her hanging basket slowly moved down, and finally entered a dark room underground. The mechanism above Gu Jiao's head also began to turn. It was a huge winch and it was above the heavenly silks. Every time the winch turned, the heavenly silks would tighten towards Gu Jiao. "Young commander." It was Zhao Dengfeng's voice. The three of them found the room on the tower. They saw Gu Jiao standing on 2 planks and her feet were in the air. This was too dangerous. The three of them rushed forward without any explanation, wanting to save Gu Jiao. "Don't come over," Gu Jiao said. The three of them stopped in their tracks. Gu Jiao said, "There's heavenly silks of the heavenly silks." The three of them blocked the light so they could not see. They scattered to the side, and with the light and angle they could see the intertwined threads in the room. There was actually so much heavenly silks of the heavenly silks, the three of them were stunned. The planks under her feet were very narrow, so Gu Jiao had to maintain perfect balance to not let herself fall. She gently placed the red tasseled spear on the planks, and slowly took out the heavenly silk's gloves and put them on. She wanted to try and tear a hole. But when she moved one of the threads, the winch increased its strength and turned twice. The heavenly silks of the heavenly silks tightened around her by an inch. One of the red tasseled spear's red tasseled spear was cut off. Wen Renchong stared. "Winch? Stop the winch." The problem was, how could they stop the winch? They tried to use weapons and hidden weapons, but before they could touch the winch, the heavenly silks of the heavenly silks were cut into pieces. The winch turned again and a small piece of the plank was cut off. When the plank was completely cut, Gu Jiao would fall and be cut into pieces by the heavenly silks of the heavenly silks of the heavenly silks below. "What should we do?" Zhao Dengfeng asked. Wen Renchong frowned. "We can only do it from the roof. You two go up to the roof and I will tell you what to do." The two of them nodded and used their qing gong to go up to the roof. Wen Renchong stood at the door and stared at the winch's position. "A little to the right, yes, that tile. Take it away and be careful not to trigger the mechanism." The two of them carefully took away the tile on the roof, and finally saw the winch below. Li Shun pulled out his long sword and stabbed it down, and it was stuck in the shaft of the winch. Success. Zhao Dengfeng let out a long sigh of relief. As soon as his voice fell, a ka sound was heard. The winch was so strong that it broke Li Shun's long sword. To make matters worse, the spinning speed of the winch began to increase abruptly. The snowland heavenly silkworm's silk came from all directions, cutting towards Gu Jiao. Wenren Chong felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Zhao Dengfeng, where is your sword? Zhao Dengfeng broke out in cold sweat. The capstan is spinning too fast. I can't get it in. Wenren Chong shouted, even if you can't get in, you still have to get in. The young commander will lose his life. Zhao Dengfeng was so anxious that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. I want it too. I really can't get stuck. It's over, it's really over. The snow domain heavenly silkworm silk was about to encircle them. Bang! A sharp sword chi pierced through the air from behind the two of them, sending them flying away in a domineering manner. Even half of the roof was blown away. Wenren Chong was standing at the door of the room. He was unable to open his eyes due to the sudden burst of smoke, dust, and debris. Little commander! Li Xin shouted. A stalwart figure descended from the sky and knelt on one knee on the beam of the house. Holding the black iron longsword with both hands, he swung it down viciously and blocked the spinning capstan. Everyone broke out in cold sweat. They looked at the expert who had appeared in the sky in disbelief. Wasn't this the old man who had been guarding the little commander's tent for the past few days and forbade anyone from visiting the unconscious little commander? They had heard that he had gone to Pu City to gather information. He looked quite old. How could his martial arts be so strong? Gu Jiao looked up at the old marquis who had descended from the sky. So, it was my sworn brother. My sworn brother was so powerful. Give me your mysterious power. The old marquis ignored the glances of his brothers. He found the mechanism under the capstan and removed the snow domain heavenly silkworm silk around Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao, who had no idea that she had already fallen off the horse, picked up the red tasseled spear on the wooden board and reached out her hand to the old marquis. Pull me up. The old marquis looked at this impudent little girl who had teased him. He was so angry that he couldn't vent his anger. He had nothing better to do than to take care of this little girl. Wasn't she quite capable? Come up if you have the ability. If you can't do it, throw him down. He would take care of her again. He wasn't Gu Chao. Gu Jiao pointed to her little foot. She had sprained her ankle. Half an hour later, the old marquis expressionlessly carried Gu Jiao down the city gate tower. Chapter 874. The latest chapter is not finished yet. Novels with content that could not be found online are all available here. After the South Gate was broken, the Han family members were defeated and fled. The Jin army did not send reinforcements. Indeed, the Jin army did not care about the Han family members, but the final reason was that the other 3 gates were also under attack. Marquis Xian Ping stole the advanced siege weapons from the Liang people, which made the situation worse for the Jin army. The Jin army had the geographical advantage and could defend the city with half of their forces. Now they had to go all out. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when Gu Jiao was successfully rescued. The people that were rescued by Gu Jiao were taken away by Wenren Chong. He found a cavalry to send them to a nearby hospital. The rest were on standby, waiting for the next mission. The old marquis placed Gu Jiao on a small stone by the street. The Black Wind King came over and sniffed her. Gu Jiao was about to say, "I'm fine," when she glanced at the old marquis and patted him. Wenren Chong and the other 2 walked over. Zhao Dengfeng looked at Gu Jiao and asked, "Little commander, are you okay?" Gu Jiao took out a small book and wrote, "I'm fine." The 3 frowned. What happened? Why did she write? Did her throat go hoarse? The old marquis put his hands behind his back and stood to the side with a cold face. There was an unknown anger in his heart that he could not vent. After coming to the Yen kingdom for so long, he had learned a lot of the Yen language. He could understand simple words and speak a little. He heard the 3 old subordinates of the Shenyuan family mention a name, Han Yi. "I'll go catch him." Li Xin said. "I'll go." Zhao Dengfeng said, "Your arm is injured. Let the doctor bandage it for you." Li Xin looked at his left arm and said, "It's just a small injury." Wenren Chong said, "You 2 stay here and guard the city. Lord Zhou and I will go and capture them." The old marquis opened his mouth and hesitated for a moment. Then he spoke in the language of the Yen kingdom that was not very standard. "Is that Han Yi in his 20s? Is he very young?" The 3 of them nodded in unison. "Yes." The old marquis pointed to an alley not far away. "Is the person tied up inside the alley the one you want to catch?" Zhao Dengfeng hurriedly ordered 2 cavalrymen to carry the unconscious man out of the alley. The few of them took a closer look. Who else could it be but Han Yi? Zhao Dengfeng's mouth twitched. "You know Han Yi?" The old marquis replied, I don't know him. I thought he was a deserter. Everyone? Gu Jiao nodded seriously and gave the old Marquis a thumbs up. Big brother, as expected of you. Old Marquis, all right. Han Yi had been dealt with, but things weren't over yet. Zhao Dengfeng angrily said, there's still one more month, Lu Yi. The mechanism just now was set up by her. She almost killed the young commander. I must catch her. I'll tear her to pieces. When the three of them arrived at the gate tower, although they didn't see Lu Yi, they heard her arrogant and vicious voice. The few of them were very angry at her. She was so young, but she was so vicious. They had to kill her quickly. Otherwise, who knew how many people she would harm if she was left alive? Wen Renchong said, there seems to be a mechanism under the gate tower. Let's go look for it later. The old Marquis was silent for a moment before speaking again. Maybe, there's no need. The few of them looked at him in unison. Zhao Dengfeng asked in a daze, you didn't catch her too, did you? No, the old Marquis said. The three of them let out a long sigh of relief. That's right. You Louis had just left and you appeared. How could you catch her in such a short time? You didn't give the experts a chance to live at all. The old Marquis said, I just activated the mechanism in the underground house. She should be trapped inside now. The three of them? The old Marquis had been gathering information in Puff City these past few days, but he hadn't infiltrated the army camp or the city lord's mansion. Instead, he had followed a few suspicious soldiers to a gambling house outside the mansion. Yu Lui had taken over the gambling house and turned it into a den for her to test out medicine and mechanisms. The old Marquis had set his sights on Yu Lui. In the past few days, he had followed Yu Lui's tracks and investigated all of the mechanisms she had set up in Puff City. Then where do we go in? Zhao Dengfeng asked. The old Marquis pointed in a direction. It's behind that door. Yu Lui was a dangerous person. The three of them didn't let anyone else do the work and went to investigate the situation themselves. In the end, they really did find the secret room and saw Yu Lui pressed to the ground by a huge jack. Yu Lui's leg bones had been crushed and several of her ribs had been broken. Her dantian had been destroyed and she had spat out a mouthful of blood. She probably never dreamed that she would be destroyed by the mechanism she had set up. The next step was to formulate the next step of the plan. The Han family still had 20,000 soldiers in the city and the old Marquis didn't agree to chase after them. The old Marquis said, it's easy to take down the south gate and it's also easy to break the defense. If the Jin army finds that they are no match for them and wants to retreat from the south gate, what do you plan to do? Do you plan to let them go or defend the gate? That's right. After all, this wasn't Jin's territory. The Jin army wouldn't defend it at all costs. At most they would retreat. It seemed that they couldn't move the soldiers here. Gu Jiao took out a small notebook and wrote, Big brother is still the experienced one. He's considerate. Her handwriting wasn't good, but her proud tone was overflowing. The old Marquis turned his face away coldly. Gu Jiao touched her chin. Big brother's mood wasn't good? The officers and soldiers of the Dark Wind Battalion and the Dark Shadow Battalion were resting and reorganizing on the spot. Zhou Ren led his subordinates to set up camp and clean up the battlefield. Zhang Shiyong went to organize and deal with the prisoners of war. Wen Renchong and the other two returned to their respective posts to repair the armor, cook the food and chop firewood. Gu Jiao sat on a stone stool outside the tent and looked at the new intelligence sent by the scouts. The old Marquis sat opposite her and looked at her coldly. She was wearing armor and a helmet. Her face was dirty and she looked like a tomboy. The old Marquis's eyes were cold. He began to shake his legs. After shaking his right leg, he shook his left leg. After shaking his left leg, he changed his posture and continued to shake his legs. Gu Jiao was lost in thought. From time to time she would come up with a strategy in her mind. The old Marquis crossed his arms. After a while, Gu Jiao still didn't look over. He stood up and walked in front of Gu Jiao. His tall and strong figure shrouded Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was slightly stunned. Who thinks I'm naked? Grumbled. Gu Jiao's stomach grumbled. She saw the brocade pouch at the old Marquis's waist. It emitted a tempting fragrance. The old Marquis looked at her drooling face and frowned. He took off the brocade pouch at his waist and threw it to her. There were a few pieces of crispy candy and walnuts in the pouch. Gu Jiao didn't eat much crispy candy. She took out the walnuts. When a normal girl took a walnut, she would hand it to her grandfather delicately and say shyly, the walnuts are too hard. I can't open them. Grandfather, please help me open them. But this girl, she directly grabbed 2 walnuts and smashed them on her helmet with a bang. The image of Jiao Jiao's little granddaughter in the old marquis's mind was smashed. He shivered and looked at Gu Jiao in disbelief. Gu Jiao handed the open walnuts to him. Here, do you want to eat? The old marquis was speechless. On the other side, after Liao Qin and Taoish Qingfeng parted ways, he used his lightness skill to come to the mayor's mansion. He came to kill Gong Sunyu. But when he sneaked into the mayor's mansion and searched carefully, he couldn't find any trace of Gong Sunyu. He stood on the roof and frowned at the mayor's mansion, which was obviously less guarded, and said to himself, "Strange, where did Gong Sunyu go? Your Highness, be careful." In a small cowshed outside Pu City, Mu Qingchen reached out to support Shang Guanyin, who almost stepped on air. Shang Guanyin steadied her body and calmed down, saying, "I'm fine." Mu Qingchen said, "It just rained." The entrance of the tunnel is leaking water, and the road is slippery. Please be careful. This tunnel was the route that Xin Yuanqi took with Gu Jiao and Tang Yueshan. When they came out, Xin Yuanqi didn't activate the mechanism so they could go a second time. Gu Jiao drew a detailed map. Pu City was surrounded by battles. The crown princess took Mu Qingchen and a group of experts to the tunnel to meet with Shang Guanqin. Mu Qingchen took the lead. The group of people held torches and walked down the tunnel. The last person closed the wooden door on the ground. The tunnel was wet. After a few steps, Shang Guanyan's shoes were wet. She didn't care about this little discomfort. Her heart was full of her son. It had been a day and a night. How was the situation in Ghost Mountain? At this time, the battle at the south gate had begun, and the east gate would be soon. She didn't know if Gong Sunyu had sent someone to ask Jie Xingzhou to withdraw. They shouldn't know that the great Yan's imperial grandson was trapped under Ghost Mountain. They wouldn't insist on withdrawing, right? If Jie Xingzhou really didn't withdraw, then this tunnel was the only hope to save them. You must hold on. Mother is coming to save you. Chapter 875. All the Shang Guanyin hasn't been to Ghost Mountain, and Mu Qingchen hasn't. Among the people who accompanied them, there was a native of Pu City. However, he only knew the road above ground and knew nothing about the underground passage. When they came in, they felt dizzy. The group came to a fork in the road, and there were passages on both sides. Now, which way should we go? Shang Guanyin asked. Mu Qingchen raised the lantern, looked at the sheepskin map in his hand and said, "Right?" No matter how well Gu Jiao wrote, the map was very standard and there was nothing confusing about it. Mu Qingchen continued to walk in the front, and Shang Guanyin was anxious to see her son, so she followed closely behind. After walking for a while, Mu Qingchen noticed that her breathing was not right. He stopped and turned to look at her. "Your Highness, are you okay?" Shang Guanyin wiped the cold sweat on her forehead, shook her head and said, "I'm fine, just a little bit out of breath." Mu Qingchen looked up, looked around and softly explained, "This kind of underground passage should be equipped with vents, but because of the rain, some of the vents may be blocked by silt." They were men and martial artists, so it wasn't too difficult for them to breathe. Shang Guanyin was different. She was a woman and she was injured. Mu Qingchen looked at the map and said to Shang Guanqin, "Your Highness, hold on for a while. After walking for a while, the passage will open up and it won't be so stuffy." Shang Guanyin clutched her chest and nodded. The group walked for a while, and the narrow passage really became much more spacious, allowing two people to walk side by side. Shang Guanyan's breathing gradually became better, and her mind became clearer. She began to look and think about the passage. She sincerely sighed, "I really don't know who built such a long passage directly from Ghost Mountain to outside Pu City?" Mu Qingchen agreed, "Yes, it's really shocking." The Ministry of Works of the Imperial Court was in charge of water conservancy, agriculture and engineering, but they couldn't build such a marvelous tunnel. More importantly, why did they build such a tunnel? If it was from the city lord's manor or the army camp, it could be said that it was a convenient route for the army to retreat. However, Ghost Mountain was a desolate place. He really couldn't figure out why the passageway was built there. It was as if someone had predicted the disaster on Ghost Mountain and built a tunnel to save them. Mu Qingchen shook his head. He had fought too many battles recently and was possessed. What kind of nonsense was this? He did not speak of strange forces and chaotic spirits. He focused on finding the way and saving His Highness Zhangsun as soon as possible. The tunnel was extremely dark. They couldn't tell how much time had passed, but they had finally reached the last tunnel on the map. Mu Qingchen said, "Your Highness, we'll enter the cave at the back of the mountain after we turn right. That's where General Xin Yuanqi used to live." He also knew about Shenyuan Qi and his son. Good. Shengguan Yin touched the armor on her waist. Mu Qingchen noticed her careless movement and said, I forgot that your highness is still injured. Why don't your highness rest here for a while? I'll go take a look first. Shengguan Yin said, my injury has already healed. It's just that I haven't walked so far, so my waist is a little sore. She couldn't wait to see her son and didn't want to sit in the same place. Mu Qingchen couldn't stop her and could only let her go. They soon arrived at the cave at the back of the mountain. Saving people was more important, so they didn't stay for long. They directly followed the instructions on Gu Jiao's map, pressed the mechanism on the stone wall, and entered another tunnel. Mu Qingchen said, Lulang said that this place is very close to the village. We should be able to hear the movements of the Jin army. Shengguan Yin listened carefully, but it's very quiet up there. Mu Qingchen nodded, yes. Shengguan Yin frowned, have they already withdrawn? Mu Qingchen analyzed, this is also possible. Just now, when we were in the cave at the back of the mountain, I observed the sky. It's getting late. If Lulang moves quickly, he would have already taken the south gate. General Wang Man and General Chang Wei should also be fighting against the east and west gates. Although the north gate is far away, General Xiao and Swordsman Tang should be here soon. Besieged on all sides, it was difficult for the Jin army not to withdraw their troops from Ghost Mountain. In another small cave that could accommodate more than a dozen people, Mu Qingchen stopped. What's wrong? Shengguan Yin asked. Mu Qingchen looked at the wall in front of him and then at the parchment in his hand and said, there should be a passage here according to the map, but now it's gone. Shengguan Yin asked, did something happen that caused the passage to be closed? After that, the wall in front of him slowly moved, and the stone door was opened. A familiar figure came out. Shengguan Yan's eyes lit up. Shengguan Qing was dressed in a plain white brocade robe, clean and neat, handsome and elegant. The mask on his face had been taken off, revealing a handsome face that was almost the same as Xiao Heng's. There was a charming mole under his right eye. Even if their faces were the same, Shengguan Yin could still distinguish her two sons at a glance. Seeing that her son was safe and sound, she smiled happily. But the next second she couldn't smile, because another figure came out from the passage behind her son. Shengguan Yan's smile turned cold. Gong Sunyu. Gong Sunyu stood beside Shengguan Qing. Behind him, 5 experts came out. One of them was Elder Lu, and the other was Jie Xingzhou. Jie Xingzhou's long sword was pointed at Shengguan Qing's back. Probably no one expected that Gong Sunyu would come to Ghost Mountain instead of guarding the city outside. Mu Qingchen and the accompanying experts pulled out their long swords and surrounded Shengguan Yin in the middle. Shengguan Yin restrained the gentle expression of a mother and restored the aura of a high and mighty crown princess. She said coldly, Gong Sunyu, what do you want to do? Gong Sunyu said indifferently, Your Highness the Crown Princess of the Great Yin, long time no see. Thank you for remembering me. Shengguan Yin smiled faintly, my cousin defeated him. I just happened to remember. When Jin Empire was sent to Yin Empire, Shenyuan Qing fought with Gong Sunyu and Gong Sunyu was defeated. Gong Sunyu was not enraged. Instead he said arrogantly, it's a pity that Shenyuan Qing was shot to death on the city gate tower. If he was still alive, I wouldn't mind sparring with him again. Shenyuan Qing's tragic death was a thorn in Shengguan Yan's heart. He didn't die under the enemy's blade, but was nailed to the city gate tower by his own red-tasseled spear. What a tragic situation. Shengguan Yan's fingernails under her wide sleeves were almost pinched into her flesh, but her face was still calm. My cousin is gone, but my 7th cousin is still alive. If you have the life to go out, you can also find him to have a competition. But I guess the ending won't be any different from many years ago. Gong Sunyu snorted, arrogant. Shengguan Yin said coldly, stop talking nonsense. If you have the ability, then go out and fight. Gong Sunyu smiled faintly, with you in my hands, why do I need to fight? Crown Princess, will you obediently surrender, or will my men come and catch you? Mu Qingchen raised the long sword in his hand. Gong Sunyu didn't look at Mu Qingchen, but continued to look at Shengguan Yin. You should know that your men are no match for me. If you really send them to their deaths, I don't care. Shengguan Yin said, Qingchen, step back. Mu Qingchen turned to look at her, Your Highness. Shengguan Yin nodded slightly, listen to me. As she spoke, she looked at Gong Sunyu and said seriously, I and Crown Princess will go with you. Let them go. Okay. Gong Sunyu generously agreed. Elder Lu said, General, let them go. What if they go to call for reinforcements? Gong Sun Yu said unscrupulously, if they want reinforcements then so be it. With the crown princess and crown princess in my hands, even if there are thousands of soldiers and horses, so what? Don't you think so, crown princess of the great Yen? Shangguan Yen angrily turned her face away, not wanting to pay attention to him. Gong Sun Yu waved his hand. Jie Xingzhou pointed his sword at Mu Qingchen and the others. My lord has agreed to let you go. Why aren't you leaving? If you don't leave I will take action. Shangguan Yen said, all of you leave. This is a military order. A military order is like a mountain, cannot be disobeyed. Mu Qingchen clenched his fists, knelt down on one knee and saluted. Qingchen will take his leave. The group went back the way they came from. Shangguan Yen came in front of her son, raised her hand to touch his thin cheeks and asked worriedly, you have lost weight. Who told you to come to the border? Didn't I tell you to stay in the manor? You are disobedient again. Shangguan Qing lowered his head. This son knows his mistake. Shangguan Yen asked again, did you take your medicine? Shangguan Qing said with grievance, I haven't taken today's medicine. Shangguan Yen hurriedly asked, why didn't you take it? Shangguan Qing glanced at them. Shangguan Yen frowned and coldly looked at Gong Sun Yu. You took my son's medicine? Give it back to me. If anything happens to my son I'll die here. I want to see what you can use to threaten the Yen Kingdom's army. Gong Sun Yu faintly said, give it to him. Jie Xingzhou opened the bag he snatched from Shangguan Qing and rummaged through it. It was full of bottles and jars. Which one is your medicine? Shangguan Qing pointed, that one. Jie Xingzhou, which one? Shangguan Qing, that one. Find it yourself. Jie Xingzhou searched the bag for the daggers and concealed weapons. Shangguan Qing took the bag, squatted on the ground and found a bottle of medicine. He pulled the cork and drank it. Jie Xingzhou secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He almost thought that he was going to cheat. Shangguan Qing suddenly covered his chest and fell to the ground in pain. You poisoned me? Jie Xingzhou's face changed. I didn't. Shangguan Qing rolled on the ground in pain. Shangguan Yan's face turned pale as she rushed over. Qing, ah! Shangguan Qing was in so much pain that his eyes almost popped out. Finally he couldn't bear it anymore and slammed the stone wall. With a crash the ground suddenly opened and he and Shangguan Yan fell down together. Jie Xingzhou flew over and used both hands to press the stone door that was forcefully closing in the ground. Then he saw a playful and cynical handsome face. Shangguan Qing was lying on the soft haystack holding a gun in his arms. His ruffian appearance was completely different from the little sweetheart from before. He hooked up the right corner of his lips and smiled evilly. Goodbye, General Jie. Bang. Jie Xingzhou was sent flying by a shot. Chapter 876. Everything happened so fast that even Gong Sun Yu couldn't react in time. The main reason was that Gong Sun Yu didn't expect Shangguan Qing to make such a move. They were obviously two people who didn't know martial arts. Shangguan Yen once knew it but it was later crippled. In short, Jie Xingzhou was more than enough to catch them. Therefore Gong Sun Yu didn't stop him. Unexpectedly he saw Jie Xingzhou being sent flying in front of him. Even he felt a burst of pressure from the terrifying momentum. This cave was considered a transit point for all the major passages, so it was relatively wide. When Jie Xingzhou hit the ceiling of the cave, the huge impact almost caused the ground to collapse. Dust rustled and fell on everyone's bodies. Gong Sun Yu raised his hand to block the dust from entering his eyes. The rest of the people also covered their faces and heads. The only person who wasn't unfamiliar with this sound was Elder Lu. When he and his companion Elder Zhang entered Ghost Mountain to save Min Hongyi, Shangguan Qing, who claimed to be the Ghost King, used the same method to kill Elder Zhang. This kind of weapon was too powerful. He didn't dare to take the brunt of it, so he didn't avenge Elder Zhang. Instead, he quickly took the seriously injured Min Hongyi and fled. Unfortunately, Min Hongyi's heart was pierced by another brat's silver spear, causing him to only bring back a corpse. He had a lingering fear of this kind of thing last time. Today he experienced it again at such a close distance, which made him even more fearful. He had a very strange feeling that the weapon in Shangguan Qing's hand couldn't be blocked by any expert, no matter how strong they were. Jie Xingzhou fell to the ground, his flesh mangled. He didn't die immediately, but anyone could see that he couldn't be saved. The stone door on the ground quickly closed after Jie Xingzhou was sent flying. Gong Sun Yu went to touch the stone wall that Shangguan Qing had touched, but the stone door didn't react. Gong Sun Yu kicked the stone door open, but Shangguan Qing and Shangguan Yen had already disappeared from the secret room. He jumped down trying to find the passage they had escaped to. However, the walls were solid, so there was only one possibility: the passage had been blocked. He frowned, which was rare. Who set up the mechanism? So exquisite. Compared to this person, Yu Lu Yi's ability was not enough. Great General, what do we do now? Elder Lu suppressed the shock in his heart and asked calmly. Gong Sun Yu coldly said, find them even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Elder Lu said, I'm afraid it won't be easy to find. Gong Sun Yu snorted coldly and said, then set fire to it. I don't believe that they can still hide after I burn the entire passageway into a fire dragon. In another passage, Shengguan Qing and Shengguan Yan confirmed that they were safe for the time being and stopped to catch their breath. Shengguan Yan leaned against the wall behind her, put her hands on her waist, wiped the sweat on her forehead and gasped for breath. Son, why did you come to the border? If it weren't for Jiao Jiao, Mother wouldn't have known that you were trapped in Ghost Mountain. Who is Jiao Jiao? Shengguan Qing asked, puzzled. Shengguan Yan was even more puzzled than him. Haven't you seen him before? She escaped into the Ghost Mountain with Tang Yueshan and took a newborn baby with her. That's right, the child is temporarily in a big family in the city. There is a wet nurse, so he is very safe. In that case, Shengguan Qing understood. Then he was even more surprised. He, called Jiao Jiao? What kind of name is this? Shengguan Yan said, Mother will tell you about Jiao Jiao in detail later. First, tell Mother what is going on. That's... Shengguan Qing's eyes flashed. He suddenly bent down his tall body and rubbed his head on her shoulder. I missed you, so I came to find you. Wu, you didn't praise me but scolded me. Am I still your little sweetheart? Shengguan Yan's eyes didn't waver. You overdid it. The lines were also very shocking. What little sweetheart? You are 20 years old. You are so careless. Shengguan Qing broke his facade in a second, straightened up and bitterly touched his nose. I just came out to play. Shengguan Yan looked at him with a dark face. You came to the border? Shengguan Qing snorted. Haven't you come to play? Shengguan Yan said seriously, I will settle the matter of you coming to the border when we go back. Now tell me, how did you fall into Gong Sun Yu's hands? Shengguan Qing unhappily curled his lips. Isn't it because of that guy, Jie Xingzhou? Since Jie Xingzhou found that there was movement underground, he ordered the Jin army to dig tunnels with all their strength. At first they only dug in the village. Later, Jie Xingzhou suddenly had an idea and ran to the back of the mountain in the forest to dig. After digging for a while, they really dug a lot of tunnels. At first, the Jin army dug one tunnel, but Shengguan Qing blocked the other one. But the 20,000 Jin army was too good at digging. If this continued, all the tunnels would be blocked and they would never be able to get out. So, Shengguan Qing, with the identity of the emperor's grandson, walked into the trap. In Jie Xingzhou's view, the 1,000 lives underground were not worth mentioning compared to the emperor's grandson. So, he really didn't bother to continue to dig people. He thought about simply destroying the tunnels. So, Shengguan Qing lied to him, saying that there were treasures in the tunnels. As long as the Jin army didn't kill him, he would give the treasures to the Jin army. Shengguan Yan's mouth twitched. And Jie Xingzhou believed it? How could he believe this kind of lie? How stupid is Jie Xingzhou? Shengguan Qing pointed to himself. It should be your son. I'm so powerful. Shengguan Yan's face was full of black lines. Son, where did your confidence come from? Shengguan Qing raised his eyebrows. I originally planned to trick Jie Xingzhou into a trap and kill him. Who knew that he would inform Gong Sun Yu? Gong Sun Yu still has a bit of brain. I think he is a talent, so I don't want to kill him so quickly. Shengguan Yan, you just can't kill him, right? Gong Sun Yu's martial arts are excellent, and his brain is also good. He is much more difficult to deal with than Jie Xingzhou. Shengguan Qing went around in circles, but he didn't get the chance to kill Gong Sun Yu. Then he met his mother in the small cave just now. Shengguan Yan sighed. Her mood was very complicated. This son looked sloppy, but he had a pure and innocent heart. He was not good at literature or martial arts, but he did many things that civil officials and generals couldn't do. If it weren't for this weak body, her Qing, mother. There's movement. Shengguan Qing's voice interrupted Shengguan Yan's thoughts. Shengguan Yan's expression turned cold. She raised her head and carefully listened to the movement above. It's footsteps, Shengguan Qing asked strangely. What are they doing up there in a hurry? Hurry up. You all hurry up. Here too. It was Jin Jun's stern shout. Shengguan Yan frowned. It seems to be the sound of splashing water. Splashing water. Sheng Guanqing looked up at the ground and thought seriously. His face changed. Not good. They are going to set fire to the tunnel. Sheng Guanyin clenched her fists. Are they going to roast us like chickens? Sheng Guanqing said with a dignified expression. We can't let them light the fire. The cave where the villagers and the ghost soldiers were located was very deep and there was a stream passing through it. They didn't need to worry about being roasted, but there were different mechanisms in the tunnel. Some of them were even buried with gunpowder. Once it exploded, it would bring unpredictable consequences. 1,000 lives would be buried alive in the collapsed tunnel. It would be hell on earth. I'll lead them away, Sheng Guanqing said. Qing, are you come back? Sheng Guanyin grabbed him. I'll go. I'm the crown princess. My identity is more valuable than yours. My words have more weight. Sheng Guanqing helplessly spread out his hands. Okay, I won't argue with you. Having said that, he suddenly pressed the mechanism on the wall and pushed Sheng Guanyin into the tunnel behind him. Sheng Guanqing, go straight, you can go to the back of the mountain. Sheng Guanyin's face suddenly changed. Qing, The stone door was closed. Sheng Guanyin patted the stone door and looked for the mechanism. Qing. Sheng Guanqing turned and walked forward. His eyes were cold and his pace was firm. Lead them away, I only need to make a deal with them. With my resourcefulness, it won't be a problem to stall for time. The Imperial Army will arrive in time. He murmured. Suddenly he felt a pain in his chest. His legs went soft and he knelt on the ground. The poison in his body, why did it have to act up at this time? He touched his pouch. It was empty. I lost the antidote. I just need to hold on a little longer. I just need to get through it. Anyway, it's not the first time this poison has acted up. I can still walk. Sheng Guanqing covered his chest with one hand and stood up with the other hand supporting himself on the wall. Make a deal with Gong Sun Yu. I'm the imperial grandson of the Yen Kingdom. Capture me, and you can threaten the Yen Kingdom's military strength. I can also take you to find treasures. Sheng Guanqing felt a sudden burst of pain in his chest. He couldn't stand it anymore and fell to the ground. His knees were bruised and his gums were bleeding. The poison was eroding his body. He couldn't stand up anymore. He had never felt such pain before. Am I going to die? No, I can't die yet. Not now. Sheng Guanqing endured the heart-wrenching pain and used all his strength to crawl toward the entrance of the tunnel. I'm almost there. And I don't have any strength left. His hand pushed open the mechanism of the tunnel, but he didn't have the strength to crawl out. He fainted on the ground and lost his last bit of consciousness. Chapter 877. The novels will be updated even faster. All the novels that cannot be found online will be available here. In the afternoon, strong winds blew. Marquis Xian Ping and the 50,000 Imperial Court troops launched a strong attack on the North City Gate. Under the cover of the shields, the 6 chariots of the state of Liang charged through the rain of arrows and rocks from the city tower, and crashed into the tightly shut city gate one after another. This city gate had been smashed a month ago and was just repaired a few days ago. Now it was smashed again. The Jin army behind the city gate raised their spears and waited solemnly. Why are they smashing into us so quickly? Did they make a mistake? A Jin army asked. When they first attacked Pu City, it took them at least half an hour from the time they blew the bugle horn to the time they actually hit the city gates. They sent out a total of 6 chariots, but 4 of them were destroyed by the huge rocks on the city walls. The others could not answer him. The general who was organizing the defense said, "Everyone don't panic. The Yen army doesn't have as many soldiers as we do. Plus, they just fought a battle with the Liang army and marched here overnight. Their entire army is exhausted. They are just relying on the weapons they stole from the Liang army to show off their power. At most, they are an arrow at the end of its flight. Even if they charge in, they are not our match." These words successfully encouraged the soldiers. The Jin army on the city gate tower was filled with morale once more. Outside the city wall, scaling ladders broke through the arrow rain and arrived below the city wall. The Liang army's scaling ladders were too easy to use. There was a shield at the top and a person stood on a wooden board that could be lifted up. With a sound, the shield on the ladder would automatically open up a window. Just as a Jin soldier lifted up a rock, a figure darted out from the skylight and pierced his throat with a spear. Since the first person climbed up the city gate tower, there would naturally be a second. The Jin army understood the pattern of the scaling ladders. The moment the window opened, they raised their swords or spears and stabbed down viciously. There were people climbing up the city gate tower and people falling down the city gate tower. War was never an absolute home ground for any side. It was a battle where one stepped on countless corpses. Regardless of victory or defeat, there would be casualties. The window of another ladder opened. Jin shouted and stabbed at the window of the ladder. At the same time, a Yen soldier came from the side and knocked Jin's weapon away. Then Jin kicked Jin down the tower. As more and more Yen soldiers climbed up the city wall, the situation on the city wall started to spiral out of control. They were a tired army, but they were not at the end of their rope. This was the land of the great Yen and no one could invade it. The general on the tower saw that the situation was not good and ordered crossbows. A crossbow was a ballista that could shoot further than a bow and arrow, and it was more lethal. Its power was enough to destroy any war chariot. Tang Yueshan drew his longbow and shot the crossbowmen one by one, taking them down one by one. At such a long distance, at such a tricky angle, Jin simply did not know how that person had managed to hit the target. That's him. Shoot him. Unfortunately, he no longer had the chance. With a loud bang, the last city gate was breached. Tang Yueshan put away his bow and drew his sword. He shouted 3 times in the Yen language which he rarely spoke, "Grandsons! Your grandfather is here. Brothers, let's go." Everyone raised their weapons and shouted as they followed him into the city. Tang Yueshan led the charge, but soon someone caught up with him. To be exact, there were 2 of them. One was riding on a horse and the other was flying in the sky with Qin Gong. Old Xiao, you're going into battle? This is not like you. Don't you just sit back and watch the show? Since Marquis Xianping's waist was injured, he rarely went into battle. Marquis Xianping glanced at him and said, "I'll leave it to you, old Tang." Tang Yueshan was stunned. He did not understand what Marquis Xianping meant. The next moment he saw Chang Jing rushing to the Jin army and opening a bloody path for Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping rushed over on his horse, leaving Tang Yueshan with a carefree back view. Tang Yueshan was dumbfounded. "Old Xiao, I suspect you're a deserter, but I have no evidence." Marquis Xianping exuded a fierce aura that could kill any Buddha or god that stood in his way. No one in the Jin army dared to stop him. Even so, it was too far to go to Ghost Mountain from here. In the passage of Ghost Mountain, Shangguan Yen couldn't open the stone door blocked by Shangguan Qing. She had to keep going forward until she finally came to the back of the mountain and met Mu Qingchen. "Your Highness." Mu Qingchen stepped forward to support her. He looked behind her and his eyes dimmed. The imperial grandson Shangguan Yen was so worried that she could no longer maintain her composure. Her voice was choked with sobs. "Gongsun, you wanted to burn the mountain." Qing'er went to stop him. Mu Qingchen opened his mouth. He didn't expect this at all. Didn't the imperial grandson go to Tsangshui Pass? How could he appear in Pu City? Moreover, he vaguely felt that this imperial grandson was different from the one he had seen in Xingdu. Also, what was that commotion just now? So many things had happened that Shangguan Yen forgot to ask about it for a while. She only remembered that after they fell, Qing'er took out a long iron cylinder from under the haystack. It looked like a firecracker or a black fire bead. It was so powerful that even the boat was blown away. "We have to find Qing'er quickly." Shangguan Yen took out the porcelain bottle in her hand. Tears began to roll in her eyes uncontrollably. He dropped his medicine. "If the poison in his body acts up, he will die," Mu Qingchen said. "Let's go back the way we came and see if we can find the small cave again." "Gongsun, you lost track of Shangguan Qing and Shangguan Yen in the small cave. If Shangguan Qing wanted to find him, he should go back there." Drip, drip, drip. The water in the passage dripped on Shangguan Qing's cheeks. Shangguan Qing had a dream. He dreamed of his childhood. He always sneaked to the back of the mountain to play and occasionally went to the village to find his friends. No one knew that he was the imperial grandson. His mother never let him feel that his identity or his body was different from ordinary people. When others climbed trees, he also climbed trees. When others fought, he also fought. When others lay by the stream and drank cold water, he also did the same. The price he had to pay was higher than others. He was afraid and wouldn't do it again. His mother didn't restrict him too much. He used to think that every child would be poisoned several times a month, and that every child would die in less than 20 years. It wasn't until he accidentally learned about his situation from the servants that he realized that he was the only exception. He asked his mother why. His mother told him that everyone was born differently. Some were rich, some were poor, some were ugly, some were beautiful, some were smart, some were stupid, some were strong, and some were weak. Some were born as ordinary people and some were born as the imperial grandson. There were different forms of life and different lengths of life. But they were all normal. His mother didn't treat him differently from normal people. Therefore he never worried about his body and didn't feel that he was pitiful. He calmly accepted his own life and death. If he didn't feel sad, it would be because he couldn't bear to part with the people he cared about. Slap. A large droplet of water hit his cheek. He was slightly awakened and his eyelids moved slightly. I can't die yet, my lord. There's movement in front. Jin Jun's voice came from the end of the tunnel. Then there was a rush of footsteps. A hand grabbed Shang Wanqing's collar and lifted him from the ground. He said in disbelief, my lord. It's the imperial grandson of the great Yan. Thud. Something fell to the ground. He picked it up and looked. My lord, I don't know what this is. Bring it over, Gong Sun Yu said calmly. He was at a fork in the tunnel. In front of him was the tunnel that Shang Wanqing was in. Behind him was the tunnel that led to the surface. There were 2 more tunnels on both sides. One of them connected to the small cave just now. They had come from this tunnel. As for the last tunnel, it was unknown where it led to. The guard carried Shang Wanqing in one hand and a gun in the other. He strode toward Gong Sun Yu. He didn't care if Shang Wanqing's body could withstand his violent dragging. Shang Wanqing's knees were bleeding from the friction. Are you still breathing? Gong Sun Yu asked. I'm still breathing. As the guard spoke, he violently threw Shang Wanqing on the ground. He bent down and grabbed his hair, intending to lift him up for his lord to see. However, the moment he stretched out his hand, he heard a whooshing sound. It was very soft and faint as if it was just his imagination. Then he saw his hand fly out. His arm was still there and the gesture of grabbing his hair was still there. His hand was gone. Ah. He finally came back to his senses and let out a shrill scream. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Just as it was about to spray on Shang Wanqing's back, a black-clothed youth flashed over and carried Shang Wanqing away. The black-clothed youth stepped on the stone wall opposite him and used the force to bounce back. He landed on one knee and steadily landed on the tunnel he came from. Another expert drew his sword and slashed at the black-clothed youth. The black-clothed youth held Shang Wanqing with both hands and couldn't free his hands. Behind him, Marquis Xianping walked out with a cold gaze and kicked the man in the chest. Chapter 878. That person was an expert of the Great Jin Kingdom, yet he was sent flying with a single kick without being able to retaliate. 2 experts were down in an instant. Gong Sun Yu's expression turned cold. He was also born with a handsome face. When he was young he had similar experiences with Xianyuan Cheng and was mocked for being a little girl. When they grew up, both of them became famous warriors on the battlefield. The difference was that Xianyuan Cheng's heart was filled with light, while his was filled with darkness. Gong Sun Yu looked coldly at the 2 people who had suddenly appeared. One of them was a young man about 17 or 18 years old. He was dressed in black and had a long sword at his waist. His expression was cold. He was the one who had cut off the guard's hand. His attack was extremely fast, and he managed to kill the guard right under Gong Sun Yu's nose. The other person was dressed in the armor of the Great Yan Kingdom. His weapon was a long blade that flashed with a black light. The long blade was stabbed into the ground, and his hands rested lightly on the hilt. The passageway was a little short for him. He tilted his head slightly. His expression was cold, but his eyes were extremely arrogant. For a moment, the well-connected passageway was unable to contain his aura. Even Gong Sun Yu felt a terrifying pressure. Gong Sun Yu narrowed his eyes. He could not recall which general of the Great Yan Kingdom this was. Marquis Xianping said authoritatively, Chang Jing, take him away first. Chang Jing carried the dying Shang Wanqing and turned to leave. Elder Lu suddenly let out a cry of surprise. Chang Jing? Chang Jing of the Dark Knight clan? Gong Sun Yu frowned slightly and looked at him in confusion. Elder Lu suddenly realized. He looked at Chang Jing and said, I was wondering why your sword and moves looked so familiar. You are really the young master of the Dark Knight clan? It was not strange that Gong Sun Yu did not recognize the moves of the Dark Knight clan. After all, the Dark Knight clan was a sect of the Jianghu and had nothing to do with the imperial court. However, the Sword Hut and the Dark Knight clan had some dealings in the Jianghu. Elder Lu had personally gone to the Dark Knight clan and met Master Chang Kuan and his son, little Chang Jing. At that time Chang Jing was not even 10 years old. She was small and petite, completely different from the tall and straight young man in front of her. However, he recognized the sword from the Dark Knight sect. Chang Jing said to Elder Lu, "Don't talk nonsense." Marquis Xianping turned his head to look at Chang Jing. The young master of the Dark Knight clan? Chang Jing's expression did not change as she said, "He's talking nonsense." Marquis Xianping said, "Let's go first. We'll talk about this when we get back." Chang Jing broke into a run. Gong Sunyu said coldly, "You want to leave? Not so easy. Catch them." The remaining 5 or 6 guards swarmed forward. Marquis Xianping was blocking the entrance of the 4th passageway. He didn't even bat an eyelid when he saw the murderous look on their faces. These people were not ordinary guards. They were all top experts in Jin Nation. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had the opportunity to accompany Gong Sunyu. They did not know this general of Great Yen at all. In other words, he was just a nameless man. Bluffing bastards who only knew how to launch sneak attacks were no match for them at all. The first guard who rushed forward brandished his sword. "Watch out for my sword." Marquis Xianping grabbed the hilt of his saber and pulled it up from the ground. With a twist of his palm he slashed down. That person was still flying. His head had already moved. Marquis Xianping did not have the hobby of killing people, nor did he like bloody and violent methods. However, there was no mercy on the battlefield. Killing was a mission and also a way to save oneself. Every time he left a move for his enemy, he would give his enemy a chance to kill him. Moreover, intimidation was very important. Sure enough, after this move, the remaining people were all startled, and they hesitated for a moment in their attacks. Now is the time. Marquis Xianping raised his saber again and slashed down, killing one person with each strike. He showed no mercy and did not give Gong Sunyu's lackeys any chance to retaliate. He would definitely fight with Gong Sunyu in a while. When that time came, he might not be able to care about these little moths. Instead of letting them chase after his son and Chang Jing, he might as well get rid of them now. "It's your turn." He waved his saber and pointed it at Elder Lu arrogantly. Gong Sunyu said with a dangerous gaze, "I'll deal with him. You go after the eldest grandson of Great Yan's emperor." Elder Lu nodded. He picked up the musket on the ground. This thing was too powerful. He could not let it fall into the hands of this man. Gong Sunyu and Marquis Xianping began to fight. Gong Sunyu was a formidable opponent. He had absolute talent in martial arts. His martial arts were not inferior to Xinyuan Cheng's in the past. All these years he had been improving his martial arts in extreme battles. It could be said that within the 6 nations, there was no one who could match him. He could use any kind of weapon. However, he had a sword with him today. He drew his sword and threw away the scabbard. Then he attacked Marquis Xianping fiercely. The tunnel they were in was slightly larger than the tunnel, but it was still difficult for them to use their full strength. This was especially true for Marquis Xianping's saber, which was greatly restricted by the space. The two of them fought to a draw after the first exchange. Elder Lu took the opportunity to enter the 4th passage and chased in the direction where Chang Jing had left. Marquis Xianping slashed with his saber but was blocked by Gong Sunyu's sword. "Your opponent is me," Gong Sunyu said. Marquis Xianping was truly enraged. He laughed coldly and looked at Gong Sunyu. "Gong Sunyu, do you really think that I can't beat you?" This time he spoke in Zhao Nation's language. Gong Sunyu was startled. Marquis Xianping pointed his saber at him. "Many years ago your Gong Sun family was defeated by me. Today you're just adding another defeat to your record." This arrogant gaze, this arrogant tone, Gong Sunyu's eyes trembled. "You are the Nether King?" Many years ago, there was a fearsome youth in the underground dojo who defeated the top experts from the 6 nations. One of them was the Gong Sun family's genius swordsman. Gong Sun Ling. Gong Sun Ling was another martial arts prodigy of the Gong Sun family. However, she was defeated by that 18-year-old youth from the Zhao Nation. After returning to the Gong Sun family, Gong Sun Ling completely lost her will to fight. The Gong Sun family lost a future general. The Nether King was what everyone called that youth. As for why they called him that, other than the explanation of his strength, there was another important reason. The youth's nickname in the underground dojo was very despicable. "Lousy number 1 in the world." "It's you." "It's actually you?" Gong Sunyu suddenly had a feeling that this was destined. "Very good. I've always wanted to see who defeated Gong Sun Ling and kill him with my own hands. I want to tell the world that it's not the Gong Sun family that's weak, it's Gong Sun Ling that's weak." Marquis Xianping sneered. Gong Sunyu didn't care about his threat. He continued, "However, aren't you from the Zhao Nation? Why did you become a general of the Yen Nation?" Marquis Xianping rested his saber on his shoulder. What does it have to do with you? Are you going to fight or not? If not, then get out of my way. Gong Sun Yu's eyes turned cold. He swung another killing move at Marquis Xianping. In this narrow tunnel, no complicated moves could be used. It was a battle of speed and internal energy. Gong Sun Yu was so fast that only an afterimage could be seen. However, with Marquis Xianping's powerful five senses, his movements were magnified in slow motion. He could see everything clearly. Marquis Xianping said, Gong Sun Yu, no one can stop me from seeing my son. He took a step back and retreated into the fourth tunnel. Then he swung his saber forward. The long saber handle was cut off by Gong Sun Yu's sword. Gong Sun Yu snorted coldly. You're only SOSO? Before he finished speaking, Marquis Xianping grabbed the short saber handle and swung it at Gong Sun Yu. Gong Sun Yu's expression changed. You, Marquis Xianping did it on purpose. A long saber handle was already inconvenient. Cutting it short made it easier. The tunnel was narrow. Gong Sun Yu had nowhere to dodge. He swung his sword in time to block. When the saber and sword met, sparks flew everywhere. Gong Sun Yu could feel the immense pressure coming from the saber. This was the fury of a father. Gong Sun Yu, you're not qualified to hurt my son. Marquis Xianping pulled out his hidden secondary saber and stabbed it into Gong Sun Yu's abdomen. In a tag team battle, experts would not give their opponents the chance to attack them repeatedly. Victory was decided in an instant. However, Gong Sun Yu was wearing armor similar to Gu Jiao's. The tough armor blocked Marquis Xianping's saber. Gong Sun Yu laughed mockingly. Is this all you've got? Hades. He pulled out the dagger at his waist and stabbed it at Marquis Xianping. Clang. It was the sound of the saber piercing through armor. Gong Sun Yu laughed without restraint. But in the next second he could no longer laugh. He lowered his head and looked at the saber that had pierced through his armor. His eyes widened in disbelief. This was impossible. His armor was impenetrable. No one could penetrate it. He looked at Marquis Xianping. His saber had pierced Marquis Xianping's shoulder. Marquis Xianping did not use any inner energy to protect himself. He had used all his inner energy for this attack. This was a madman. A madman even crazier than him. Marquis Xianping's eyes were cold. I've said it before. No one can hurt my son. Gong Sun Yu had been stabbed. My lord. Zhu Zhangquang flew over and separated the two of them with one palm. He grabbed the injured Gong Sun Yu and quickly fled into another tunnel. Not far behind Marquis Xianping, a black-clothed figure walked out from a hidden cave. It was Chang Jing. Just now, Chang Jing and Shang Guanqing didn't run away at all, but hid in this stone cave. Elder Lu did not see them and chased after them like a fool. Why didn't you chase after him? Chang Jing asked. Marquis Xianping said mysteriously, he shouldn't have died in my hands. There's someone more suitable than me to kill him. Chang Jing hit the nail on the head. You're just too lazy to kill him, right? Marquis Xianping said seriously. Am I that kind of person? Chang Jing, if you continue to speak the truth, you won't have any more marbles. Seeing that his son could not be delayed, he was in no mood to fight with Gong Sun Yu. And he was right. There was someone who wanted to kill Gong Sun Yu more than him. Marquis Xianping arrived in front of the cave. He, who would not bat an eyelid even if Mount Tai collapsed, suddenly became nervous. He was going to see his son. Chapter 879. All the novels that can't be found on the internet are here. The grotto hidden in the wall was not big. Shang Guanqing curled up inside, his tall figure looked particularly aggrieved. The luminous pearls on the wall slightly reflected a clear pearl light, shining on Shang Guanqing's pale handsome face. This was the first time Marquis Xianping seriously looked at his son, whom he had reunited with 20 years ago. His appearance was almost exactly the same as Xiao Heng's. This was not his original appearance, but a disguised appearance of Xiao Heng. In order not to let people know that he was not Shang Guanyan's biological son, he had been pretending to be Xiao Heng. Thinking of this, Marquis Xianping felt a little distressed. He squatted on the ground, looking at his son nervously and expectantly. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to start. It was said that generals were stupid, but he was not. But at this moment, thousands of words were stuck in his throat and he stuttered. He couldn't make a sound. He thought for a moment, stretched out a finger and carefully poked his son's shoulder. He was really very careful for fear that his son would not like him. He was slightly startled when he felt a hot temperature from his fingertips. Chang Jing. What? Chang Jing was thinking about how to save his little disguise. A fire starter. Marquis Xianping said seriously. Chang Jing had been with Marquis Xianping for so long. Most of the time, Marquis Xianping was not serious. When he was serious, it meant that things were serious. He hurriedly took out a fire starter from his arms, blew it and shined it in front of him. Marquis Xianping was checking Sheng Guanqing's body to see if there were any injuries such as fractures. After confirming that there were no injuries, Marquis Xianping checked his pulse and breath. He was not a doctor, but after practicing martial arts for a long time, he could determine whether there were internal injuries. There are no internal injuries. Why is he so weak? He seems to be dying. Chang Jing said. Marquis Xianping clenched his fists. Chang Jing. Chang Jing decisively stepped back 3 steps to avoid someone's anger. But Chang Jing was right. Sheng Guanqing was dying. The poison in his body was acting up. He didn't have the antidote with him. He couldn't make it. Could it be that the poison flared up? Xianping Ho's heart faintly had this speculation. Sheng Guanyin said that the number of times the poison flared up every month was not many, and he always had the antidote on him. Marquis Xianping did not find the antidote on him. His expression turned grave. He took off his armor, carried his son on his back and strode out. Where are we going? Chang Jing asked. South City Gate. Marquis Xianping said seriously. Gu Jiao was there. Chang Jing glanced at the trail of blood on the ground. In the end, she didn't say anything about the wound on his shoulder. Chang Jing asked, why do you want to take off your armor? There were Jin soldiers outside, it was very dangerous. Marquis Xianping said casually, the armor is hard. She looked at her son intently. They came in through the tunnel dug by the Jin soldiers. The exit was in the village. At this moment, the Jin soldiers were pouring oil around, so the village was empty. Marquis Xianping saw the light coming in from the entrance. Just as he was about to step out with his son on his back, a tall figure suddenly flashed and blocked the entrance with a gun. Marquis Xianping stopped. Chang Jing, who was behind him, also stopped. Marquis Xianping looked coldly at Elder Lu, who suddenly appeared and said in a heavy tone, get out of the way. I don't want to kill anyone. Elder Lu said, you can get rid of Gong Sun Yu. It seems that you do have some skills. I may not be your opponent, but you may not be able to handle this thing in my hand. It's not that I may not be able to, it's that I definitely can't. Marquis Xianping didn't know what this thing was. He had no fear and planned to rush over. At this moment, Sheng Guanqing, who was on his back, seemed to feel something and regained a little consciousness. He opened his eyes in a daze. His cheeks were flushed because of the high temperature. He looked at the gun in Elder Lu's hand and said weakly, don't be afraid. He's holding it upside down. His voice was very soft, but Elder Lu's ears were very sharp. He still heard it. Elder Lu frowned and quickly turned around. Marquis Xianping took the opportunity to jump up. Unfortunately, Marquis Xianping underestimated the gun's speed. A gun was much faster than a crossbow. The moment Elder Lu pulled the trigger, there was a loud bang. Marquis Xianping was suspended in the air. What the fuck? What the hell was this? Elder Lu was directly sent flying by a shot. The gun fell to the ground. Sheng Guanqing lay on Marquis Xianping's shoulder. Haha, idiot. Marquis Xianping? Sheng Guanqing was so hot that he was dizzy. He didn't know that this person was his father. He also didn't know that his father was stunned by his words. He only felt that this back was broad and warm. It made him feel at ease. He lay softly on his father's back with his eyes closed. His head was dizzy and he continued his words, don't be afraid. When we go out, Brother Qing will protect you. If there's wine, we'll drink together. If there's a girl, we'll sleep together. The enemy didn't trip Marquis Xianping, but his son's words almost made Marquis Xianping stumble and fall into a ditch. I seem to understand Qin Fengwan's feeling of wanting to kill me every time. The virgin Sheng Guanqing fainted after bragging. Marquis Xianping was also about to faint. In his 40 years of life, he had never experienced such a landslide. It's all Aheng's fault for raising my expectations for all my sons. Fortunately, Sheng Guanyin and Mu Qingchen found this place. The two saw Marquis Xianping, who was frozen at the entrance of the cave. Marquis Xianping was carrying a person on his back. In the end, Sheng Guanyin was a mother. She could recognize Sheng Guanqing with her brain. She quickly ran over and arrived in front of Marquis Xianping. She didn't ask why Marquis Xianping came over. Instead, she asked, is Qing poisoned? Marquis Xianping returned to his senses and said, I don't know. His situation is not good. Let me see. Shang Guanyin reached out to hold her son. Marquis Xianping gently put his son down from his back, knelt on one knee and held his son in his arms so that Shang Guanyin could check. The poison is acting up, Shang Guanyin said. Shang Guanqing had acted up countless times since he was a child. Shang Guanyin was already very familiar with it. She took out the porcelain bottle that she had been holding tightly in her hand, pulled out the cork and took out a pill. Do you want water? Marquis Xianping asked. No, this medicine will melt in the mouth. Shang Guanyin put the pill into Shang Guanqing's mouth and explained, when he was a child his swallowing ability was not strong. In order to let him take the medicine, the state preceptor improved the prescription. Marquis Xianping was silent. It was hard for him to imagine how his son grew up. You worked hard. Taking care of a sick child was much more difficult than taking care of a normal child. Shang Guanyin's hand that was wiping her son's sweat paused and whispered, It's good that you don't hate me. Marquis Xianping sighed, Let's not talk about the past. Shang Guanyin knelt on the ground and wiped her son's hands. She squeezed the handkerchief and said, Will Xinyang hate me? Marquis Xianping paused, I don't know. There were still more than 300 ghost soldiers and 500 villagers hidden in the underground tunnel. They didn't have much time to dwell on it. They must immediately rescue the villagers or drive the Jin army out. The fastest and most effective way was to kill Gong Sunyu. Mu Qingchen and Chang Jing returned to the underground tunnel to look for Gong Sunyu, but they couldn't find even half a shadow of him. Gong Sunyu was no longer in the underground tunnel. He was brought out by Zhu Zhangquang. The two entered the forest. Zhu Zhangquang worriedly looked at his bloody armor. My lord, are you okay? Such a hard armor was actually pierced through by that guy. How terrifying. Gong Sunyu lightly said, It didn't hurt my vitals. I'm fine. What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to guard the north gate? Zhu Zhangquang said, I saw the Yen army bring a group of soldiers to Ghost Mountain. I was worried that it would be unfavorable to my lord. With General Cheng guarding the city, my lord can rest assured. By the way, my lord, why didn't I see Jie Xingzhou? Gong Sunyu frowned, he's dead. Zhu Zhangquang was shocked. What? Gong Sunyu coldly said, I underestimated that imperial grandson. He was poisoned at a young age and I thought he was useless. Where's Yu Liui? Zhu Zhangquang awkwardly said, According to the spies, she fell into the hands of the Yen army. I'm afraid, she's most likely dead. 3 of the 4 generals were now dead. Gong Sunyu smashed his fist on a nearby tree. The birds on the tree were startled and flapped their wings to escape. His face was no longer as cold and calm as it used to be. Instead, it was filled with a strong sense of anxiety and hostility. He gritted his teeth and said, What's going on in the Yen kingdom? The Xianyuan family is already dead. The Lord of Shadows is also dead. Why are they still so difficult to deal with? Who said the Xianyuan family is dead? Who told you the Lord of Shadows is dead? A cold and murderous voice suddenly sounded from the forest. Then Liao Qin stepped on a green branch and descended from the sky like a deity. He was covered in clouds and clouds. He held a 3-foot-long sword in his hand and pointed it at Gong Sunyu. The 3rd Lord of Shadows, Xianyuan Zheng, is here to take the life of General Gong Sun. Chapter 880. The 3rd Master of Shadows? Gong Sunyu's pupils contracted. He couldn't believe that this was real. Didn't Xianyuan Qi become the Master of Shadows? How could it be, Xianyuan Qi became the 2nd Master of Shadows after faking his death? However, he had secret dealings with the Xianyuan family and was discovered by the spies of the Jin nation within a few years. However, Xianyuan Qi hid Xianyuan Zheng very well. He didn't even reveal the family tree. No wonder people didn't know about Xianyuan Zheng's existence. In the Jin nation, the only person who knew about Xianyuan Zheng's existence was Shirtian. However, it was obvious that Shirtian didn't leak this information. However, thinking about it carefully, it wasn't impossible. When Gong Sunyu killed Xianyuan Qi, he saw this person running from afar and calling Xianyuan Qi his father. Therefore, he was indeed Xianyuan Qi's son. Then, it made sense that he inherited Xianyuan Qi's legacy and became the 3rd Master of Shadows. Gong Sunyu muttered coldly, How do the people of the Sword Hut do things? They said they killed Xianyuan Qi but he didn't die. They said they destroyed the Shadow Division, but Xianyuan Qi's son appeared in front of them. He collected his thoughts and looked at Liao Chen arrogantly. Your father was defeated by me. Do you really think you can defeat me? It was fine if he didn't mention Xinyuan Qi, but once he did, Liao Qin's anger surged. His father was surrounded by the Jin Nation army and was stabbed in the chest by Gong Sunyu, twice. No one knew if he was still alive. It was possible that he would be separated from his father forever after waiting for so many years. All of this was because of Gong Sunyu. You seem very angry. Torturing the mind of an expert was something that Gong Sunyu never tired of doing. Gong Sunyu smiled faintly. Your father wasn't the only Xinyuan family member who died in my hands. Back then when the Xinyuan family rebelled, you didn't think that the meager military strength of the imperial court was enough to kill so many Xinyuan soldiers, right? Speaking of which, the Yen army is strong but there aren't many experts. Your uncle, Xinyuan Li, died under the trap of the Jin army. Your cousin Xinyuan Zi, the pregnant woman who still had to go to the battlefield, died at the hands of a disciple of the Sword Hut. Your cousin Xinyuan Qing? It was the Nangong family who leaked his whereabouts, but the one who ended his life was me. I was the one who nailed him to the tower. I was the one who gave the order to kill him. The experts of your Xinyuan family can't even withstand a single blow. Liao Qin was about to explode from anger. Even though he knew that the other party was trying to infuriate him, he still couldn't control his emotions. His aura became chaotic. Gong Sunyu took the opportunity to strike with his palm. Liao Qin was unable to circulate his internal energy in time and was hit by Gong Sunyu. The huge force sent him flying, crashing into the tree behind him and falling to the ground in a sorry state. Gong Sunyu clicked his tongue and looked disdainfully at Liao Qin, who was sprawled on the ground. He snorted and said, "Look, the people of your Xinyuan family can't even withstand a single blow. I won't allow you to insult the Xinyuan family." Liao Qin used his sword to support himself and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He raised his sword and stabbed at Gong Sunyu. With the field open, there were more moves that could be used. Gong Sunyu felt the incomparably sharp sword aura. It was stronger than he had imagined. Although Gong Sunyu dodged to the side, he was injured by the sword aura. The blood clot that had been formed with great difficulty was torn apart. Fresh blood flowed down his armor. Liao Qin said coldly, "Who is the one who can't withstand a single blow?" Zhu Zhangquang stepped forward and showed his iron fist. "My lord, I'll deal with him." Then he charged at Liao Qin. Unexpectedly, before he could even touch Liao Qin, he was knocked back several steps by a black-robed youth who came from the sky. What a cold sword aura. He had almost been injured. After Zhu Zhangquang steadied himself, he frowned. When he saw that the opponent was only a 17 or 18-year-old youth, his expression turned even uglier. Where did this brat come from? He had appeared too late to hear the conversation between Elder Lu and Chang Jing. Gong Sunyu reminded him, "Be careful. He's the young master of the Dark Knight clan." Someone from the Dark Knight clan? Zhu Zhangquang was even more surprised. The Dark Knight clan had never interacted with the Six Nations. They were even more reclusive than the Tang clan. How did they get involved with someone from the Xinyuan family? If they had really gotten involved with someone from the Xinyuan family, Gong Sunyu wouldn't have been so upset. Chang Jing had appeared with that person from the Zhao kingdom. Moreover, Chang Jing was very obedient to him. The Jin kingdom's imperial family had tried to rope in the Dark Knight clan more than once, but they had all been rejected. He was very confused. How did a person from a lower country manage to subdue the young master of the Dark Knight clan? Chang Jing looked at Zhu Zhangquang and said to Liao Qin, "Leave this guy to me." Liao Qin and Chang Jing had never met before. However, Liao Qin had secretly investigated Marquis Xianping, so he knew of Chang Jing. However, he didn't expect him to be Chang Jing from the Dark Knight clan. "All right." Liao Qin nodded. Chang Jing was already a martial arts freak. In addition, he had received a lot of guidance from Marquis Xianping in the past few years. His martial arts had improved by leaps and bounds. Zhu Zhangquang really couldn't beat him. Zhu Zhangquang was beaten up badly by Chang Jing. After dozens of moves, he was covered in blood. Although his injuries weren't serious, he looked like a mess. It really affected the morale of the troops. His eyes flashed and he said sarcastically, "Does the clan master know that the young master of the Dark Knight clan is colluding with someone from the Xinyuan family?" Chang Jing's move paused. Zhu Zhangquang saw that there was hope. He struck while the iron was hot. "As expected, you escaped behind the clan master's back. If he finds out, you'll be in big trouble." He was trying to scare Chang Jing. Chang Jing frowned and thought about it seriously. He felt that Zhu Zhangquang's words made sense. He grunted and said, "Indeed, I can't let my father know. So you must die today." Zhu Zhangquang's eyes widened. "No, that's not what I meant." "And him?" Chang Jing looked at Gong Sunyu, who was fighting fiercely with Liao Chen. "He must die too. None of you will leave here alive." Zhu Zhangquang was about to collapse. "How can you think so clearly at such a young age? You can't even fool a child these days, can you?" Zhu Zhangquang was the strongest of the 4 great generals, but he also cherished his life the most. Otherwise he wouldn't have held back when he attacked Shen Yuanqi. Even Yu Lui was fiercer than him. But his master was here. He didn't dare to run. He could only bite the bullet and fight Chang Jing. "If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have asked." This brat was fighting seriously just now. Now he's fighting with all his might. Zhu Zhangquang's body was injured again. On the other side, Liao Chen and Gong Sunyu were evenly matched. Gong Sunyu had practiced martial arts for many more years than Liao Chen. His internal energy and combat experience were not something the young Liao Chen could compare to. But Liao Chen's murderous intent and outstanding talent made him a formidable opponent for Gong Sunyu. After more than 10 moves, Gong Sunyu gradually felt that things were getting tricky. Especially since he had been stabbed by Marquis Xian Ping. Every time they exchanged blows, his wound would be torn open. If this continued, even if he didn't die in battle, he would die from excessive blood loss. Liao Chen didn't have any psychological burden in a fair fight. When Gong Sunyu killed Shen Yuanqing, didn't he rely on the Nangong family to inform him? When he dealt with his father, he also let people take turns to exhaust his father's strength. Then why would he care about the rules of the martial arts world with Gong Sunyu? Liao Chen's palm landed on Gong Sunyu's chest. Gong Sunyu's armor was made of special materials and could withstand many attacks. But this armor was pierced by Marquis Xian Ping. Liao Chen's internal energy passed through the crack and seeped into his internal organs. He hurriedly used his internal energy to protect his internal organs. Then he stabbed his sword at Liao Chen. But because part of it was protecting himself, the power of this attack was not as strong as before. Liao Chen easily blocked it. The two of them exchanged more than 10 moves. Liao Chen's armor was not as strong as his and he was hit by a few of his sword energy. "Let's go," Gong Sunyu said to Zhu Zhangquang. Zhu Zhangquang used a feint and flew up. But Chang Jing, who flew faster than him, kicked him down. "Zhu Zhangquang." Gong Sunyu turned around in midair. Zhu Zhangquang stretched out his hand. "My lord, don't worry about me. Let's go. I can handle this brat." Gong Sunyu gritted his teeth and left with his qinggong. Liao Chen chased after him. Zhu Zhangquang turned to look at Chang Jing. "I surrender." Chang Jing was speechless. After Gong Sunyu left the forest, he heard the sound of a horn from the West City Gate. The Yen Kingdom took back the West City Gate. Pu City couldn't be defended anymore. He fired the signal to retreat and knocked out a Yen soldier who came as reinforcements. He stole the soldier's horse. He planned to go to the East City Gate, but Liao Chen forced him to go to the South City Gate. Liao Chen also asked for a horse from the army that Tang Yueshan brought to Ghost Mountain. Tang Yueshan went behind a tree to relieve himself. With 2 horses missing, he was quite confused. Liao Chen chased after him closely. Gong Sunyu tried to shake him off several times, but it was to no avail. Shen Yuanzi's strength and perseverance were beyond his imagination. More than 10 years had passed. Not only did the Shen Yuan family not remain silent, but they also bided their time and became so powerful? If the Nether King didn't stab him, this brat wouldn't be his match. That despicable Nether King. Many years ago, Gong Sunling was defeated by him. Now he had also suffered a loss in his hands. Once he got rid of Shen Yuanzheng, he would kill the Nether King. The more Gong Sunyu thought about it, the angrier he got. He was distracted for a moment. When he turned around, he saw that Liao Chen didn't follow him. Instead, he turned into an alley. He frowned and sped up. However, in the next moment, Liao Chen dashed out from another alley and charged at him. Liao Chen gathered all his strength for this attack. He didn't give Gong Sunyu any chance to escape. Gong Sunyu's eyes trembled. What was this brat trying to do? Was he going to die together with him? Liao Chen understood that with his current strength, it would be difficult to kill Gong Sunyu even if he was injured. However, Gong Sunyu had to die. If he didn't die, the Jin army would still have a chance to turn the tables in this battle. Even if he had to die together with Gong Sunyu, he wouldn't hesitate. Gong Sunyu was furious. "You're crazy. You can't kill me." There was no fear in Liao Chen's eyes. But if I severely injure you, the next Yan army will definitely kill you. At this moment, Gong Sun Yu finally understood the meaning of Xuanyuan's soul. It was never about one person's strength. It was about everyone's fighting spirit. Gong Sun Yu gripped the long sword in his hand and prepared to attack with all his strength. However, at this moment something unexpected happened. The door of a closed shop on the street suddenly opened. A man in a dark blue Taoist robe walked out with a 4-year-old child. Their attack was too fast and fierce. There was no time for others to react. The adult and child would die under their inner strength. Gong Sun Yu didn't care. After all, he wasn't a citizen of Dajin. However, Liao Chen's expression changed. He couldn't withdraw his attack in time. He had no choice but to leap. Taoist Qing Feng looked up and saw Liao Chen charging at him. He frowned. Hey you! Before he could finish, a huge wave of inner strength attacked Liao Chen's body. Liao Chen's body stiffened and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Taoist Qing Feng's eyes darkened. He pushed Liao Chen away, but Gong Sun Yu had already taken the opportunity to speed up and leave. You don't have to save me. I can handle it myself, Taoist Qing Feng said. I didn't save you. I saved him. Liao Chen looked at the 4-year-old child and said. The child looked up at Taoist Qing Feng, puzzled. Oh, Taoist Qing Feng said. Liao Chen leaned against the wall and slid down weakly. He smiled and said weakly, Oxnose, I'm afraid it's going to be as you wish. Can you promise me one thing? Go kill Gong Sun Yu. All right, Taoist Qing Feng said. He said to the child, look after him. I'll be back soon. The child nodded obediently. Taoist Qing Feng used his Qinggong to chase after Gong Sun Yu's horse. The southern city gate had been completely retaken by the Yan Kingdom. The Dark Shadow Division and the Black Wind Cavalry were arranging their troops on the city gate tower. Gong Sun Yu lowered the visor of his helmet. He had no choice but to charge out. He gripped the reins in his hand tightly and pulled out a long needle. He stabbed it into the horse's buttocks. The horse screamed in pain and charged forward like a madman. Who's there? Stop. The soldiers guarding the city drew their long swords. Gong Sun Yu killed the man with one strike. The title of Jin's most ferocious general was not undeserved. He galloped forward and charged through the heavily guarded city gate. What happened? Gu Jiao asked as she walked down the city gate tower. Someone just charged through, a soldier reported. Did you see who it was? Gu Jiao asked. The soldier shook his head. I didn't see clearly. I only know that he was wearing the Jin army's armor. Jin army. Gu Jiao looked at the man's back. Could it be Gong Sun Yu? Boss. The Black Wind King raised his front hooves and galloped over. Gu Jiao mounted her horse and grabbed her red-tasseled spear from Wenren Chong. She then chased after him without hesitation. If that man was really Gong Sun Yu, then she must not let him return to the Jin nation alive. Gong Sun Yu's internal injuries were very serious. He did not stop to kill Gu Jiao. 2 hours had passed, 4 hours had passed. The night came and the crescent moon climbed into the sky. Gu Jiao was still chasing after him. Although he was leading by quite a bit, his horse was not as fast as the Black Wind King. When they were about to reach the border city, the Black Wind King finally caught up. Gong Sun Yu crossed the wooden bridge and cut it in half with his sword. However, the Black Wind King did not stop. It leaped over as if it had the help of the gods. The distance between them was closing. Gong Sun Yu looked at the city and said, Open the city gate. On the city gate tower, a Jin army soldier said excitedly, It's the great general. The great general is back. Open the city gate quickly. Look. At the foot of the mountain about 3 miles away, there was a black mass of Black Wind cavalry. The cavalry of the Yan nation had arrived. They could not open the city gate. Their forces were all used to attack the Yan nation. If they really opened the city gate, they would not be able to hold on. Release the rope. The general guarding the city said. The Jin army released a long rope. Gong Sun Yu endured the pain caused by his internal injuries. He gritted his teeth and used his Qinggong to leap up and grab one end of the rope. The general guarding the city hurriedly said, Quickly pull the general up. Everyone worked together to pull him up. The general guarding the city looked at the approaching Yan nation cavalry and said sternly, Archers, get ready. Fire. Following his order, countless arrows rained down, covering the sky and covering the earth. Whooshing sounds could be heard in the darkness of the night. Clang. An arrow hit Gu Jiao's shoulder but was blocked by her tough armor. Gu Jiao did not back down. She continued to gallop toward Gong Sun Yu. When she was only a few dozen steps away from the city gate tower, Gong Sun Yu was already halfway up. Since she did not know Qing Gong, there was no way she could pull Gong Sun Yu down. Gong Sun Yu lowered his head and smiled mockingly at Gu Jiao. The new commander of the Black Wind Cavalry? You still can't kill me? The young man raised his head. His cheeks were still young, but his eyes were as calm as water. It was this calm gaze that made Gong Sun Yu frown. For some reason, an ominous premonition flashed through his heart. Guess why I asked you to come back? The young man's horse galloped through the rain of arrows without hesitation. Impossible, he can't catch me. I have nothing to be afraid of. The young man raised the red-tasseled spear in his hand. Gong Sun Yu's heart skipped a beat. No, goodbye Gong Sun Yu. The young man's red-tasseled spear shot toward him like a gust of wind. It carried the anger of the Shenyuan family for more than a decade and carried the power of mountains and rivers. It pierced his heart without any explanation, nailing him to the city gate tower of Jin. Just one more step, just one more step. I'm so close to home, but I can't go back. He looked at the young man in disbelief. He was terrifyingly calm under the rain of arrows. You're not the commander of the Black Wind Cavalry. You're not. Who, exactly, are you? Chapter 881. Novels with content that cannot be found on the internet are available here. The Jin soldiers on the city gate tower were dumbfounded by this sudden change. They suspected that their eyes were playing tricks on them. How was it possible for a lone cavalryman of great yen to penetrate through the rain of arrows, and with his own strength, pin their chief general to the top of the city wall with a single thrust of his spear? This was not real. The general's martial arts were unparalleled, and he was wearing an impenetrable armor. How could a Black Wind cavalryman hurt him? Soon they realized that this was not an injury but a death. Gu Jiao's success was not a coincidence. Marquis Xianping pierced through Gong Sun Yu's armor and injured him. Liao Qin used all his strength to perish together with Gong Sun Yu, causing Gong Sun Yu to suffer serious internal injuries. Of course, even under such circumstances, it was still very difficult to kill him in one strike. Gu Jiao's strength made the Jin soldiers tremble in fear. The general guarding the city gate lost his grip on the rope. He finally regained his senses and shouted, "General!" The general could no longer hear his shouts. The general who was guarding the city felt a strong sense of anger and sadness. The status of the Gongsun clan in Jin Nation was no less than that of the Shenyuan clan in Yan Nation. The old general had passed away and Gong Sun Yu, who was a rare talent, had become the soul of the entire border. However, Gong Sun Yu had been shot to death by a Yan Kingdom cavalryman right under his nose. It was unacceptable. Gu Jiao calmly looked at the Jin soldiers who were in great sorrow. Was this unacceptable? Everything had just begun. The horn sounded, the war drums shook the sky, and the sound of horse hooves came. Under the ink-black night, the Black Wind cavalrymen and the Dark Shadow soldiers arrived at the city gate. Pu City was in chaos. Half of the soldiers were left to guard the south gate, while the rest chased Gu Jiao to the border between the two countries. They were not too far behind, which meant that the Black Wind King did not run at full speed. Their junior general had been following him at a distance, purposely letting Gong Sun Yu return here. If the young commander could kill him with a single shot, he could do the same on the road. In fact, it was even safer. However, the junior commander did not choose to make a move on the road. Instead, he took the risk of being shot to death by the Jin army and waited until the very last moment before Gong Sun Yu was dragged up the city gate tower before piercing through him with his spear. What kind of despairing death was this? This was a heavy blow to Gong Sun Yu and the entire Jin army at the border. But just as the young commander thought, everything was not over yet. The archers of the Black Wind cavalry drew their bowstrings. Zhang Shiyong shouted, "Fire!" Hundreds of arrows shot towards Gong Sun Yu in a domineering manner. This arrow was for the Grand Marshal. The soldiers of the Dark Shadow Division also drew their bowstrings. General Pang ordered, "Fire!" This arrow was for the Great General. Wenren Chong, Li Shen and Zhao Dengfeng pulled their bows and knocked their arrows. This arrow was for Shenyuan Cheng. For Shenyuan Zi. For all the soldiers who died in your hands. No. No. Great General. The roars of the Jin army general that was on the verge of collapse spread out from the city tower. Did the Shenyuan army also cry out like this in the past? Did they also beg Gong Sun Yu to stop? Did they also beg you not to treat Shenyuan Cheng like this? Thousands of arrows pierced through his heart. What Xinyuan Qing did in the past, today's Gong Sun Yu would only receive more. Perhaps it was because they were too sad or too shocked, but the rain of arrows from the Jin army on the city tower stopped. Their cries echoed throughout the city, but Gu Jiao's expression did not change in the slightest. There was no pity, and no smugness after taking revenge. Her expression was calm from start to finish. This calmness was the greatest humiliation to the Jin army. The general's eyes were red as he pointed at Gu Jiao below the city tower. He screamed at the top of his lungs, "Kill him! Kill him! Avenge the great general! Chariots! The rain of arrows might not be able to hurt you, but I don't believe that the rocks and crossbows from the chariots won't be able to pierce through you." The chariots and crossbows were far more powerful than swords and spears. No matter how hard the armor was, they could still break it. However, the moment the chariots and crossbows were pushed out, the siege weapons of the Yan kingdom arrived with the army. The leader was Tang Yueshan. Tang Yueshan fearlessly ran to Gu Jiao's side and entered the effective attack range of the Jin army. He glanced at Gong Sun Yu on the city tower and clicked his tongue. "You're indeed my brother." He was getting more and more used to his identity as a henchman. "Why are you here? Don't you need to attack the city?" She remembered that Tang Yueshan went to attack the north gate with Marquis Xianping. Tang Yueshan said, "The north gate has been breached. The Yan kingdom's army is still fighting. Old Shao went to the Ghost Mountain. I brought 10,000 men there to meet him. He only left 5,000 men behind and asked me to bring the rest back. He said they were going to chase after Gong Sun Yu." Gu Jiao rode on her horse and looked at the Jin army on the city tower. She said, "If that's the case, let's begin." Tang Yueshan glanced at her strangely. "You plan to?" Gu Jiao grunted. She said the most arrogant words in the calmest tone, "Let's attack the city now." The battle in Puqing lasted for a day and a night. Though Gong Sun Yu had given the order to retreat, the 4 city gates were blocked by the Yan army. They couldn't retreat even if they wanted to. Taoish Qing Feng returned to the street and pushed open the door of the shop. Liaochen was sitting on the ground in the lobby, leaning against a pillar. One of his legs was stretched out on the ground, the other was bent casually, and one hand was resting on his knee. A 4-year-old child was sleeping soundly in his arms. Hearing the footsteps, his long eyelashes fluttered. He opened his eyes and turned his head to look at Taoish Qing Feng, who was walking against the moonlight. His face was pale and his lips were bloodless. Taoish Qing Feng's murderous intent faded away. He said nonchalantly, "I won't take advantage of others. I'll take your life when the battle is over." Liaochen coughed up a mouthful of blood. He wiped it away and smiled. "As you wish. You're badly hurt." Taoish Qing Feng frowned. He walked over and knelt down on one knee. "Give me your hand." Liaochen gave him his hand with a faint smile. Taoish Qing Feng felt his pulse. After a moment of silence, he took out a bottle of pills. "Take one." Liaochen glanced at the tight cork and said weakly, "I don't have the strength. Can you feed me?" Taoish Qing Feng frowned. He found this demonic monk annoying. But he still pulled out the cork, poured out a brown pill and fed it to Liaochen. Liaochen chewed it and swallowed it. Taoish Qing Feng's hand, which was about to untie the water bag at his waist, paused. That was good. It would save him some trouble. The pill wouldn't take effect so quickly. Liaochen still leaned against the pillar after taking the pill. Thinking of the matter at hand, he asked, "Where's Gong Sun Yu?" Taoish Qing Feng said, "Someone was faster than me." Liaochen asked, "That girl?" Taoish Qing Feng looked at him strangely. Liaochen opened his mouth. It slipped out of my mouth. "You mean, the commander of the Black Wind Cavalry is a woman?" Taoish Qing Feng fell into deep thought. He had never thought of this possibility. First, he hadn't met many women and lacked experience. Second, no one would have guessed that a woman could have such courage. Liaochen cleared his throat and awkwardly changed the topic. "How come you didn't go the wrong way this time?" He could understand why Liaochen didn't get lost chasing Gong Sun Yu. After all, as long as he followed Gong Sun Yu, he wouldn't get lost. But he came back alone. Taoish Qing Feng said, "I rode a horse. An old horse knows the way and knows the way back." Liaochen was speechless. Gong Sun Yu's death was a great blow to the Jin army. Their morale plummeted. They couldn't retreat even if they wanted to. The 20,000 men on Ghost Mountain were either captured or killed by Marquis Xianping and the 5,000 Yan soldiers. Chang Jing brought Zhu Zhangquang back. His face was full of resentment. Zhu Zhangquang knew his secret. He planned to kill Zhu Zhangquang to silence him, but Zhu Zhangquang surrendered. Marquis Xianping didn't kill surrendered soldiers. This was the rule set by Marquis Xianping. In the Battle of Pu City, the Jin army was ultimately defeated. About 60,000 men escaped from Pu City and returned to Jin Nation from another border city. At this time, Jin didn't know that their nightmare wasn't over. In the middle of the 10th month, the Gu army of Zhao would cross the Yan and reach the border of Jin. At the end of the 10th month, the Qin and Zhao armies would head west to Jin's Nine Jade Pass. Liang Guigang had suffered a loss and was injured. He didn't dare to act rashly. But the Turks in the north were dissatisfied with Jin. They would also join the ranks of the Jin army. Next, what awaited the Jin nation would be an unprecedented 5-nation punitive expedition. Pu City Lord Manor. Wang Man and the generals were reporting to the crown princess on the main seat about the war. The remnants of the Jin army in the city were arrested. The other city occupied by the Han family was also recaptured. The 4 sons of the Han family died in battle and the rest were all captured. How are the casualties of the soldiers? Sheng Wanyan asked. It's much better than expected. Wang Man said truthfully. He was arrogant, but he didn't lie about the war results. This time the casualty ratio was the smallest in the war he had experienced. On the one hand, the soldiers were really brave. On the other hand, he had to admit that the medical officers' superb medical skills saved the lives of many soldiers. Sheng Wanyan smiled and said, about this, General Wang should be grateful to Commander Xiao. She was the one who took out the medicine and taught the medical officers how to treat external injuries. Hearing that it was that kid again, Wang Man snorted discontentedly. Sheng Wanyan didn't have time to argue with him. Qing had been unconscious for a few days. She had to see if he woke up. In fact, Sheng Wanqing had already woken up. He already knew who the man who carried him in the tunnel was. Thinking of the sentence, Brother Qing will protect you. If there's wine, we'll drink together. If there's a girl, we'll sleep together. He couldn't help but roar 3 times on the spot. Knock, knock, knock. There was a soft knock on the door. Qing, are you awake? I'm coming in. Sheng Wanqing was kneeling on the bed, pounding his small chest and roaring silently. Hearing the sound of the door being pushed open, he pulled the quilt over and covered himself. He knelt on the bed and curled his body into a ball. His head was covered. A pair of feet were still exposed. His feet moved arrogantly at first and then little by little they went back into the quilt. Marquis Xianping. Chapter 882. Marquis Xianping clutched his chest. A sentence ran through his mind. What should I do if my son is too cute? Xiaoheng was also cute when he was young. As he grew up, he became more and more serious. His old father rarely saw his adorable side. Especially now that he was married, he didn't even cooperate when he wanted to tease him. Marquis Xianping stepped into the room. He was a martial artist. He could tell if a person was awake by listening to their breathing. Moreover, Sheng Wanqing had contributed the most eye-catching acting skills in his life. Marquis Xianping had recovered from his initial nervousness and could face his son calmly. He cleared his throat and called out, Qing. Sheng Wanqing's IQ defected collectively. He's not here. Marquis Xianping was speechless. Marquis Xianping couldn't help but laugh. The thought of teasing his son came up, and he began to talk nonsense again. Oh, isn't this Brother Qing? Didn't you say you would protect me, drink together, and go to the brothel together? You're going back on your word so quickly? Ah, stop talking. Brother Qing has such a dark history since he was born. You've seen it all. Marquis Xianping laughed until his shoulders were trembling. Sheng Wanqing, who was sweating under the quilt, heard his laughter and gritted his teeth in anger. Don't laugh. Brother Qing's fist is very hard. Marquis Xianping stopped. After laughing enough, he cleared his throat and went to the bed to sit down on the edge of the bed. But seeing that his son obviously didn't know how to face him, he hesitated, took a step back and pulled a chair over to sit down. This distance wasn't too distant, but it wasn't too close either. They were father and son by blood, but the 20 years of unfamiliarity and gap couldn't be crossed in an instant. They needed to get to know each other slowly. Qing, Marquis Xianping called again. Sheng Wanqing didn't say anything. He had been bored inside for a long time. Marquis Xianping was afraid that he would be bored. He sighed and said to him, Well, you rest first. I'm leaving. I'll come to see you later. Under the quilt, Sheng Wanqing was slightly stunned and pricked up his ears. He heard the sound of footsteps gradually fading away, and his mood began to become a little strange. Then he heard the sound of the door being closed. His heart suddenly felt empty. Did she really leave just like that? She didn't even try to coax her. He pouted, feeling a little wronged. He grew up without a father. He had been poisoned since he was a child. However, he had always thought that the other children were also poisoned, but he had never thought that the other children were fatherless. It was as if he knew from birth that every child should have a mother and a father. Once when they were eating, he suddenly asked his mother while holding his bowl, "Where's my father?" That year he was 5 years old. His mother didn't know how to answer him and he never asked again. In the village there were also children without fathers. Those children would often be bullied by their peers. He had also been bullied before. Of course he would bully them back. He didn't tell his mother. More than once he had wondered if his father was dead or alive. If he died, how did he die? If he wasn't dead, why didn't he come looking for him? Did his father dislike him? She really didn't like him. She left so soon. I don't want to like you either. Sheng Guanqing felt wronged and angry. He lifted the blanket with a swoosh. However, when he turned his head, he saw Marquis Xianping sitting on the chair intact. He didn't even move a toe. Marquis Xianping smiled and looked at him. There was an uncontrollable doting smile in his eyes. The displeasure in his heart instantly disappeared. Marquis Xianping tilted his head slightly and leaned forward. He moved closer to him and asked with a smile, "You don't want to like anyone either?" Sheng Guanqing choked and looked over. "Didn't you leave?" His tone was very calm. Marquis Xianping said, "Then I'll leave?" Sheng Guanqing put his hands on his hips and exploded. "Let's see if you can walk." Marquis Xianping laughed uncontrollably. In fact, when his face was pulled down, he wasn't so embarrassed anymore. In addition, Sheng Guanqing was deeply taught by Marquis Xianping, so the embarrassment only lasted for a moment. Wasn't it just having another father? What was the big deal? They were all men. Sheng Guanqing calmed down and no longer felt ashamed of his actions and dark history. "Let's talk," he said. "Okay, let's talk," Marquis Xianping said with a smile. Sheng Guanqing opened his mouth. "You," he feinted. Where should he start? He wasn't mentally prepared at all. Before coming to the border, no one told him that he would pick up a father. Seeing his bitter and vengeful look, Marquis Xianping decided to speak first. "Do you know your background?" Sheng Guanqing nodded faintly. "And my mother told me." Marquis Xianping was not surprised. Sheng Guanyin mentioned to him that Xiaoqing knew his background. "She told you?" he asked. This was nonsense. He was just trying to find a topic to talk about. Sheng Guanqing grunted and raised his eyebrows. "I told you, my father is the Marquis of Zhao Country and my mother is the Princess of Zhao Country. There is also my poison and my younger brother Xiaoheng." The reason why he mentioned Xiaoheng was because Xiaoheng was Sheng Guanyan's flesh and blood. Sheng Guanqing looked at him seriously. "You can't blame my mother." Marquis Xianping opened his mouth. "I don't blame her." He had no right to blame her because whether it was Xiaoheng or Xiaoqing, they were both his sons. Whoever got the antidote, he would lose the other one. Sheng Guanqing looked into his eyes without blinking. After making sure that he wasn't lying, he said, "My mother is very good to me. She has suffered a lot over the years. If she didn't have to detoxify me, her life would be much easier." Marquis Xianping sighed. "I know that you and your mother have had a hard time over the years. It's easy for me." Sheng Guanqing spread his hands. With the state preceptor hall giving him the antidote, he only needed to eat, drink, and play. It was nothing more than a few days every month, but he had already gotten used to it. Marquis Xianping could see that he wasn't trying to find joy in suffering. He was really satisfied with his 20 years of life. Marquis Xianping's heart was somewhat comforted. He only hated that they met each other too late. Qing'er only had less than 2 months left to live. "I'll find someone to cure you," he said. Sheng Guanqing lay on the bed and said carelessly, "Well, a lot of people say that. That guy surnamed Xiao also said that." "Surnamed Xiao?" Marquis Xianping quickly realized that he was referring to Gu Jiao. Marquis Xianping said, "She is your sister-in-law." "What?" Sheng Guanqing sat up in shock. He is a girl? Which girl was so cruel? She killed people without blinking an eye. She must be the one who killed people. How stupid was the younger brother that he had never met to marry such a little killing god. Also, he just came to the border to play. Why did he have to pick up his father and sister-in-law? Couldn't he just be a good ghost king? Marquis Xianping's gaze fell on Sheng Guanqing's handsome face. "You don't have to disguise yourself here. Can you let me see your original appearance?" Sheng Guanqing thought about it and agreed. He poured some warm tea and used a handkerchief to wash off the disguise on his face, revealing his own appearance. This was a face that was somewhat similar to Marquis Xianping's. The shape of the face and the bridge of the nose were almost a perfect replica, but the eyebrows and eyes were very similar to Princess Xinyang's. There was also a beautiful point on his forehead that was exactly the same as Princess Xinyang's. Marquis Xianping was in a daze. "You look really like your mother." "Ha!" Sheng Guanqing was slightly taken aback. Marquis Xianping said, "Your other mother." Sheng Guanqing replied with an "oh," and asked, "The princess of the Zhao kingdom?" This unfamiliar name made him sigh. Marquis Xianping nodded. "Her name is Qin Fengwan, and her title is Xinyang. She still doesn't know about you." "If she did, she would be so happy that she would be silly." Sheng Guanqing looked at him curiously. Marquis Xianping changed his words in a second. "What do you mean?" "After the war, I'll take you to Zhao country to see her. If you don't want to go to Zhao country, I'll take her to Yin country to see you. Let's talk about it later." Sheng Guanqing waved his hand casually, looking uninterested. Thinking of something, he asked, "Is my mother's son doing well?" This mother was referring to Shang Guanyin, and the son was referring to Xiao Heng. Marquis Xianping said, "Very well. Your mother has been raising him by her side and treating him as her own. She personally taught him to read and write." Sheng Guanqing was dumbfounded. "Can learn to read? Aren't you a general? Why doesn't he practice martial arts?" Marquis Xianping said helplessly, "Your mother doesn't like him to practice martial arts. She wants him to sit quietly in school and study. Fortunately, he didn't disappoint your mother's expectations. At the age of 13 he became a young chancellor, and at the age of 18 he became the youngest top scorer in Zhao country. He's still the top scorer." Sheng Guanqing secretly clenched his fists. "Even if you give me 8 lifetimes, I won't be able to become the top scorer." He coughed lightly, raised his chin and sneered, "Bookworm." Thinking of something, he suddenly crossed his arms and sneered, "Wait until I see Bookworm. Let's see how I'll deal with him." Chapter 883. The novels that cannot be found online will all be available here. Sheng Guanqing set his lofty goals and did not know in the slightest that his younger brother was actually a super black sesame stuffed glutinous rice ball. Thinking of how he bullied his younger brother until he cried, Sheng Guanqing felt very cool. He began to hope that this day would quickly arrive. Marquis Xianping stayed in the room for a little under an hour. To say that there were no barriers between them in an instant, as if they had lived together for 20 years, that was impossible. But his son did not reject him. This allowed Marquis Xianping's heart to settle. He never worried about fighting, but he was filled with uncertainty about how to be a good father. He was a rough person, but Aheng was so smart and worked so hard. He recited poems that he did not understand and looked at him with admiration and expectation. How could he know how to match? But he did not want to admit defeat, thus he could only use bravado to hide the unease in his heart. "You're already so old, yet you don't even know how to ride a horse. You can't even pick up a knife. What's the point of reciting this?" Finally he saw pain and grief in the child's eyes. He was clearly so shameless, yet he could not let go of his pride in front of his son. He spent 19 years before finally saying to Xiao Heng, "My greatest pride in this life is not my military achievements or my title of nobility. It's you." He wouldn't make the same mistake with Xiao Qin. He just hoped that it was not too late. Their relationship as father and son was not too short. He still wanted to work hard to make up for the regrets of these years. The injury on your shoulder is fine, right?" Sheng Guanqing asked with an indifferent expression. Cold on the outside but warm on the inside, he was the same as Aheng later on. Marquis Xianping swore to be a loving father, but he could not be serious for more than 3 seconds. Hearing his son care about him, his shoulder moved and he gasped. Covering his wound, he leaned over. Sheng Guanqing had completely fallen off the horse. However, he did not know his own father's character. His expression immediately changed. "Hey hey hey. How are you?" Marquis Xianping said with a pained expression. "It hurts? That dagger was poisoned. I fear I won't make it, but if you call me father, I might be able to save myself." Sheng Guanqing was speechless. Soon it was time for dinner. In order to make it easier for Sheng Guanqing to rest, dinner was served in his room. On the table was his favorite meal, but there was no fennel. As he ate the rice in his bowl, he looked at his parents on both sides. All these years, there had always been only him and his mother at the dining table. In the past he didn't think much of it. But now that he thought about it, the imperial mausoleum seemed quite deserted. The situation in Pu City gradually stabilized and there was no need for a large number of troops to be stationed there. Sheng Guanyin transferred the main forces to the border and launched a crusade against the Jin state. In just 3 days, Great Yin had conquered the first border city of Great Jin, and the army of Great Jin retreated to Shi City. The vanguard of the attack on Creek City was the Dark Shadow Division and Black Wind Cavalry. The moment the hour passed, Gu Jiao gave the order to launch the first wave of attack on Creek City. As usual, they used the chariots and ladders of the Liang Kingdom. The soldiers rammed the city gates and climbed the city towers at all costs. When one fell, the other rushed up. The sky of Creek City was dyed red with blood. Dogs, give me your lives. Tang Yueshan rushed to the city tower in a spurt of energy. The city gate was cracked open and a group of men of sacrifice of the Jin state rushed out. These men of sacrifice were well trained and harder to deal with than ordinary soldiers. Soon, many of the Yin Kingdom's companions fell under their swords. Gu Jiao temporarily gave up on climbing the ladders and rushed to kill these men of sacrifice. They are more powerful than the men of sacrifice of the Liang Kingdom. No wonder the imperial court is supported by the sword hut. Gu Jiao fought back with all her strength. Her red-tasseled spear nailed Gong Sunyu to the city tower. She used the silver spear she took from the Ghost Mountain, which was very hard and durable. But there were too many of them and she was soon surrounded. She stabbed the men of sacrifice in front of her with her spear, and the men of sacrifice behind her chopped at her legs with their swords. There was no armor to protect her legs. Whoosh! An arrow hit the death warrior's chest. He screamed and fell down powerlessly. Gu Jiao looked back. Tang Yueshan had pulled the bowstring again. He stood high on the chariot and controlled the commanding position under the city tower. The marshal of the Zhao state's army was in full force. He said coldly, "I'm here to kill you." Gu Jiao nodded and left her back to Tang Yueshan. Tang Yueshan's arrows never missed. Under Tang Yueshan's cover, Gu Jiao successfully killed all the men of sacrifice. At the same time, the old duke came from behind. Tang Yueshan raised his eyebrows at him. "Old Gu, you're too late. We've killed them all." "Wait, that was a blatant show-off. Look at your granddaughter. She's not close to you at all. She's more like a father-son soldier to me. What a tacit understanding." The old duke's face darkened. At the same time, Tang Yueshan, who had killed countless men of sacrifice, finally attracted the attention of the Jin army. Just as Tang Yueshan climbed the ladders to the city tower, the catapults launched an attack on him. The ladders were smashed in an instant. Tang Yueshan fell from high in the air, and the Tang bow on his back flew out. But it was not over yet. A Jin archer aimed at Tang Yueshan with his bow. The old duke planned to use his lightness skill to save him. Tang Yueshan yelled, "My bow! My bow! Save my bow!" The old duke staggered and almost choked to death. Fatty Tang. Was the bow more important or the person more important? But in fact, even if he caught Tang Yueshan, it would not help. The archer's attack could not be avoided. At the same time, Gu Jiao suddenly grabbed an arrow from a man of sacrifice, stepped on the chariot and jumped up. The old duke looked at her, flew up and landed at her feet. Gu Jiao stepped on the old duke's shoulder and had the strength to fly up. She grabbed the Tang bow with one hand and pulled the bowstring with the other. She shot the arrow through the Jin archer's chest. She did not know lightness skill, so Yi did not panic when falling rapidly. The Marquis caught Tang Yueshan and lashed out with his whip to catch the falling Gu Jiao. The three of them landed steadily on the chariot. Tang Yueshan breathed a long sigh of relief. He almost fell to his death. The old duke glanced at Tang Yueshan with disdain. Tang Yueshan said, "Old Gu, what's with your expression?" The old duke snorted. The three of them continued to kill the enemy. Tang Yueshan's bow could not play an advantage in close combat, but the old duke's whip was different. He was willing to take over the heavy responsibility of covering Gu Jiao, taking care of all the blind spots and dead angles. The two of them cooperated well and were impeccable. Tang Yueshan frowned. "Why do I feel that old Gu is showing off?" Among all his grandsons, the old duke had only taken Gu Changqing to battle. Gu Changqing was his best grandson and the young master of the Gu army. Gu Changqing had performed exceptionally well in every battle. But now, the old duke was in a trance as he looked at the young man who was bravely fighting forward and bathed in blood. It was as if he was leading Gu Changqing to battle, leading the most dazzling and outstanding offspring of the Gu family to battle. A wave of heat rolled through his chest, and the blood in his body boiled uncontrollably. The sky gradually darkened. The young man's body was glowing with an inspiring power. Even the old duke, who had countless battlefield experience, had to admit that this was a hardy battle. Unfortunately, the two of them did not cooperate for long before an unexpected situation occurred. Gu Jiao had just rushed onto the Jin chariot and killed a Jin general when she slipped and fell. The old duke waved his whip to catch her. Unexpectedly, a tall figure rushed from behind, faster than his whip. He held Gu Jiao firmly with both hands and landed on the open space beside them. The other person lowered his helmet, revealing only a pair of familiar eyes. Gu Jiao blinked. Gu Changqing? Gu Changqing smiled and did not look back. He held her with one hand and stabbed his sword behind him, killing a Jin soldier who had sneaked up on him. "Yes, it's me," he said softly. He pulled back his sword and used his qinggong to carry Gu Jiao to the back of the camp. "You go back first. Leave this to me." Gu Jiao stood still and looked at him strangely. "Didn't you go to Zhao with old Master Meng?" Gu Changqing said, "I went." The task of negotiating peace was completed. He did not need to stay in Zhao anymore, so he traveled day and night without stopping to the northwest border. There was a faint shade of black under his eyes, and his eyes were bloodshot from exhaustion. He touched Gu Jiao's helmet and said gently, "Go back and wait for me." Gu Jiao said, "Okay." Gu Changqing returned to the battlefield with his sword. As he killed the enemy, he vaguely felt that the figure of the old general beside him was a little familiar. "Forget it. I'll kill them quickly and see my sister." The old duke was completely ignored. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. "Very good. You don't even recognize your grandfather." The morale of the soldiers of Yan Kingdom was high. They had nothing to worry about since they had won the battle in Shi City. Gu Jiao thought for a while and went back to Jianghu City. It had been 5 days since Shen Yuanqi had taken the purple grass poison. She wanted to know how Shen Yuanqi was doing. Chapter 884. Gu Jiao and the Black Wind King traveled through the night and arrived at Jianghu City near dawn. Jianghu City was being rebuilt after the war, and the streets were already filled with people who came to help. Everyone had already remembered this little commander in red armor and black armor. Seeing her enter the city, they all saluted her. When she first arrived at Jianghu City, the people saw her and the Black Wind Cavalry as rebels and avoided them. But now their view changed a lot. Gu Jiao had urgent matters to attend to, so she didn't stay for long. She nodded slightly and rode her horse. Did the little commander just come back from another battle? She's covered in blood. Is she injured? So pitiful. The people were distressed. One of the city guards had to stand up and refute the rumors. Commander Xiao is fine. That's the enemy's blood. Don't worry, Commander Xiao is powerful. She will definitely finish all the battles safely. These words were a bit exaggerated. But after the war there were many things waiting to be done. She indeed needed this kind of belief to strengthen herself. Hearing that the little commander was fine, the people were relieved and continued to do the work at hand. Their morale was higher than before. Shen Yuanqi was placed in the wounded barracks of the Black Wind Cavalry, and Yi Qingyi was guarding him. When Gu Jiao got off her horse and came to the entrance of the tent, Yi Qing had just come out with a pile of gauze that had been changed. When the curtain was lifted, Yi Qing saw Gu Jiao walking towards him. At this time, the stars and moon were hidden, the sun had not risen and the sky was gray. The fiery red battle suit brought out a touch of absolute beauty under the faint sunlight. She pushed up the mask of her helmet, revealing a young and tender face. Just by looking at this face, it was hard to associate her with the commander of the Black Wind Cavalry who killed enemies like flies. No matter how many people she killed or how many battles she fought, her eyes always retained the purest clarity. Of course she was calm enough. Yi Qing came back to his senses and greeted, "You're back? I heard that you guys went to Jin Nation. How's the situation?" Gu Jiao said, "When I left, we were attacking Shi City." She did not say how the battle was going, but since she was able to come here, it meant that the situation at the front line was not difficult. Yi Qing put the gauze into a special basket nearby, turned around and asked Gu Jiao, "Are you here to see the general?" Gu Jiao nodded. "How is he?" Yi Qing sighed with a complicated expression. "You know, after a person takes the purple grass poison, they will wake up at most 24 hours. If they don't wake up, then they are really dead. However, due to the unique toxicity of the purple grass poison, It can prevent the corpse from rotting for several months, so it looks like. Gu Jiao frowned. You mean he hasn't woken up yet? Yi Qing couldn't bear it and turned his back. Go in and see for yourself. Tried my best. Gu Jiao's heart sank and she opened the curtain. As a result, she saw Xin Yuanqi sitting at the head of the bed, with one arm hanging around his neck, and the other arm raised, grabbing a big frozen pear and putting it into his mouth. He took a very big bite. Gu Jiao came in suddenly and was shocked by the scene in front of her. He also paused. He just stared straight at Gu Jiao. Under Gu Jiao's incomparably stunned gaze, he slowly completed his bite. Crack. Crunch. Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao took a deep breath, turned around and left the tent. Beside the Black Wind King, Yi Qing covered his stomach, and for the first time in his life, he couldn't stand up straight. Gu Jiao turned her wrist and said dangerously, "Are you happy to be naughty?" Yi Qing was usually not so naughty. He was a serious person. Today even he didn't know what was going on, but he suddenly had the idea of teasing Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao decided to put Yi Qing in a gunny bag. However, Yi Qing probably looked at the almanac before going out today and his luck was very good. Just as Gu Jiao was about to find the gunny bag, Marquis Shen Pingho came over. Marquis Shen Pingho came to find Gu Jiao. He wanted to know if Gu Jiao had a way to cure Shang Wanqing's poison. Gu Jiao fiercely stared at Yi Qing. Just you wait, I'll put you in a gunny bag next time. Wait a minute, I'll go in and see Shen Yuanqi. Gu Jiao said to Marquis Shen Pingho and entered the tent again. Shen Yuanqi had already eaten the frozen pear and fell asleep. This was one of the side effects of the purple grass poison in the early stage, drowsiness. Gu Jiao checked Shen Yuanqi and found that his internal injuries were much lighter than before. The broken meridians were also slowly healing, which meant that the purple grass poison was healing his body bit by bit. This was the first time that Gu Jiao had truly witnessed the miracle of the purple grass poison. Gu Changqing didn't count. His purple grass poison had expired, and his recovery was all due to hypnosis. He still firmly believed that he had become a death warrior. Gu Jiao exclaimed, "The old injuries are also healing." This meant that once Shen Yuanqi recovered, he would no longer have to suffer the torture of internal injuries. He would become the same as a normal person or even stronger than a normal person. He had really been reborn. Gu Jiao was very happy for Shen Yuanqi. Seeing that this bottle of medicine was contributed by Yi Qing, Gu Jiao decided to beat him lightly when putting him in a gunny bag. It was almost dawn. Seeing that his master had returned, Teacher who was so excited that his eyes were filled with tears. He hurriedly asked about his well-being and went to the kitchen to bring breakfast. Gu Jiao, Marquis Shen Pingho, and Yi Qing all went to the commander's tent. Gu Jiao had been away for a few days and Teacher who had been cleaning carefully. It was very neat and tidy. The three of them sat around the small table, stepped on the cushions and sat on the ground. Breakfast was millet porridge and steamed buns. The three of them quickly finished eating. Then Marquis Shen Pingho talked about Shang Wanqing's condition. I heard that he doesn't have much time left. As he spoke, he glanced at Yi Qing on the side. The people in your state preceptor's palace said that. Yi Qing already knew that Shang Wanqing had come to Ghost Mountain. He also vaguely guessed the relationship between this General Xiao, who was personally appointed by the Crown Princess, and the Emperor's grandson. Not for anything else, but for this face that was somewhat similar to the Emperor's grandson. Of course, there was also the way the Crown Princess looked at him inadvertently. He hesitated for a moment and sighed, "It is indeed what my master said. The poison in His Highness Changsun is very powerful. It can only be suppressed for 20 years. It can't be more than that." Now it was already October and there were only 2 months left before the 20-year period. Marquis Shen Pingho asked, "Is it accurate to his birthday?" Yi Qing shook his head, "No, there is a certain error. It will only be brought forward, not delayed." The last sentence poured cold water on Marquis Shen Pingho's heart. Marquis Shen Pingho still held the last glimmer of hope and said, "But he looks no different from a normal person. He didn't look like he was about to die of poison." Yi Qing sighed, "It's the elixir refined by my master that has been suppressing his toxicity. He won't be in too much pain when he dies." This time he really wasn't being naughty. The Emperor's grandson's poison was really powerless. Marquis Shen Pingho's eyes fell on Gu Jiao's face. "Do you have a way?" Gu Jiao said, "I'm not good at detoxification. I sent a pigeon back to Chengdu a few days ago. There should be a reply from Madame Nan soon." Speak of the devil. The spy of the Black Wind camp came over with a carrier pigeon from Jianghu City. "Young commander, There is a carrier pigeon flying back from Chengdu. Bring it in. Gu Jiao said. The spy presented the carrier pigeon. Gu Jiao took off the note tied to the pigeon's leg and took the carrier pigeon out to the spy. After reading the note, Gu Jiao lowered her eyes. Madame Nan said that she can't detoxify this kind of poison. Yi Qing asked, Is the Madame Nan you mentioned a member of the Tang sect? Gu Jiao said, Yes. Yi Qing sighed, Then it is indeed impossible to detoxify it. My master personally went to the Tang sect to ask for medicine, but the result was that he returned without success. A poison that even the Tang sect couldn't detoxify was basically hopeless. Gu Jiao frowned. Could it be that there is really no way? Gu Jiao looked at the large pile of bottles and jars on the table. One of them was the anti-inflammatory medicine that had just been taken out from the small medicine box. It was prepared for Xinyuan Qi. Suddenly an idea flashed in her mind, purple grass. Yi Qing was stunned. Gu Jiao said thoughtfully, Purple grass poison is the strongest poison in the world. After taking it, there is an 80% to 90% chance of death. But if one survives, all injuries can be cured without medicine. Yi Qing said with a solemn expression. But, so far, no one with a weak body has survived. Take 5th Grandfather Han for example. His physique was not weak and he was a martial artist. There was no need to mention Xinyuan Qi. They first had a very strong physique, which produced a higher survival rate than ordinary people. The imperial grandson couldn't do it. Gu Jiao said, How do you know if you don't try? If by that day you still can't find a way to cure him, then purple grass poison is the only hope. I agree. Xian Pingho said. You. Yi Qing simply didn't know what to say. The poison of purple grass was too overbearing. It really wasn't something that anyone could survive. Besides, we don't have any more purple grass poison in our hands. The last bottle of purple grass poison was fed to Xinyuan Qi by his own initiative. Gu Jiao stood up. The Han family has purple grass garden. Teacher Hu. Send someone to the prison and bring 3rd Grandfather Han to me. In the Han family, 3rd Grandfather Han was the most spineless. The Han family was originally locked up in the prison of Ziyang City. Teacher Hu moved very quickly and soon brought 3rd Grandfather Han over. 3rd Grandfather Han was really easily frightened. Gu Jiao didn't even torture him and he already confessed. Purple grass. Purple grass. Is it the kind of grass that... It smells colorless and tasteless, but will die when eaten? He knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. Xian Pingho's eyes were cold. Gu Jiao was full of killing intent. He was even stuttering when he breathed. Yi Qing took out a pen and paper and drew a purple grass. 3rd Grandfather Han was very stupid and couldn't recognize it just by looking at the outline. Yi Qing gave him a look and 3rd Grandfather Han suddenly realized, I've seen it before. I've seen it before. He said in a trembling voice, Our Han family found a purple grass in Yo County. We surrounded it and built a village. But the village is gone. The purple grass inside might also be gone? Yi Qing's face changed. What did you say? 3rd Grandfather Han choked. The village was burned. When we were about to lose. My eldest brother said something, didn't want the black brave cavalry to fall into your hands. So he sent people to the village and destroyed the purple grass garden. 3rd Grandfather Han's words were like a bolt from the blue to everyone. No one expected that just when they were about to save Shangguanqing, the Han family would personally destroy all their hopes. Xian Pingho's face was frighteningly cold. His killing intent was about to overflow the entire tent. 3rd Grandfather Han was so scared by this terrifying killing intent that he fainted. Xian Pingho didn't get angry easily, but right now he crushed the cup in his hand. The broken porcelain pieces pierced his palm. He couldn't tell whether it was his hand or his heart that hurt more. He only saw his son after 20 years, but he only had 2 months left to live. Chang Jing didn't know what happened in the tent. He had just come from Puqing. He beat Zhu Zhangquang until he cried for his parents and swore to never reveal his identity. The girl in the soft fragrance pavilion said that a man's mouth was a liar. He wasn't so easily fooled. He fed Zhu Zhangquang poison. If Zhu Zhangquang dared to betray him, he would let Zhu Zhangquang die from the poison. Zhu Zhangquang was really honest now. His little disguise was saved. He didn't need to be captured back to Shadow Island. Chang Jing was very happy. But when he came in, he found that everyone was unhappy. If he didn't understand, he would ask. He asked, What happened to you? Xian Pingho was so angry that he couldn't speak. Gu Jiao didn't say anything either. The gentle and patient eldest disciple of the state preceptor hall, Yi Qing, said helplessly, "We're looking for a kind of purple grass. Unfortunately, we can't find it anymore." "What purple grass?" Chang Jing's gaze fell on Yi Qing's painting. Isn't this kind of purple grass everywhere?" Yi Qing choked. "Everywhere." Chang Jing said, "There's a lot in the back mountain of my house. It's all over the hillside." Everyone turned to look at him. Chang Jing, who had clearly resolved the crisis of his little disguise, suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. Chapter 885. "Are you sure you have this kind of grass in your mountain?" Marquis Xianping asked. His tone was unprecedentedly serious. "No." Chang Jing lied. Marquis Xianping nodded. "Well, do you want to go back by yourself or do you want me to take you back?" Chang Jing said, "I said no." Marquis Xianping continued with his plan. "Or you can write a letter to your father and tell him that I kidnapped you and ask him to exchange the purple grass for you." Chang Jing said, "I don't have it in my mountain." "I was wrong." Marquis Xianping shook his head. "Forget it. Dark Night Island is remote. Normal spies can't find its entrance. I'll go there myself." Chang Jing was speechless. His little vest was dropped just like that. He had fed Zhu Zhangquang poison for nothing. Marquis Xianping said, "Go pack your things. We'll leave tomorrow morning." Chang Jing went to the next room bitterly. Gu Jiao asked Marquis Xianping, "What's wrong with Chang Jing? Do you know that he's the young master of the Dark Knight sect?" Marquis Xianping said with a headache, "I just found out. I heard it from Gong Sun Yu's swordsman. When I met him on the side of the road, he was dirty and hungry. I asked him where his home was but he didn't tell me. I asked him to come with me but he didn't want to. Later. I won a few rounds with him." Marquis Xianping didn't think that Chang Jing was an ordinary kid because he knew martial arts. However, he didn't say anything about his identity. Marquis Xianping thought that he was being chased by his enemies. Marquis Xianping asked Gu Jiao, "You seem to know it already?" She wasn't surprised to hear about the Dark Night Island. Gu Jiao said honestly, "When I first came to the Yen Kingdom, I followed Nangong Li to a pawn shop and overheard his conversation with his confidant. That's how I learned about Chang Jing's identity." Marquis Xianping looked at Yi Qing. The Dark Night Island and the Yen Kingdom's State Preceptor Palace seemed to have some connections. The master of the Dark Knight sect had even paid a personal visit to the State Preceptor's palace and was received by the monarch of the Yen Kingdom. Yi Qing said, "My master does have some friendship with the Dark Night Island Lord. If General Xiao doesn't mind, I'm willing to go to the Dark Night Island with you." Marquis Xianping had abducted the other party's son. Now that he was here to ask for medicine, the other party would naturally not agree to it easily. With the help of the disciples of the Imperial Preceptor Hall, the conflict would be resolved by a lot. Chang Jing packed her things angrily. Marquis Xianping walked in, glanced at him and asked faintly, "You don't want to go back?" Chang Jing felt stifled. It was not easy for him to run away from home, but when he returned, he would be locked up by his father again. Marquis Xianping said, "If your father bullies you, I will beat him up for you." Chang Jing said without hesitation, "That won't do." His father was a little annoying, but he couldn't let anyone bully his father. When Marquis Xianping heard this, he understood that Chang Jing had no conflicts with his family. He was just a rebellious youth. "Forget it, just beat him up." Chang Jing sighed and said, "You can't beat him anyway." Marquis Xianping, the matter of going to the Dark Night Island was settled. In order to let Chang Jing lead the way willingly, Marquis Xianping finally bought him a box of glass marbles that he had been coveting for a long time. The road to the Dark Night Island was not easy, especially when winter was coming. It was very likely that they would encounter a strong snowstorm when crossing the ice field. Chang Jing said, "After October, my father doesn't allow people on the island to go out. It was because it was too dangerous. Human strength was not worth mentioning in front of natural disasters. We have to cross the ice field in the north of the Yen Kingdom before the snowstorm arrives. If you bring your son, it will be too late." So Sheng Guanqing could not go with them. Marquis Xianping agreed, "Okay." Chang Jing reminded him, "But it's also very dangerous to come back. Even if my father is willing to give you those weeds, you will be in November and December, when the snowstorm will sweep across the ice field." "I know." Marquis Xianping did not hesitate at all. You and Yi Qing stay on the Dark Night Island. I will come back first. Chang Jing was surprised. You want to cross the ice field in a month? You can't cross it. In fact, even if many masters traveled together, they still could not resist the bad weather on the ice field. Marquis Xianping was not as serious as usual. He said firmly, the antidote is in my hands. I can cross it. 20 years ago he could not save Shaoqing. This time, even if he was smashed to pieces, he would bring the antidote back for his son. Chang Jing had already learned what had happened. She glanced at Marquis Xianping and said, didn't you say it might not be the antidote? He might have been poisoned to death. Was it worth it for an uncertain result? Marquis Xianping went to say goodbye to Gu Jiao. Take care of Qing. It was a pleading tone. I will. Gu Jiao said, have you really decided to go? Marquis Xianping said seriously, we will leave tomorrow morning. He had made up his mind. Gu Jiao did not persuade him anymore. Then I will pack some emergency medicine for you. Marquis Xianping did not refuse. Gu Jiao opened the small medicine box, took out frostbite cream, anti-inflammatory drugs, iodophor, gauze and other emergency medical supplies. She packed them in a bag and sent it to Yi Qing. Remember to remove the stitches in 3 days. Gu Jiao said. Yi Qing was slightly stunned. General Shao is injured? Gu Jiao said, he was stabbed by Gong Sunyu. The wound was quite deep. He needed 4 stitches. Going to the Dark Night Island like this, he really did not want to live. Yi Qing sighed and took the bag. I will remember. Gu Jiao said, treat him well. He is my husband's father. Yi Qing subconsciously responded. After responding, he suddenly realized something. Your husband's father? Aren't you a man? How come you have a husband? What kind of joke is this? Before dawn, Marquis Xianping and the other 2 set off. On the way to the Dark Night Island, they would pass by Puqing. Marquis Xianping went to Shangguanyin and Shangguanqing to say goodbye. Shangguanqing fell asleep, so Marquis Xianping did not wake him up. He only said a few words to Shangguanyin. The 2 stood in the courtyard of the city lord's mansion and spoke softly. Shangguanyin asked, are you going to find purple grass for Qing'er? Marquis Xianping said, purple grass poison is the only way. Although it may not succeed, it is better than doing nothing. On this point, Shangguanyin and Marquis Xianping had the same opinion. As long as there was a 1 in 10,000 chance, it was worth a try. Shangguanyin looked at him without blinking. Where are you going to find it? Will it be dangerous? Marquis Xianping said lightly, there is no danger in the north. It is just a bit far. It is inconvenient to take Qing'er with me. Shangguanyin was not easy to fool. Shangguanqing was in danger. Who knows when he will fall down? It was the safest to take him to find the antidote. But Shaoji didn't take him with him, indicating that the danger on the road was fatal. Seeing her silent, Marquis Xianping smiled and said, if it's fast, I will be back next month. You tell Qing'er not to worry. Shangguanyin looked at him deeply. Her lips moved slightly. But in the end she only said, take care on the road. Marquis Xianping nimbly mounted his horse. Shangguanyin turned her head and turned her back. Shangguanyin. Marquis Xianping suddenly spoke. Shangguanyin's footsteps stopped. The 2 didn't look back. In the cold wind, she heard him sigh softly. It's not worth crying for a man like me. After Jin country lost 2 cities in a row, the 4th prince went out on behalf of the emperor and revived the morale of the Jin army. In another battle, the Jin army made a beautiful comeback and protected the 3rd border city that Wang Man led his troops to attack. Wang Man was shot in the shoulder by the Jin army and was seriously injured. Liao Chen only rested for a day and then went to battle again. He took over Wang Man's position and led the imperial army to continue to fight against the Jin army. Qing Feng also came to the front line. Before organizing the attack, Liao Chen threw him a set of armor. Wear it. Liao Chen said lightly, didn't you want to kill me? Then you'd better not get hurt. Qing Feng frowned, I don't wear other people's armor. Liao Chen put his hands behind his back. His peach blossom eyes were light, it's new, no one has worn it. The old one was on Liao Chen. Liao Chen's armor was broken. He was taller than the average soldier. In the camp, there were old and new suits of armor suitable for him. Mid-October. Zhao country's 50,000 Gu army crossed the border from the Great Yan and arrived at the western border. They went straight to Jin country's Chiuyang Pass. The arrival of Gu family's cavalry reduced the pressure on the Black Wind cavalry who always rushed to the front line. Gu Changqing strongly urged his sister to retreat to Chuyang City and leave the siege to him. Gu Jiao led the Black Wind Cavalry back to Chuyang camp after a month of continuous fighting. Sheng Wanqing was also brought back by her. At the end of October, the allied army of Zhao country and Qin country arrived at Jin country's Weishui Pass. At the same time, the Tujue in the north of Jin country also became restless. Jin country was attacked from both front and back. The morale accumulated by the fourth prince, who represented the emperor, was almost exhausted. News of victory came from the front line one after another. The armies of the other countries had entered Jin country's hinterland and occupied Song country and Yun country. They would soon take Ji country. In November, Chuyang City welcomed the cold winter. Thick snow fell on the camp. Gu Jiao carried a wooden bucket to the well to fetch water. All the soldiers had been sent out. There was not enough manpower in the camp. She usually did these small things herself. Teacher who wanted to help her, but he was not as strong as Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao threw the wooden bucket into the well. When she was about to turn it back up after fetching water, she found that the axle was frozen. Footsteps in the snow came from behind her. At this time, only teacher who would follow her. Gu Jiao reached out her hand. "Give me a dagger." He handed her a very delicate dagger. Gu Jiao's brain was frozen. She did not pay attention to the outer shell of the dagger for a moment. There was a faint residual warmth on the dagger. It was so warm. With a click, she pried open the ice on the axle. "Here." She returned the dagger to teacher Hu. She turned the bucket around, and just as she was about to lift it, a slender jade-like hand reached out and grabbed the handle of the wooden bucket before she could. This action made the other person suddenly very close to her. Her back was almost pressed against the other person's warm chest. A familiar fragrance and breath enveloped her. She turned around in a daze and was caught off guard by a pair of gentle eyes. He slightly raised the corner of his lips. His magnetic voice was low and clear. "Gu Jiao Jiao. Long time no see." Chapter 886. Gu Jiao's ears tingled and her little heart skipped a beat. Xiao Heng was wearing a silver fox cloak. The soft fox fur swayed gently in the cold wind, brushing against his handsome face. After not seeing him for 2 months, he seemed to have grown a little. His face was more delicate and handsome, and his eyes had a bit more of the royal aura of a person in a high position, but there was no arrogance in them. The white snow behind him wrapped in silver, and the mountains and rivers were picturesque, but it couldn't take away any of his elegance. Gu Jiao stared at him blankly. "Why are you here? Didn't you return to Sheng capital?" The news she received was that the emperor's grandson had finished his negotiations and was returning to the capital. Xiao Heng put the wooden bucket on the mouth of the well. He held the handle of the wooden bucket with one hand and gently rubbed her hair with the other. "If I don't say that, how can I give you a surprise?" "Very good." Nowadays he didn't have to be reserved when it came to flirting. He was getting bolder and bolder. Gu Jiao's gaze fell on his hand holding the wooden handle. She saw very clearly just now that he lifted such a big bucket of water with ease. "Oh, you've become stronger too," Gu Jiao muttered to herself. His arm strength had the strength of an adult man, and even his breath and voice had changed, becoming more mature and steady. Xiao Heng gently pinched her delicate and cool chin. "You've lost weight again. Did you not eat well?" Gu Jiao said seriously, "I ate well. I eat a lot every day." This was the truth. In order to replenish her strength, she didn't treat herself harshly in terms of food. However, she was exhausted from fighting all day long, so she was still thinner than when she was in Sheng capital. Xiao Heng's lips curled up, and his fingertips gently stroked her chin. "Did you become haggard because of me, Gu Jiao?" "Gu Jiao? When did this guy suddenly become so flirtatious?" Gu Jiao pursed her lips and raised her eyebrows. "Didn't you lose weight too? Is that because you miss me too? Be shy, young man." Unexpectedly, Xiao Heng chuckled and looked at her deeply. "There's a beauty here I won't forget. I haven't seen you for a day and I miss you like crazy." Gu Jiao's delicate body trembled. How could his cultivation be so profound? Xiao Heng looked at her shocked expression and couldn't help laughing in his heart. After all, she was about to get married. She couldn't be teased by her and blushed like before. He had grown up. He was going to be her man. He definitely did not secretly practice on the road. The winter wind was as cold as a knife. Gu Jiao's fingertips were cold. Xiao Heng took off his silver fox cloak and draped it over Gu Jiao's stiff body. His body heat and scent lingered on the cloak, making it warm and fragrant. Gu Jiao took a deep breath and her whole body began to warm up. Xiaoheng raised his slender fingers and tied the ribbon of the cloak for her bit by bit. He then pulled the hood of the cloak over her little head that was frozen in a daze. Gu Jiao looked behind him and asked in confusion, Where's Longyi? He left, Xiaoheng said. On a snowy morning, he opened his eyes and found that Longyi was no longer beside him. Longyi had sent him to a safe place before leaving. Now Longyi had probably gone to find his memories and answers. Gu Jiao lowered her eyes and was a little disappointed. Now she could sense more and more emotions and some of them made her sad. But she pressed her forehead against his sturdy chest. Xiaoheng raised his strong arm and gently hugged her in the cold wind. It's okay. I believe that one day we will see Longyi again. Gu Jiao, N. As for Wenren Chong, Li Shen and Zhao Dengfeng, these three people came to the side of the well to draw water. They saw two figures hugging each other from afar. One was clearly a man and the other was covered by a cloak. However, from his military boots, they could see that he was a soldier of the camp. In broad daylight, two grown men were whispering sweet nothings to each other. What kind of scandal was this? This was simply, the three people rolled up their sleeves and wanted to pull out the two people and punish them according to military law. However, Li Shen suddenly stopped and said, Little commander? Zhao Dengfeng and Wenren Chong stared at him. Aya, that little face under the cloak. Wasn't that the little commander? He. Wenren Chong stood in the middle of the two people. He was the first to raise his hand and cover the eyes of the two people. Almost at the same time, Li Shen and Zhao Dengfeng also raised their hands and covered Wenren Chong's eyes. Gu Jiao felt warm in his bosom. Xiaoheng lowered his head slightly and whispered in her ear with a teasing smile, Your subordinate saw it. In the place where she couldn't see, his ears were slightly red. However, in just a moment the cold wind calmed him down. Gu Jiao raised her head from his arms and looked around. She saw the three generals covering each other's eyes in a strange posture on the open space on the right. Gu Jiao straightened up without changing her expression. She looked at the three people and said, Li Shen, Wenren Chong, Zhao Dengfeng, come and greet His Highness Jiangsun. The three people staggered and fell to the ground together. What was going on? The little commander's boyfriend was His Highness Jiangsun. The three of them stood up a few times before standing up from the snow. They walked over to Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng awkwardly. They just said that they were going to punish them according to military law. However, one was the little commander and the other was His Highness Jiangsun. The three people looked straight ahead and saluted. Li Shen greets His Highness Jiangsun. Wenren Chong greets His Highness Jiangsun. Zhao Dengfeng greets His Highness Jiangsun. Xiaoheng looked at them calmly and said calmly, Former subordinates of the Xinyuan family. I have seen your names in the library. The three people were flattered. Xiaoheng and Gu Jiao were extremely calm. They did not feel embarrassed at all. Instead, it made the three of them wonder if their minds were impure and they had misunderstood. Maybe His Highness Jiangsun and the little commander were just brothers. The next second, His Highness Jiangsun took the little commander's hand and left in front of them. The three people were petrified. Bring the water here, Xiaoheng said. Yes. Zhao Dengfeng was the first to react. He answered and brought the bucket over. He put down the bucket and ran away immediately. He didn't dare to stay a moment longer. Zhao Dengfeng went back to the well and covered his beating heart. He sighed and said, The little commander is so pitiful. He actually likes men. Li Shen didn't disagree with him. He is also an unattainable man. Zhao Dengfeng shook his head. An unattainable man who doesn't have long to live. Achoo. In the mayor's mansion, Sheng Guanqing sneezed hard. Xiaoheng used Sheng Guanqing's identity to negotiate peace in Zhao State. Sheng Guanqing couldn't use this identity anymore. Last time he pretended to be His Highness Jiangsun in the tunnel to confuse Gong Sunyu. Now that there was no more danger, Sheng Guanqing used his original appearance and lived in the mayor's mansion as the little ghost king of Ghost Mountain. Gu Jiao went to see him once a day but she didn't go today. The tent was dry and cold. To save ice and charcoal, Gu Jiao didn't burn charcoal when she was alone in the tent. It was only when Xiaoheng came that she went to light a pot of charcoal. Xiaoheng looked at the gradually burning charcoal. He couldn't help but think of the days in the village. At that time their family was poor. They only had one charcoal pot. She couldn't bear to use it herself, so she brought it into the room for him. She only came to sit occasionally. He was engrossed in copying books, and she was quietly drying clothes that couldn't be dried in the winter over the fire. Xiaoheng looked at her slender and soft waist. He couldn't help but wonder how he could calm down to copy books at that time. Gu Jiao turned around and saw Xiaoheng looking at her with deep eyes. She said, "It's almost done." Xiaoheng helped her up and let her sit in a chair. "Sit down. I'll start the fire." Gu Jiao said, "Okay." If people saw His Highness Zhang's son squatting on the ground to start a fire for her, they would be shocked. Gu Jiao looked at him with great interest. He was so handsome that he could do such a rough job as starting a fire so pleasing to the eye. Having suffered in the countryside, his movements weren't clumsy. He finished the fire in a short while. He came to Gu Jiao's side and sat down. She didn't know if it was because of the brazier or because he came to her side. Gu Jiao felt that the winter in the northwest didn't seem so cold. The two of them were far away in the east and west. They only received military intelligence from the official relay stations. They rarely mentioned private matters. For example, Xiaoheng had heard about Shenyuan Qi and the Shenyuan Seven Sons on the way here. However, the Ministry of War's secret letter didn't mention the relationship between Shenyuan Zheng and Liao Chen. After hearing Gu Jiao's detailed explanation, Xiaoheng suddenly understood. So Liao Chen is Shenyuan Zheng. Right, where are they now? Gu Jiao said, General Shenyuan is recuperating in the city lord's residence. Liao Chen went to the front lines to attack Jin. The crown princess is in Puqing. She will come tonight, by tomorrow night at the latest. Xiaoheng nodded. Then I'll wait for her here. I'll go to the city lord's residence to pay a visit to the general. Gu Jiao said, Okay, I'll go with you. We'll also go see Shang Guanqing. Xiaoheng was shocked. Shang Guanqing is here too? His older brother? Speak of the devil. Outside the door, a little ghost soldier who acted as a eunuch shouted, The Ghost King has arrived. Xiaoheng was confused. The Ghost King? Gu Jiao explained, Your older brother. As soon as she finished speaking, the tense curtain was lifted. In an instant, countless images of his older brother flashed through Xiaoheng's mind. Since he was his mother's biological son, he should look a lot like Xinyang. Dignified, noble, refined, and scholarly. In the end he saw a man carrying a gun. He swaggered in boldly and looked like a bandit. Xiaoheng? Chapter 887. Although Xiaoheng didn't announce it to anyone before he came, he entered the city early in the morning as the imperial grandson. General Shenyuan Qi was in charge of the city lord mansion, so the news of the imperial grandson's arrival was naturally sent over there as soon as possible. Shang Guanqing was also recuperating in the city lord mansion. He had been sick these days. When he heard that his bookworm brother had come, he immediately became energetic and brought his younger brother to show off. At this time the sky was already bright. There was the reflection of the snow in the tent, the thin light from the sky, and the little flames from the burning charcoal. It was not too bright, but intertwined together, it was just enough to outline the clear outline of each person. The two brothers met in such a scene. The picture in Xiaoheng's mind cracked, and his action of peeling oranges for Gu Jiao stopped. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Shang Guanqing was very satisfied with Xiaoheng's dumbstruck reaction. His appearance was really shocking and he shocked this little brother at once. Shang Guanqing waved his hand and motioned the ghost soldiers outside to retreat. After the show was over, it was time to officially meet. After Marquis Xian Ping exposed Gu Jiao's little disguise, he and Gu Jiao had already been honest with each other. He simply greeted her and turned his head to look at his bookworm brother's face. Ah, it's really like that, he whispered. He had disguised himself with this face for many years. How could he not recognize it? But looking at it from the bronze mirror or from the portrait was not as shocking as seeing it face to face. So I've been like this all these years? It's quite good looking. He didn't know whether he was praising himself or his younger brother. When he looked at Xiaoheng without hesitation, Xiaoheng also began to look at him seriously. Xiaoheng's appearance was 40% inherited from Marquis Xian Ping, 40% inherited from Shang Guanyan, and 20% inherited from the Shenyuan family. Shang Guanqing, on the other hand, was half like his biological father and half like his biological mother. His eyebrows, eyes, and forehead were all perfectly inherited from Princess Xinyang. Xiaoheng had been brought up by Princess Xinyang. The two of them had the same habits and the same demeanor, which made them look like mother and son. But that was because they had never seen Shang Guanqing. When the two brothers looked at each other, Gu Jiao was also observing them. After all, they were born from the same father. No matter how different their auras were, their facial features were still somewhat similar. In the past few days, a few old generals in the imperial court had said that the Ghost King from Ghost Mountain looked a bit like the emperor's grandson. However, there were so many similar people in the world. If they were similar, then so be it. No one would suspect anything. Are you Xiaoheng? As the elder brother, Sheng Guanqing was the first to speak. He carried the gun and said arrogantly, "Do you know who I am?" Gu Jiao glanced at him. "How dare you be so fierce to my husband? I'm afraid you'll be served in a sack." Gu Jiao looked at Xiaoheng. "Can I beat him?" Xiaoheng took Gu Jiao's hand, put the peeled orange in her palm and said softly, "I'll go out and have a few words with His Highness the Ghost King." She couldn't beat him. Gu Jiao said regretfully, "Oh." Xiaoheng looked at the arrogant and despotic Sheng Guanqing with a smile. "His Highness the Ghost King, please move." "Do you think I'll move just because you say so? You're so rude." Sheng Guanqing put on the airs of an elder brother. "Come out with me." Xiaoheng suppressed the smile on his face and obediently followed Sheng Guanqing out of the tent. They came to an empty drill ground. Sheng Guanqing carried the big gun, looking mighty but not majestic. He stopped and looked at Xiaoheng fiercely, intending to show off his power as an elder brother. Xiaoheng said softly, "Elder brother." The word elder brother directly blocked all the majestic power that Sheng Guanqing was about to show off in his throat. Sheng Guanqing widened his eyes in disbelief and embarrassment. In short, it was a very complicated feeling. What did you just call me?" he asked seriously, staring at him. Xiaoheng said innocently, "Elder brother, aren't you my elder brother?" Why did this boy have such an expression? He looked like an innocent deer. How could he be bullied? And you called me elder brother so quickly. I didn't even scare you twice. Sheng Guanqing coughed softly and tried to maintain his domineering persona. Of course I'm your elder brother. But how did you recognize me?" Xiaoheng smiled slightly, showing a trace of innocent cleverness. "Probably, it's the telepathy between brothers. It's because you look too much like your parents. Who would believe that you're not your biological son? And your arrogant aura is exactly the same as your biological father's." No matter what Xiaoheng thought in his heart, he looked very docile and well-behaved on the surface. On the way here, Sheng Guanqing had imagined countless possibilities of meeting his younger brother. His younger brother was a bookworm, and there were many bookworms in the imperial court. They thought of themselves as noble and virtuous, and looked down on ignorant and incompetent people the most. Even generals were just boorish men in their eyes. People like him, who were neither literate nor martial arts, were even less attractive to these pedantic scholars. He had been laughed at behind his back. Chapter 888. The novel will be updated more quickly. Sheng Guanqing calmed down the excitement in his heart and returned to his old self, who didn't recognize anyone. Sheng Guanqing was not much more familiar with Chu Yang than Xiaoheng, but his appetite was getting worse these days. In order to make him eat more, Gu Jiao asked Teacher Hu to search for delicious food in the streets and alleys for him. He roughly remembered a few shops. The coachman was a local. After they told him the name of the shop, the coachman took them there with ease. It was a noodle shop opened by the people of Zhao, but it claimed to have the flavor of the Six Kingdoms. Sheng Guanqing ordered 2 bowls of Yangchun noodles, the specialty of the Zhao kingdom. Xiaoheng looked at the noodles in the bowl, thinking that it was not exactly similar to Yangchun noodles. It had nothing to do with them. Xiaoheng tasted it. It was quite ordinary. Sheng Guanqing, on the other hand, seemed to be eating with relish. He asked Xiaoheng, "How is it? Is it better than the ones in the Zhao kingdom?" Xiaoheng glanced at him and said, "Jiao Jiao's cooking is better than this." Sheng Guanqing said in surprise, "That girl can cook?" Xiaoheng's eyes flashed with gentleness. "Jiao Jiao's cooking is very good." Sheng Guanqing curled his lips. He came here to eat noodles, not to eat dog food. Chuyang City was gradually restoring order, but because of the war, the prices had risen. Yangchun noodles usually cost 6 knife coins, but now it cost 20 knife coins. This was a small increase. The price of the meat was even more outrageous. A small bowl of donkey meat was sold for 2 taels of silver. Sheng Guanqing glanced at Xiaoheng, who was eating noodles silently. He rolled his eyes and ordered 2 bowls of the most expensive donkey meat and a jar of 30-year-old wine. By the way, you didn't bring any money when you went out, did you? He asked seriously. No. Xiaoheng shook his head blankly. He really didn't bring any money. There were eunuchs on the way to take care of food, clothing, accommodation, and transportation. The banknotes were in the military camp's luggage. Sheng Guanqing patted his chest and said, "It's okay. I brought it. I'm treating you to a meal as your brother. How can I let you pay for it? There's a good osmanthus cake shop over there. I'll buy it for you." Xiaoheng said hurriedly, "I'll go." Sheng Guanqing smiled and said, "No need, no need. I'm the elder brother. I'll go." Xiaoheng thought for a moment. "Okay then." Sheng Guanqing reminded him, "By the way, remember not to expose your identity as the eldest imperial grandson. There are assassins from the Jin state in the city. You will be in danger." Xiaoheng nodded obediently. "Oh, got it." Sheng Guanqing left with a smile. As soon as he left the shop, he pulled over the shop assistant at the door and casually said, "The person who came with me just now, he's paying the bill." The two of them were good-looking and their clothes were extraordinary. One look and one could tell that they were the young masters of a wealthy family. The shop assistant smiled politely and said, "Yes, sir." After Sheng Guanqing walked to the opposite side, he turned around and sneered at Xiaoheng, who was eating noodles slowly in the shop. "Silly little brother. Just wait to be beaten up." Sheng Guanqing really went to the shop that sold osmanthus cake. It was not for anything else, but because he could see the noodle shop directly across the street. He wanted to witness the dark history of the top scorer's little brother with his own eyes. He went up to the second floor and asked for a first-class room. He also ordered a pot of the most expensive tea, crossed his legs and watched the show leisurely. He should be beaten out soon, right? When should he make a move? Would it be too cruel when he was beaten until he cried for his father and mother? Sheng Guanqing waited for a long time, but he did not see any movement at the door of the noodle shop. What's going on? Could it be that he was beaten to death inside? Oh, I forgot that the shop has a backyard. If they are attacking the boy in the backyard, it will be terrible. Sheng Guanqing just wanted to teach Xiaoheng a lesson. He did not intend to kill Xiaoheng. He hurried downstairs intending to throw the money bag directly to the shopkeeper and keep the change. But his hand touched nothing. He was stunned and lowered his head to look around. "Where's my money bag?" When the shopkeeper saw this, his face immediately darkened. "Sir, did you lose your money bag? It was still with you when you showed up. I don't know how it disappeared." Sheng Guanqing was puzzled. "How do you know?" The shopkeeper rolled up his sleeves. "Ah, I've heard this kind of excuse many times. You look like a dog. You're actually a swindler. Don't you know who owns this shop? How dare you swindle in my shop? You must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. Guards, arrest him for me. Drag him to the backyard. If he doesn't hand over the money, break one of his legs." Sheng Guanqing said in disbelief, "You're too black-hearted. Do you want to use a leg to pay for such a small amount of money? You have no respect for the law." The shopkeeper snorted coldly. "Law? This is the law of our Jianghu city." There were many wars at the border. It seemed that the local laws had indeed changed. The shopkeeper said, "Arrest him." "Wait." Sheng Guanqing stretched out his hand and made a stop gesture. "I'm the eldest grandson of the emperor." The shopkeeper took out a portrait from the counter and opened it. "Do you think I haven't seen the eldest grandson of the emperor? Boy." Xiaoheng's eyes were filled with doubt as he asked, "Brother, where are we going?" The way he called him brother was really nice. Sheng Guanqing's heart nearly softened. Fortunately, his heart was like steel and he managed to stabilize himself in time. He said, "We are meeting for the first time and I am your older brother. I should prepare a greeting gift for you. I did not prepare one ahead of time, so I will buy one for you now." Xiaoheng slightly shook his head. "No need, brother. I did not prepare one for you." Sheng Guanqing heroically waved his hand and said, "That's different. I am your older brother. I must give you a greeting gift. If you continue to be so courteous with me, I will get angry." Xiaoheng hesitated for a moment and said with difficulty, "Since brother has said it like this, then Aheng will respectfully accept." Sheng Guanqing hugged his shoulder and patted him, saying with a smile, "That's more like it." Sheng Guanqing brought Xiaoheng to an antique shop. In these troubled times, the nearby antique shops had closed one after another. This was the only one that was still open. Xiaoheng tugged at his sleeve and quietly said, "Brother, the things here are too expensive. Let's go somewhere else. Zhao Du's young marquis, his mother was a princess and his father was a marquis. He actually felt that a few antiques were expensive. Right, this younger brother had wandered among the commoners for a few years and lived a hard life. Sheng Guanqing's heart nearly softened, but fortunately he was skilled. He smiled and said, "Don't worry. I've saved up quite a bit of private money over the past few years. Pick whatever you like. There is no need to be courteous with brother." This time Sheng Guanqing learned to be obedient. He repeatedly checked that the money bag did not fall out. In truth, even if it fell out, there was no harm. The banknotes in the money bag were not enough to buy an antique. "You look around first. I will go to the outhouse." Okay. Xiao Heng remained on the second floor to look at the antiques. Sheng Guanqing went downstairs and picked up a few antiques in the main hall. "Upstairs, my younger brother will pay the bill." This trick might not have worked if it was used by others, but the two of them looked like young masters of aristocratic families. Nobody suspected that Sheng Guanqing was a swindler. Sheng Guanqing took the antiques and ran. "Stinky brat, let's see how you escape this time." Sheng Guanqing looked up to the sky and laughed, "Ha." He carried a bag of antiques back to the carriage. As soon as he opened the curtain, he was so scared that he almost fell down. Why are you here?" Xiao Heng smiled slightly. "I finished buying, so I got on the carriage and waited for my brother." Sheng Guanqing was even more surprised. "You finished buying?" He looked at the big boxes of antiques in the carriage in shock. You bought all of them?" Xiao Heng said innocently, "My brother just picked these out for me and asked me to accept them." I did say that, but how did you pay the bill?" Sheng Guanqing touched the money bag. It was still there. Xiao Heng said with a smile, "I said my brother was the eldest grandson of the emperor, and the shopkeeper said it didn't matter. He would go to the Castellan mansion to collect the bill from my brother later." Why did no one believe me when I said I was the eldest grandson of the emperor, but he believed me when I said I was the eldest grandson of the emperor? So many antiques, how much money would it cost? Your brother has saved money for more than 10 years. The little person in Sheng Guanqing's heart knelt down on the ground and cried out loud. Chapter 889. Xiao Heng looked at him and asked in confusion, "Brother, why aren't you saying anything? Did Aheng do something wrong? Then Aheng doesn't want these things." What kind of joke was this? Things that had been given out were things that could not be taken back. Could it be taken back? Where would he, the dignified Ghost King, put his face? Sheng Guanqing swallowed his broken teeth, feeling extremely aggrieved. On the way back he did not want to say a single word to Xiao Heng. When they passed by a shop that sold dried meat, the carriage stopped. Sheng Guanqing unhappily asked, "What are you doing?" Xiao Heng said, "When I entered the city this morning, I bought dried meat from this shop. At that time it was not done roasting, so they told me to come back in 2 hours. It should be done now." Sheng Guanqing raised an eyebrow. "How did you know that I like to eat dried meat?" Xiao Heng was stunned. I don't know. I bought it for Jiao Jiao." Caught off guard, he was stuffed with dog food once more. Sheng Guanqing's face was dark, as he decided to ignore this younger brother for the rest of his life. Xiao Heng went to the shop to get dried meat, but he still had to wait a little longer. The inside of the carriage was very stuffy, and Sheng Guanqing decided to get out of the carriage to get some fresh air. He stood in front of the shop for a while. The fragrance of the dried meat was very enticing, but he did not have much of an appetite these days. From time to time, there would be customers passing by, and he would slightly move to the side to let them pass. In the end, he had no choice but to enter the shop. This shop sold dried meat and other pastries. Customers could bring them out or eat inside. At this time there were many people and the lobby was crowded. Xiao Heng did not like lively scenes and went to the backyard to wait alone. Sheng Guanqing indifferently looked at the noble and self-restrained Xiao Heng. The evil thoughts that he had suppressed once again emerged. He arrived behind Xiao Heng without leaving a trace. When Xiao Heng turned around to get dried meat, he stretched out his foot to trip him. The courtyard was covered with a thick layer of snow. Even if he fell, it wouldn't hurt. At most, it would just embarrass Xiao Heng. And Xiao Heng really didn't know that Sheng Guanqing had come to play tricks. This move was supposed to succeed, but Sheng Guanqing's stride was too big and he lost his balance. He slipped and fell forward. "Aya!" he cried out in surprise. Xiao Heng turned around and almost instinctively reached out to grab Sheng Guanqing. The inertia was too great and the two brothers fell into the snow together. Coincidentally, at this time the brothel madam across the street came in from the back door to buy dried meat. As soon as she entered the backyard, two young men fell under her skirt. The procuress? Sheng Wanqing. Xiaoheng. The brothel keeper was startled at first, but then she was so excited that her whole body trembled, and the makeup on her face fell. She put one hand on her fat waist and pointed at the two with a handkerchief in her other hand. She gritted her teeth and said, "Where did these brats come from? How dare you take advantage of me in broad daylight? You're indecent. See how I'll deal with you." As she spoke, she bent down and was about to pull the two brothers' ears. The two brothers exchanged a look. Sheng Wanqing, run. The two brothers quickly stood up from the snow. Sheng Wanqing grabbed Xiaoheng's wrist and rushed out from the back door in one breath. "You took advantage of me and then ran? Stop right there. I told you to stop. Do you hear me? Someone is coming. Capture those two brats for me." The two brothers' scalps tingled and they ran forward as fast as they could. Over there, over there." Xiaoheng pointed to the alley on the right. "No, what? I'm the older brother. Listen to me." Sheng Wanqing decisively pulled his brother into the alley on the left. It turned out that Sheng Wanqing didn't lead them the wrong way. The two of them didn't know how long they ran. After making sure that the people of Springflower House didn't chase after them, they held the fence on the side and gasped for breath. This used to be a workshop for dyeing cloth. After the war, the people in the workshop left, and the things inside were also emptied, leaving only an empty yard. Sheng Wanqing had no strength left, and he directly lay down in the snow. Xiaoheng glanced at him and lay down beside him. "How do you know to go left?" he asked. "Have you been here before?" "I haven't. It's just intuition," Sheng Wanqing said. Xiaoheng pondered for a moment and felt that it shouldn't be intuition but experience. Sheng Wanqing wasn't a child who grew up in a house. He didn't like to study, but it didn't mean that he wasn't knowledgeable enough. Wasn't there a saying that reading 10,000 books was better than traveling 10,000 miles? It couldn't be more appropriate to describe Sheng Wanqing. Which brother flirted with the brothel's auntie on the first day they met? Sheng Wanqing habitually wanted to say girl, but when he thought of the brothel keeper's appearance, he decisively changed his words. Xiaoheng couldn't help laughing when he heard what he said. Yes, which brother was like the two of them? They fought all kinds of tricks when they met and in the end both of them were cheated. Sheng Wanqing looked at the blue sky and white clouds and said, "Hey, shouldn't scholars be honest? Or is it that being the top scholar is different from being an ordinary scholar?" What? Xiaoheng didn't understand for a moment. He also looked at the sky and felt very strange. Sheng Wanqing said carelessly, "You took my money pouch, didn't you? And those antiques, you did it on purpose, didn't you?" Without giving Xiaoheng a chance to quibble, he snorted and said, "I thought you were really a bookworm. Who would have thought that he was a thick-skinned little glutinous rice ball filled with black sesame?" After being exposed, Xiaoheng didn't feel embarrassed at all. This was not in line with his character. He could be thick-skinned in front of outsiders, but he was not so thick-skinned in front of his own people. So, why did he get along with Sheng Wanqing so naturally? Was it because he was his brother? He could let himself go and be himself with peace of mind because he knew him as well as he knew him. They were like each other's other selves in the world. Xiaoheng put his right arm behind his head and said lightly, "My skills are not as profound as yours." He was thick-skinned. "I'm your brother. Of course I'm better than you." Although he said that, it was just now that he really came to his senses. The moment he laid down on the snowy ground, the thoughts in his mind suddenly opened up. He didn't need any evidence. It was more like a kind of brotherly connection. He suddenly understood that this guy was teasing him. He said lightly, "Hey top scholar, recite a poem for me." Since the window paper had been opened, Xiaoheng no longer pretended to be an obedient younger brother. He refused very coldly, "No. You've shown your true colors, haven't you?" Sheng Wanqing turned his head and glared at Xiaoheng coldly. He said sarcastically, "You're the younger brother. How dare you disobey your brother? Can't you have some self-awareness as a younger brother?" "If you want to recite it, do it yourself," Xiaoheng said lightly. He turned over in the snow and showed his back to Sheng Wanqing. Sheng Wanqing was so angry that he gritted his teeth. The little person in his heart jumped up. He picked up his stinky younger brother and beat him into the snow so hard that he couldn't be dug out. "Humph!" Sheng Wanqing snorted. He didn't turn over but he closed his eyes coldly. Xiaoheng opened his eyes and felt the heat on his body dissipate little by little. He also quietly looked at the scenery in the distance. The wind had stopped and there were more pedestrians on the street. Occasionally, passers-by noticed them and looked at them as if they were fools. They hurriedly passed by. The two brothers' meeting was very sudden. Neither of them was mentally prepared. Maybe Shang Guanqing was a little bit, but only a little bit. From the moment they met until now, there were some topics that they had avoided mentioning. For example, should I give you back the identity of the eldest grandson of the emperor? For example, if I took the antidote that belonged to you, would you be angry? In fact, whether it was the young Duke of Jianghu or the eldest grandson of the great Yan Emperor, both of their lives were not smooth sailing. It was hard to say who had suffered more. Xiaoheng didn't die, but the young Duke of Jianghu died once. Shang Guanqing was still alive, but his life was coming to an end. A gust of cold wind blew, and Xiaoheng's body was cold. "It's time to get up," he said. "Don't lie down. You'll catch a cold." He sat up. Shang Guanqing behind him didn't respond. He looked at Shang Guanqing strangely. Shang Guanqing's face was pale and his lips were bloodless. When he saw him in the camp in the morning, his face was not as ruddy as normal people, but he was not as weak as he was now. "Shang Guanqing, what's wrong with you?" Xiaoheng raised his hand and touched his forehead. It was not hot, but his breath was very weak. Xiaoheng patted his shoulder gently. "Shang Guanqing, Shang Guanqing, Shang Guanqing." Xiaoheng was not a doctor who had been ill for a long time, but he could still tell if a person was really weak. No wonder he hadn't moved since he lay down. It wasn't that he was too lazy to move, but that he couldn't move at all. "Wake up. Didn't you want to hear me recite a poem? I'll recite it to you. Snow on the mountain in May, no flowers, only cold. Hearing the plucked willow in the flute, spring has not seen. Battle at dawn with the golden drum, sleep at night with the jade saddle. Willing to slay Lulan with the sword at my waist." It's unpleasant to hear. Shang Guanqing slowly opened his heavy eyelids and glanced weakly at Xiaoheng. Xiaoheng corrected him. "This poem is not unpleasant to hear. It's your voice." Shang Guanqing rolled his eyes and said, "How old are you?" Xiaoheng's throat was a bit swollen and painful. His voice unconsciously carried a trace of choking that even he didn't notice. Xiaoheng let out a long breath. With just a little effort, his back was already drenched in sweat. "You don't even call me brother," Shang Guanqing complained. Xiaoheng laughed. "Can you beat me in a fight or a test? Why should I call you brother?" Shang Guanqing grabbed the gun in the snow. "I'll shoot you, brother." A wise man submits to circumstances. Shang Guanqing snorted with satisfaction. The wind became stronger. Xiaoheng stretched out his hand. "I'll help you up." Shang Guanqing suddenly said, "I can't wait for the antidote." Xiaoheng's hand paused. He took a deep breath and said slowly, "No, father will definitely bring the antidote back." Shang Guanqing didn't answer. Instead, he looked at the distant sky and said, "Is she well?" He didn't say which she he was referring to. It could even be he. But Xiaoheng only froze for a moment before he understood who he was referring to. Without waiting for Xiaoheng to answer, Shang Guanqing said in a low voice, "Take me to see her. I want to see her one more time before I leave." Chapter 890. Novels that can't be found on the internet are all here. In November at the border, the wind was bitterly cold. At night, Shang Guanyin came from Pu City and went to the military camp first. She only heard that the eldest imperial grandson had come when she entered the city. With her understanding of her two sons, one was looking for a wife, and the other was looking for a younger brother. At the moment, most of them were in the military camp. Sure enough, she saw Gu Jiao and the two brothers in Marquis Xianping's tent. Shang Guanqing had already fallen asleep, and Gu Jiao was giving him an infusion. His appetite was not good these days, so Gu Jiao would give him a supplement from time to time. But tonight, the atmosphere in the tent seemed to be particularly dignified. Shang Guanyan's face changed. "What's wrong? Did something happen? Is Qing'er not well?" Shang Guanqing's situation was not good. He had been relying on the medicine of the state preceptor hall to suppress the poison, making him look no different from a normal person. In fact, his body had long been exhausted. Yi Qing said that he would not suffer too much, but he would become more and more sleepy. Maybe one day he would fall asleep and never wake up again. Xiaoheng told Shang Guanqing's idea to Shang Guanyin. Shang Guanyin fell on the chair in a daze. He really decided to do this? Go to Zhao country. It meant that he had completely given up on the antidote. The journey to Zhao country was long, and no one could guarantee that he would not die of poison on the way. If he was poisoned, wouldn't it be a wasted trip? Thinking that her son would die alone on the way back to Zhao country, Sheng Wanyan's heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. She did not want to not see her son for the last time. I don't want to. At this moment she was not the iron blood loyal crown princess, she was just an ordinary mother. But at the same time she also understood that she did not have the right to stop Sheng Wanqing from seeing Princess Xan Yang. The Marquis Changjing and Yi Qing are going north. I asked around, Dark Knight Island is in that direction. If the journey was easy they would have brought Sheng Wanqing. If you didn't bring it, it means that this trip is a narrow escape. The extreme north had extremely bad weather. Snowstorms wreaked havoc on the ice plains, and along with the arrival of winter, even experts would not be able to pass through. Perhaps it was because Sheng Wanqing understood this that he decided to give up waiting for purple grass. He wanted to use the last moments of his life to return to his country and take a look at his home. She wanted to meet her mother. Sheng Wanyan choked with sobs. When I took him away that year, I didn't ask him if he agreed or not. Now he had grown up. He couldn't decide his own birth, and he couldn't even choose his own life, but he hoped to be able to choose his own way of leaving. Life or death, it was up to him to choose. Even if he consumed the purple grass, there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance of survival. If he failed, he would not be able to return alive. It was up to him to decide whether he should take this gamble or risk his life to see his mother. Inside the tent, Sheng Wanyan grabbed her son's hand and cried all night. This year's winter in Zhao country was especially cold. At the end of October, the capital had its first snowfall. In November it snowed for half a month. After entering the 12th month, it was sunny for a few days. In a house on Vermilion Bird Avenue, Princess Xinyang sat quietly in front of the bed embroidering. In the past there was only brush, ink, paper and inkstone on her table. She didn't know when, but it had all been replaced with a variety of fabrics. She felt that the room was stuffy, so she called Yujin to open the window. A servant girl came in. The servant girl smiled and said, Aunt Yujin went out. Princess, do you have any orders? Open the window. Princess Xinyang said. But it's very cold outside. The servant girl was worried about her body. Princess Xinyang said lightly, I'm hot. Then just open it for a little while. The servant girl said. Princess Xinyang nodded. The servant girl went around the table and opened the window with a pole. The cold wind blew in with flying snow. Princess Xinyang felt a burst of coolness, and even her dizzy head cleared up a lot. The young maidservant shuddered. So cold. It's snowing again. Princess Xinyang embroidered for a while in the cold wind. The servant girl didn't dare to let her stay in the cold for too long, so she took the risk of being kicked out and closed the window. Aunt Yujin said that you can't stand in the cold wind, can't eat cold food, can't. The servant girl lowered her head and said without confidence. Enough, I didn't say I was going to punish you. Princess Xinyang didn't plan to argue with the servant girl, but she had been sitting in the room for 2 hours, so she really couldn't sit still. Give me the cloak. I'll go out for a walk, she said. Ah yes. The servant girl took the cloak, trembling with fear, and put it on Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang stood up and walked out of the room with swollen legs to the corridor. The snow in the courtyard had been swept clean, and the ground was covered with a non-slip straw mat. The servant girl held an umbrella for her. Let's go to the flower room, Princess Xinyang said. Yes. The servant girl complied and carefully supported her. The master and servant went to the flower room. This residence was originally quite big, but Princess Xinyang liked to raise flowers, so she used half of the residence as a flower room. Charcoal was burning in the flower room, so the temperature was very high. The servant girl understood that her princess wasn't going to admire the flowers. She wanted to see if the old clothes had dried. When the two arrived at the door of the flower room, they heard whispers coming from inside. What do you think the princess is thinking? Why would she dig out the old clothes from so many years ago? She even wants us to wash and dry them. Be quiet, don't let people hear. If they hear, then they hear. Do you think I'm the only one saying this? Everyone's secretly spreading it. Spreading what? The princess actually has 2 sons. What? Half of these children's clothes are the young duke's, and the other half is the young master's. It's a pity that the child's fate wasn't good, and he died before he was even a month old. Say, it's fine if we wash the young duke's clothes, but why do we wash the child's? Washing the clothes of a dead person during the new year? How unlucky. The news that the young Duke of Jianghu had returned alive had already spread throughout the capital. As for Xiaoqing's identity, although it hadn't spread outside, the servants who had come in behind closed doors had more or less heard some things while she and Yujin were tidying up the clothes. The servant girl didn't even dare to breathe loudly. She turned her head to look at Princess Xinyang. As expected, the princess's face was ice cold. The two servant girls felt the cold gaze behind them and turned their heads back in a daze. When they saw Princess Xinyang, the two were so frightened that they fell to their knees with a plop. Princess Xinyang quickly walked over. The servant girl was frightened. "Princess, slow down." Princess Xinyang came in front of the two and sternly shouted, "Get up! You've dirtied my son's clothes." The servant girl who had spoken rudely just now happened to be holding a small piece of clothing that Xiaoqing had worn when he was born. The servant girl trembled as she handed the dirty clothes to Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang looked at her son's dirty clothes and didn't know why, but a wave of sadness came from her heart. Princess Yujin had returned from shopping. She heard that Princess Xinyang had gone to the flower room and hurried over to take a look. She didn't expect to see this scene. She didn't immediately ask the two servant girls what they had done. Instead, she directly ordered the servant girl, "Take them away first. I'll deal with them later." "Yes." The servant girl put away the umbrella in her hand and handed it to Yujin. Yujin took the oil paper umbrella and said softly to Princess Xinyang, who was on the verge of collapse, "Princess Jing Kong has come to see you." Little Jing Kong often came to visit Princess Xinyang after returning to the capital. Yujin had just run into him at the door. Princess Xinyang liked Jing Kong very much. When she heard that he had come, she pulled herself out of her extreme emotions and personally took the dirty clothes back to her room. Little Jing Kong had been studying at the Imperial College for a month and had returned to his previous appearance. After this New Year's Eve, he would be 6 years old. However, he still looked like a 5-year-old. He was really worried. Princess Xinyang had someone cook a bowl of goat's milk for him. She added honey and red beans and it was very delicious. Little Jing Kong gorged himself and drank the milk. He sat on a stool and chatted with Princess Xinyang. "Princess, you look good today. You're getting more and more beautiful." Princess Xinyang was amused by him. "Really?" "Of course." And Little Jing Kong looked Princess Xinyang up and down. He opened his mouth and said, "You've also become more adorable." Princess Xinyang exposed him. "You obviously didn't intend to say that." "Ah." Little Jing Kong raised his two small hands and scratched his little head. "You also saw through that." "Fine, Jiao Jiao told me to say that." "Is Jiao Jiao back?" Princess Xinyang asked. Little Jing Kong shook his head and said seriously, "No, Jiao Jiao said that before. Jiao Jiao said that you can't say that girls are fat. When girls are fat, they're so cute that they become inflated." Yujin couldn't help but laugh. If he wanted to say that the princess was fat, then just say it. However, the princess wasn't fat. "What did you learn at the Imperial College today?" Princess Xinyang didn't continue the topic and changed the topic to his homework. "Today I learned the classic of filial piety." Little Jing Kong recited the entire content of the lesson and explained it in his own words. Princess Xinyang nodded. Everything was correct. She touched his little head. "You're such a smart child." Little Jing Kong rolled his eyes. "Then am I smart or is my brother-in-law smart?" Princess Xinyang was amused by him. "Both of you are smart." Little Jing Kong furrowed his brows bitterly. Why was his bad brother-in-law and he both smart? His bad brother-in-law always got the last place. In fact, he asked this question because he subconsciously admitted that his bad brother-in-law was very smart. It was just that he didn't realize it. He straightened his little body and said, "I'll be the top scorer earlier than my brother-in-law." Little Jing Kong didn't know that he was indeed the top scorer earlier than his bad brother-in-law, but he wasn't the top scorer in literature. "Jing Kong, it's time to go archery." Su Kanji's voice came from outside the door. "Oh, I forgot to make an appointment with them to go archery." Little Jing Kong jumped down from the stool and politely bowed to Princess Xinyang. "Princess, I'll be leaving first. I'll come to see you another day." "Okay." Princess Xinyang nodded with a gentle gaze and had Eugene send Little Jing Kong to the carriage. When Eugene returned, Princess Xinyang was tidying up the small clothes that had been dirtied by the maidservant. Jing Kong and Aheng are so alike when they were young. So when she saw Jing Kong, it was like seeing Aheng when she was young. Princess Xinyang missed it very much. Eugene smiled. "Isn't that so?" They're both smart, both like to get first place, and both are naughty. When Xiaoheng was young, he wasn't as obedient as he looked. If she didn't let him climb trees, he would climb them secretly. If she didn't let him eat candy, he would go into the kitchen with Long Yi. Occasionally, Princess Xingyang would get angry and beat him. He even knew to call Long Yi to take him away and wait for her anger to subside before returning. Thinking of Xiaoheng's childhood, Princess Xingyang felt it was funny at first. After laughing for a while, her expression became a bit sorrowful. She lowered her head and stroked the small clothes in her hand. She calmly said, "Say, if Qinger was still alive, what would he be like? Would he be as naughty as Aheng? Would he be as smart as Aheng? Was she like Aheng, with so many wicked ideas that she could not hold them all? Would he be like a scholar? Or would he practice martial arts? Would he like to travel all over the place, or would he like to stay at her side?" Eugene worriedly looked at her. "Princess?" Princess Xingyang shook her head and endured the pain of losing her son. "I'm fine. It's just that I've been thinking of that child recently." Eugene looked at the small clothes in her hand. Seeing an object makes you think of the person. "Princess, I'll take the little prince's clothes and put them away." Princess Xingyang did not speak. She looked at the table and said, "Little Jing Kong's books were left here. In a moment, find someone to send them to Baishui Alley." "Okay." Eugene complied. A light knock came from outside the door. "I'll go open the door," Eugene said. She went to the door and forcefully pulled it open. Eugene saw a familiar figure. His face was exquisite, and he was as elegant as jade. He had lost some of his youthful youth. Instead, he had gained some maturity, stability, and self-restraint. Eugene was extremely shocked. "Young Marquis." "Princess." "Young Marquis has returned." "Eh?" Princess Xingyang rejoiced. Not bothering to put on her cloak, she quickly walked out of the room. In the snow-filled sky, she saw the sun that she thought of every day. Xiaoheng's body was covered in snow. It could be seen that he had been standing at the door for a while. He stepped over the threshold but did not immediately reunite with Princess Xingyang. Instead, he turned around and looked behind him. "Come in, brother." You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.